Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Shaman Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Wow, Izuku Midoriya glances out the window down at the seas below from the plane they fly in with tremendous awe. The 5-year-old keeps his face squeezed against the glass. It is a welcome distraction from his other problem. Next to him is his equally green mother Izuku Midoriya. She smiles while staring at her only child taking in the sight of the islands. And yet, a heavy sigh billows up in her heart and leaves through her lips, remembering why they came. Passengers, please remain seated as we make our descent. Soon, the mother and son pairing exit the plane and exit out into the beautiful sunny atmosphere. Izuku stares at his surroundings as they enter transportation. So, you really used to live here? She replies, I have family here, though I don't think they'll be so happy if they find me just returning after leaving. I've only met you once after all. Only once. My family wasn't too thrilled to find out I had a quirk, she explains, bringing the little boy to snap his head up at her in shock, so I left for the city to find a new purpose. That's where I met your father Hisashi and took his name. My name was Inko Asakura. The vehicle passes by a hot spring. After a long journey through the island greens, eventually, they make it to their destination. Before them stands a massive mansion with a design dated back to the Edo period. The two enter the Japanese building into the simple yet regal entrance. Standing before them is an elder dressed just as splendidly. His samurai hair glittered silver and green and dark brown eyes show years of experience and wisdom. Looking up, Izuku wonders just who this person could be, until his mom makes the first move. It's been a while, father. Father, he thinks, realizing that this man is his grandfather. Indeed it has, speaks the eldest Asakura as he approaches Izuku much to his shock. My grandson. It's been a first, hasn't it? He sputters, hi, grandfather. I fear this is the first time you've come to know of your heritage. The man takes a kneel. Izuku-chan, how about you go look around the house? Mommy would like a conversation with your grandfather. Inko pats his son to break him out of his stupor. Yes, Mom, says the boy as he left to explore the mansion. Once gone, the two speak. He has her eyes and hair. Thanks, but I doubt you're interested in a plain old visit. Is he who I think he is? She looks down with a sullen expression. Yes, he was diagnosed to be quirkless. All he wants is to be a hero. And I just couldn't bear to tell him no. She rubs her shoulder. I thought maybe bringing him here might cheer him up. The head of the family sighs at the words she delivers. As much as he would like to speak out, he would feel hypocritical. A strong bloodline is needed for both quirks and a shaman family. And yet, it might be good fortune that you would bring him here. Hey, Inko, I think he may have another reason for being quirkless. While parent and daughter were discussing, Izuku wander in the mansion alone. While walking, he happens upon a maid doing the dusting. She turns to face him, surprised by the appearance of this small child. Oh, are you lost, little one? Oh, sorry, he replies, his face red with embarrassment. My mom told me to tour the place while she spoke with my grandfather. Grandpa, she gasps before coming forth into a bow. I'm so sorry. You must be the master's grandson. He spoke of you and Miss Inko visiting. He did. He wanted a tour of the place. She offers a hand to him, one he accepts. The boy is then led on through the house. As he walks, he marvels at the antiquities around him, including the very structure he stands in. Whoa, the Asakura family is a 1,000-year-old family beginning with Daoji Aizawa, a famous onmagi and a brilliant shaman mastering many different shamanic arts who would rename himself How Asakura. They are one of the two great shaman families. After a certain event held every 500 years, the Asakura became more famous and well-known throughout the supernatural world, as they became more powerful, wealthy, and influential. Not only that, but we also have the Funbari onsen able to heal fatigue and other things. There it is again, Izuku realizes. Every time they talk about their family, there is the mention of shaman. They make it sound like it's different from quirks. Eventually, Izuku ends up before a shrine. There rests a katana sheathed and sitting in place. A sword. It must be very important. He prepares to walk away with the maid but is unable to. Something about this weapon calls out to his soul. Before he could even register his actions, he ends up touching it. Wait, don't touch. A burst of energy releases as a result, so much that the boy falls on his behind. Within the swell of energy, Izuku finds himself staring face to face with a floating person. This man with silver spiky hair and a cool expression in his eyes, dressed in white samurai clothing and red-plated armor, keeps his vision on the child flat on his behind, crying out in fear. You are. In the midst of this, others including family members and attendants gather to the scene. Even the eldest Asakura looks in shock at the appearance of the samurai, like an old friend after so long. I'm sorry, I'll put it back, cries the boy with the impression he did something wrong. Still surprised, the elder takes a knee before Izuku. A hand is placed on his right shoulder before the man says, Izuku, I hope you believe in destiny. 10 years later, Izuku Midoriya can be found sitting in the classroom as usual, 15 and free. The boy sighs as he stares out the window. He writes in his notebook as the teacher enters and asks about their career, ignorant to the screaming of one other member. Don't bother caring about those worthless extras. They'd be lucky to be drawn during a combat scene while I take on a class villain. The only real potential is me and my quirk. This is Katsuki Bakugo. This ash-blonde violent teenager is the star jock of his school. He was Izuku's best friend, now a rival. He is also the reason for his early years of depression and is half the reason he wishes to be a hero. Still writing, Izuku switches onto his schedule for the day after leaving school. So, after class, I'll hit up the table tennis club. I promised that little girl. So into his writing is Izuku that he doesn't even notice his name being called out for applying to UA alongside Bakugo. Of course, the teacher shrugs it off and goes back to the course of the day. The aforementioned Bakugo glares at Izuku as the day goes on. With classes finally over, Bakugo shouts, "Deku, get your ass over here, no gone." "Wow, escaped again," says another student seeing that Izuku has left ahead of everyone else. Bakugo is not impressed. With Izuku, the young shaman runs through the halls as he makes his way up the stairs. There he enters the room where tennis players reside. There he sees her, the floating apparition of a one-armed girl no older than himself. She smiles at him. "Thanks for coming." "Hey, I promised, didn't I?" he replies. Soon the other members enter. After 3 matches, Izuku drops the paddle on the table with a sigh of relief. He wipes his face of the sweat gathered. "Yeesh, you're no joke, Midoriya. I can't believe he beat all of us so many times." As the other members sit down in exhaustion, Izuku turns back to the girl. 50 wins in a row. She waves to him as her body disperses. "Thank you," are her last words before the crossover. With that, he quickly leaves the room to return home. Man, that was exhausting. That wouldn't be the first time. While alone, Izuku looks back and spots Amidamaru appearing into reality for his eyes only. "Izuku Dono, while admirable that you continue to learn new skills, there is such a thing as taking a break. How else can I help the deceased move on?" he replies, taking out a napkin to wipe his still wet forehead. This time it was ping pong. Before it was sewing. Before that, cooking a 5-star meal. Though I'm interested to see what the next one will need to pass over. Yeah, Izuku turns sullen as a thought crosses his mind. Some are easier than others, yes. Not everyone can be helped by telling the police who killed them. Due to the nature of his powers, Izuku's quirk has been listed as Shaman. It allows him the ability to speak to spirits and see them. While many find this frightening, because the existence of ghosts themselves aren't something many people want to accept, it's also rather curious for others as such a unique quirk isn't found anywhere else in the world. As such, knowledge of this power is kept out of the public's eye. Also, due to being able to converse with spirits, Izuku could reveal information the dearly departed divulge. This has led to certain mystery cases being solved and many villains, and to his early surprise, heroes, being arrested and put away, in some cases for good. Thankfully, his only compensation was monetary and not fame-wise for protection. Being the Asakura guardian spirit, Amidamaru would follow the young Midoriya Asakura as his spirit partner. Having done so since their meeting at his 5th age, the samurai spirit would watch over him. He would watch over all the boy associate himself with, including the likes of Izuku's rival Bakugo, who reminds him of one other filled with anger and pride upon first meeting. Maybe there's a relation. Outside down by an underpass, Izuku pauses when he feels something. He turns around looking for the source and spots her standing from behind a tree. She is a little girl, no older than 10 or so, pointing. He hears her saying something, but can't quite catch it. Checking her mouth, he tries to word it. "Look out." He then quickly jumps away. All of a sudden, a splash of the slime of some sort of attacks where he once was. Picking himself up, Izuku gets a good look at the sludge in front of him, his skin crawling at the face forming. "You will do nicely," says the villain looking at the defenseless boy, who lifts a piece of paper and tosses it out to the wind. "Izuku Dono, my apologies," says Amidamaru as he materializes. "I didn't think we would be attacked." "It's okay, Amidamaru." His right hand extends and clenches as if holding a ball. Amidamaru, spirit soul mode. The samurai condenses himself, transforming into a ball with his face in a cartoonish fashion. "Izuku Dono, just a reminder we don't have Haru-sama with us." "That's fine, fusion it is then." He then shoves Amidamaru into his chest. His body flourishes with high spiritual energy, eyes gaining a sharper sight. The villain of slime forms hands from its green and brown sludge body and flies forward. Izuku leaps overhead and lands by a pile of trash. He kicks up a pole and twirls the weapon, brandishing it as a sword. "It's time we put Anna the 10th's training to the test." "Yes, Izuku Dono." The teenager raises his weapon ready to swing, only for the manhole cover next to them to burst open. From it rises the paragon of muscles and shine. The blonde Superman of justice, the symbol of peace. "All might." Izuku shouts, releases his weapon in shock and awe. "Oh, sit," shouts the villain before he runs off in a hurry the other direction. "Not so fast, villain, because I am here." All Might clenches his right fist, rearing it back before taking a step forward. That single step, however, crosses over 8 feet, putting him between Izuku and the villain in an instant. Texas smash. On the other side of the city, Bakugo can be found in an alley holding an empty can. After blowing it up, he tosses the junk into the nearest recycling bin. Behind him are a group of his peers, or in his words, bootlickers. "What's up with you, Bakugo?" asks one such brown-nosing toady. In the distance just above them, what looks like a shooting star passes by. "He's still mad that Midoriya ignored him again," says another person. "Of effing course I am," he shouts, eyes narrowing in rage. "I'm sick and tired of that damn nerd acting like I ain't worth the time. All of a sudden he gets a quirk and acts like I was wrong about him." "Well, you kinda were," says the third, causing Bakugo to glare at him. He shrinks away, saying, I mean, he has a quirk, so doesn't that mean he can be a hero now?" As if. The first guy stretches his arms upward with a yawn, ignorant to the item that just fell not far behind them. His quirk has nothing to do with combat. Plus, it sounds ludicrous, as if ghosts actually exist. If that's true, then why do the police and other heroes keep visiting his house? Asks the second guy. Yeah, Bakugo feels that way as well, and honestly, he'd be willing to just leave Izuku as just another extra. But what pisses him off is that last thing. It's his goal to become an immensely famous and powerful hero. But Deku is closer than he is to be helpful and well-known, and they haven't even graduated from hero school yet. "I'll prove that quirk of his is just bullshit." Ooh, a lively one. Turning around, the three cronies look at the horrific sight behind them. A couple of minutes ago, after All Might's arrival, he handles the villain with ease. He then takes off, bringing Izuku along with him and dropping him on the roof. After a few seconds later, steam emits off of the number 1 hero, leaving Izuku with the image of the hero as a skeleton. "All Might," screams Izuku, the mental process causing him to cancel the fusion. Of course, even Amidamaru is surprised, the age specter that he is. "Who are you? Where's the real All Might?" After silence, he replies, "I am All Might." "No, you're not." "I am. You're drooling blood." Following a few seconds of calm, Izuku still stares at All Might as he explains himself. "So, you know how some people suck in their gut while at a swimming pool to hide their shame? It's kind of like that." He's still too stunned to reply. "Can you do me a favor and not post about this online? I have a reputation to uphold." Izuku nods, still unable to speak. "Anyway, you mentioned that you wanted to know if a quirkless person could be a hero, correct? But aren't you the psychic boy that the police often approach for unsolvable cases?" Now he can bring himself to answer. "Yes, but there was a time that I didn't have one and thought I would never have a quirk." Amidamaru knows that he's keeping things quiet about the true nature of his power. All Might lifts his white shirt, showing the dark wound on his body. After a quick explanation, he says, "If someone as powerful as me can receive a wound this horrid, someone without a quirk could be killed before accomplishing anything. People rely on heroes to protect them from things they can't. Without the power to do so, a hero couldn't protect anyone, even themselves." He pulls his shirt down. "So no, I don't believe that a quirkless person should be a hero. There are some things that sheer determination and study cannot grasp. So find yourself lucky that you have a quirk." He then leaves. "Are you all right, Izuku Dono?" asks Amidamaru as he and Izuku walk down a sidewalk. Sighing, Izuku says, "I'm just a little upset. I mean, nothing he said wasn't untrue. The only reason I got this far was because of some form of power. Regardless of whether or not I have a quirk, I can't do a thing without power." He then droops with depression. I just wanted him to say anything's possible, that I should at least try, that even if I didn't become a shaman there was hope for me and others like myself. Well, words from someone of a high position can cause major consequences. Amidamaru's eyes then narrow. What matters is not power, but what becomes of a man who gains power. Like the daimyo I once served, a man can become corrupt and use that power for selfish reason. Noticing his still sorrowful expression, the ghost pats his shoulder. "Izuku Dono, remember that heroes are still human, and humans make mistakes. I've learned not to put the people you respect to such a high standard, lest you suffer disappointment when they do something contrary." Smiling, Izuku says, "Thank you," to the aged spirit, thankful for his years of advice and confidentiality. He couldn't ask for a better spirit partner. As he walks around, he then hears a familiar loud explosion. He rushes forward to the source of the noise, where he finds several people gathered in a crowd watching a horrid scene. His friend Bakugo is there thrashing about, creating explosions and causing flames. Also, his body is surrounded by a familiar green sludge. Wait, isn't that? The realization hits him. That's the same villain. But how did I? Oh no, I must have knocked it out of his pants when I grabbed him. Izuku scopes the situation with worry. There are heroes nearby, but none of them could help Bakugo due to his explosion quirk causing wildfires. "This is my fault," Izuku mutters. I knocked it away. It captured Kaken, and now no one can stop them because they're incompatible with handling his quirk without hurting him. And All Might's time limit is up because of me. Izuku don't know. Now's not the time laminating. We can still save Bakugo. Amidamaru appears next to him. But if you do so, understand the consequences. Without care, Izuku looks at his surroundings. Nearby, he sees someone out from the audience. Is that? The figure tosses an item in the air. Moving quickly, Izuku reaches out and grabs the item, looking down at it in surprise. This is. Looking up, he sees the figure disappear. I guess the Shikigami I sent earlier made it in time. He unfurls the item, revealed to be a katana. He then extends his hand, causing the samurai to become a ball again. Amidamaru, oversoul. As people look back to see who's shouting, Izuku moves in past the crowd, the police, and the heroes, making a beeline for Bakugo. Many of them tell him to stop. Bakugo's body is forcibly turned around to face Izuku approaching him. You again, Deku. Izuku dashes forth. In his right hand is the sword Harusame, a beautiful Japanese sword. Around the weapon is the spirit of Amidamaru, manifesting pieces of himself including his face around the sword's hilt. Red shoulder guards float around the weapon as well. What the hell is that monstrosity? The villain uses an explosion to attack him as he gets closer. Jaws drop on the villain's side and the audience when they see he has braved through the explosion using the spiritual shield. What? The shields part way, allowing Izuku full view as he stops short in front of him. Harusame positioned to his left. Izuku glares at the villain. Amidamaru. The hilt is held with both hands, Shinku Budajiri. In a single motion, he slashes diagonally in the air. His celestial slash releases a shockwave of wind. The intense pressure loosens the slime's hold on the boy. Seeing an opening, Izuku reaches in with his free hand and grabs Bakugo's arm, ripping him out of the villain's fleeting hold. All that sudden force knocks him off his feet. Coughing, Bakugo regains his breath as he stares back at Izuku. Deku, he shouts between breaths, why? After all the shit I give you, I'm sorry, but I couldn't stop myself from doing anything. He looks back down after resuming his stand. Besides, you look like you could use some saving. With that, as the villain is laid across the street in a splattered mess barely able to make a form, the heroes move in to do their jobs. A job well done. Izuku cancels the oversoul as the heroes clean up. In the audience, a familiar figure watches with some form of regret. Afterward, Izuku receives a light scolding for his actions, particularly acting without a license and carrying a weapon. Luckily, the former was only in front of the cameras as they actively thanked him for his assistance, while the latter he scuttled off by showing a weapon license with the excuse that it's used in conjunction with his quirk. He doesn't run into anyone else as he makes his way home, knowing Bakugo would give him a yell fest. After using fusion and oversoul, he's more than a little exhausted. But as he passes a corner, he sees to his shock something he wasn't expecting. I am here, right at the other end. All Might can be seen waiting for him. All Might, where? He shouts, quickly turning back into his true form. Blood spills from his mouth. Try not to say that all the time. Sorry. The blonde hero walks forward, approaching Izuku. Midoriya, correct. I wanted to apologize to you for what I said, and thank you for what you did today. No, it was my fault. He replies, holding a hand up. I knocked the bottle you put him in out of your pants and drained you of your time limit. None of this would have happened if I hadn't been an idiot. Would an idiot have saved someone's life and avoided collateral damage? His insightful words caused the boy to end his sorrow. Would an idiot have done the right thing when no one else could? Would an idiot be the most heroic person there than anyone else, including myself? Yes, probably, he laughs at that. But you inspired me, boy. I said those things to you, words the Quirkless you didn't want to hear, and yet you still went out and saved the day. If I hadn't seen that, I'd be nothing but fake muscles. All Might approaches Izuku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Toshinori Yagi, and I would like for you to be my successor. It's late that same day. Toshinori Yagi is sitting outside by a restaurant with Izuku, the latter of whom is feasting on katsudon, and this was his fourth bowls. The skeletal hero is drinking a smoothie. So, Yagi, Izuku begins after swallowing some rice. You really can't eat food. Nope. No stomach, so everything must be blended, is his response while slurping a full-course meal shoved into his smoothie. The artificial one I have isn't suitable for solids. Hearing that, he feels rather bad for the hero. Is this the sacrifice he has to make for others to enjoy life safely? Now, Midoriya, I believe I should take the time to ask what exactly your quirk is. Being able to speak to spirits and being able to fight like that seem to be two rather different abilities. Sighing as he chews on a strip of pork cutlet, Izuku shrugs. Yagi told his secret, so he might as well. Well, here it goes. After explaining his heritage and what shamans are, while at the same time omitting the Shaman King tournament and what that brings about, the older man just stares with shock. So, you're part of a lineage of spiritually aware humans. Yes, you can talk to ghosts, and they can grant you knowledge and power. Correct. And that's how you were able to do what you did earlier, and why you're eating now. Seeing the numbers of bowl on the table. Yup, Furioku sustains over soul, and using it consumes energy, is his reply. He cups his chin thinking, why is this a secret though? What with quirks already existing? Fear of the unknown. Izuku finishes eating. Like how people feared and prosecuted others when quirks first appeared, this was no different. Yagi stares down at Izuku, whose expression turns sour. A lot of people even look at me weird when they find out about my so-called quirk. If they knew it wasn't, that'd be a problem. I mean, no one has to know for me to be a hero anyway. So, he faces Yagi now. What's this about becoming your successor? Well, it's a big secret. Yagi takes out his phone and shows his number to Izuku. The boy proceeds to jot it down on his phone. I'll call to let you know. Wow, our shaman kid becomes a little jittery. I have All Might's phone number, and I'm treating it like it's a girl's. You should head home now, Yagi tells the boy. Your mom's probably wondering where you are. And don't worry, you know my secret, so I'll keep yours. He smiles. Ditto. With that, Izuku leaves the restaurant as this was Yaga's treat. Depending on what his mother will make, he should be able to chow down her meal. As the student leaves the restaurant, Amidamaru decides to appear behind the child and voice his concerns. Are you sure it's all right to trust this hero? All Might said he wants me to be his successor, and I want to know why. Besides, couldn't you feel it? The samurai spirit flinches when he says that. I could feel several spirits around him, but I couldn't see them. True. Amidamaru rests his chin on the knuckle of his hand while thinking back. It does feel like there's more to this hero than meets the eye. But still, it's a risk letting him know the whole truth before you learn an inkling of his. That's true. Nothing is stopping All Might from speaking what he's learned except his promise. But a hero of his reputation should keep his word. Besides, he can easily do the same thing. The next day, after a text message, Izuku Midoriya finds himself at Dagawa Beach. This once nice and beautiful beachside is now a dumping ground of spring break throwaways, illegal dumping, and the dropped trash of people who think it's someone else's problem. Just being here brings the boy to puking almost. The only reason he's here at all is the figure of All Might standing by a broken down fridge. All Might, I'm here. And early, thank you. He looks around and at the boy. Sorry to bring you here. This place has been all but abandoned and no one would dare to come here. But it's this area that no one else would be around that is perfect for telling you the truth of one for all. One for all, repeats Izuku before he babbles like a broken bass. Now, calm down. Yagi taps his shoulder. One for all is a quirk that originated a long time ago. The first person cultivates power and the quirk stockpiles it. That person then passes it on to another person. And that person improves it and empowers themselves. And so on, until it came to me, the 8th user who has the power to do what I can in a crystallized network of strength. That is one for all. Thinking further on it, Izuku stares into space and then at Yagi. The white noise of seagulls and ocean waves is broken when Izuku asks, so, you want to give me this quirk to be your successor? Correct. It is a big decision to consider. So big that he can't think it over standing up, so he crouches bending his knees. It's funny. The old quirkless me would have accepted without hesitation. But now, all I can think about are your words from before. My words. All Might then recalls what he told him about quirkless people. All Might, when you said those words I was angry, sad, and frustrated knowing that the hero I idolized couldn't believe in someone without power. Now I come to find that your quirk came from someone else, which just felt a little insulting and hypocritical. He almost falls. Well, when you put it that way. I'm not sure if I deserve to take such a power that someone else without it could have to overcome the prejudice I know they would suffer. Toshinori Yagi sighs with understanding. It is rather shameful knowing how he spoke, not knowing of the boy's heart beforehand. He can't even make the excuse that being a hero made him forget how he was once quirkless. Midoriya. But for whatever reason, call it fate, call it luck, call it karma, an opportunity to be better than what I was has come to me. My grandfather said that I should take that chance if I'm to move forward. He stands now. I will gladly accept the quirk on 2 conditions. One is that I will use that power in my way, and the other is that you, All Might, apologize to people like me. At first, he wants to ask what the boy means, but he can pick it up through context. It is only fair after all. I will. Thank you. Smiling, the boy steps forward, fused with enthusiasm and determination. The shaman kid proceeds to clean up. From collecting garbage into bags to moving appliances that no longer work. He does everything in his power to removing trash. He gathers the first bit of garbage and brings it to the truck Yagi is driving. Phew. Oh, here. He takes out a talisman and places it on the blonde hero's forehead. There you go. There I. Huh. The adult watches the boy return to work. He places a hand on the tag on his head. Why is this here? It looks like he's fully trusting you. The blonde hero turns around to see something he didn't expect. Amidamaru is sitting in the seat next to him. "Hello, bah," he shouts, surprised at the appearance of the samurai spirit. "It's okay." Amidamaru holds his hands out to calm him down. "I'm Izuku Dono's guardian spirit, the samurai that was once called the demon." Amidamaru, "Is the reason I can see and hear you because of this talisman?" "Correct. And you're taking seeing a ghost far better than I thought," is Amidamaru's reply as in the distance. Izuku continues to clean. "Well, I just wasn't expecting to see one anytime soon. Or at all. But I've come across more horrifying events." Looking down at where the scar on his body is, Amidamaru nods in agreement. "Though I do recall a certain story in ancient history about notorious warriors of ill fame. But to be the guardian of the young Midoriya must make the legends exaggerations." Amidamaru leans back in the seat he's sitting in, hovering over. "Fact can be stranger than fiction. Honestly, I knew you had some form of dark secret and never wanted Izuku Dono to meet you. Yes, I can see why. The saying 'don't meet your heroes' can't be more accurate than for this very situation. Are you going to try and excuse your actions? No, if I can't stick to what I say, I can't truly be a hero, can I?" Yagi looks over to see Izuku continuing his work. "In all honesty though, he was the first ever person to come to me with such desires. I've lived through being quirkless, to being told I'm worthless and stupid for trying to be a hero. And I don't want anyone to go through that. That's why I said that." The samurai examines him with determined eyes as he speaks his mind. He could say something to shame him for breaking his master's heart, but there would be no point at this moment. He is after all making up for his transgressions. Izuku will be trained to become far greater than what he is, and the man will apologize to whoever he has ever given those words to. Maybe the two can share stories. 6 months later, it's bright and early in the morning. Izuku can be found at Dagaba Beach lying face up at the red-orange mirage of a blaze that is the rising sun over the Sea of Japan. The beach he lies upon is spotless, devoid of any garbage, crook, or nanny. Toshinori Yagi exits his rental car approaching Izuku, his expression wide with surprise. "Oh, my goodness, you actually did it, faster than I expected." Yagi approaches the young hero as he lies face up. The hero takes a knee before him, saying, "You've worked hard to receive the results you've been hoping for." He pulls a strand of hair and holds it out to the child. "Now, eat this." The boy's eyes clearly open in shock staring at him. His face pales at the disgusting thing he's suggesting. "You want me to what?" "One for all needs to be transferred by consuming my DNA. I mean, it's either this, or you can drink my blood." "Honestly, that sounds less gross," he groans, staring at the hair, "but I'll do it." Reaching over, he takes the hair and consumes it. Shivers erupt about his body as he feels it pass down his esophagus. "Now, all you need to do is wait for it to digest. And then one for all will flow through your veins. Until then, go home and get some well-deserved rest." 30. It's the middle of the night or midnight to be exact. And Izuku and Amidamaru are fast asleep. In their peaceful slumber, the samurai awakens. He glances over to his master feeling something. That is when he sees it. A jolt of electricity sparks about his body. Izuku Dono. He enters the body of his master. Within the vestige of Izuku's mind, the samurai there looks around. Surrounded by darkness, all he can see is a single figure. It's hard to discern who this person is, as he's also surrounded by darkness. "Wow, so the new guy's a shaman?" A voice speaks, catching the samurai's attention. "Didn't think there were people with powers before Quirk." You read his memories. "I can see why we didn't know." "Wait, is that a samurai?" Amidamaru looks forward to seeing a group of 7 eyes looking in his direction. "Looks like he can hear us too. Is this a part of that shaman power of his? It seems one for all may affect him differently. It's too soon for us to properly talk to him." That is when everything went blank. And the next morning Amidamaru couldn't remember anything. The next day, it's a bright day. On such a day, most kids would be out having fun. They would spend time with friends, play games, or discover things they're not supposed to. For others, like one Itsuka Kendo, they're busy studying for an upcoming exam. For her, she is busy trying to get into a school that has so many applicants that only 5% actually get to enter its hero course. That school is UA High. For her, there is no end to the stress. That is why she is at Dagaba Beach, taking a break by embracing the almost summer atmosphere. Also, with all the junk piling up, this girl with turquoise eyes and bright orange hair can crush things with her hand-enlarging quirk. But as she walks to the beach, her eyes come to witness something she never thought she would see. The once hotspot for hazard and contamination is now disposal for urban hangouts. There is not a single piece of garbage on this bleached field. All she sees is a skeletal man sitting and talking to himself as he watches over a boy swinging a sword. Keeping her eyes on the boy just around her age, she notices how professional his kendo is. It's less him swinging a weapon to slice invisible enemies and more him dancing with blades. She would still think that if he hadn't stopped to momentarily slash at an incoming wave, one that splits it in half. "Wow," she says suddenly, her voice loud enough to catch the attention of the shaman and his spirit. "Oh, sorry if I'm disturbing you." I was just surprised by how well you handled that blade. It's okay. Izuku turns to face her, wiping his face of sweat. I had a lot of training when I was younger. More sweat comes down as the post-traumatic stress returns. The pretty girl gives a bow. My name Izuku Kendo. You are Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Kendo-san, he says politely, his face a little pink. She walks forth to get closer. I'm guessing your training here means that you're preparing for the UA exam. Is that correct? Surprised by how quickly she deduced that, he says, well, yes. And you are the same. Kendo reaches him, her eyes turning back to the man in the truck watching. A little more concerned, she asks, do you know who that guy is? Oh, that's all. He quickly catches himself. Yagi-san. He's kind of like my mentor. Mentor. She glances back at him, who waves. Kendo faces Izuku again while pointing at the adult. Is he helping with your quirk? That's true, I guess. Yes, he is, he answers, not wanting to reveal exactly why. She looks curious now. And what kind of quirk requires the use of a sword? Shaman. Izuku points to himself as he speaks. I can communicate and see spirits. By doing so, I also gain their experience and abilities. Spirits. She straightens herself. As in Hashaku, Sadako, Casper, and all those types of spirits. As in dead people's spirits. Ghosts. I don't think Sadako's real, but yes. He then points to her. And they get offended when people don't believe in them. Kendo turns back to Yagi. Then, is he talking to a ghost? As Kendo continues to watch him converse with Amidamaru, Izuku walks over with a talisman. Just as the girl turns to face Izuku, the paper is placed on her forehead. Once on her, the girl flinches when she sees it, floating just overhead, the spirit of Amidamaru sternly glancing down upon her. Kya. The girl jumps over to Izuku's hiding behind him. This in turn causes the boy to erect himself, standing straight and stiff. It's the first time a girl has ever touched him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kendo Dono. I am Amidamaru, says the samurai as he bows to her respectively. Recovering from the fear, Kendo makes a bow to the ghost. Oh yes, nice to meet you, Amidamaru. But the proof that Izuku can converse with spirits in her mind, the girl's brain points out another idea. There might be a means of improving herself through the boy. Do you know of any martial artists? A finger to his chin, he recalls one moment. I was once possessed by a Muay Thai fighter who went by the title God of War. She smiles confidently now. Then, how about you and I spar against one another? Next week, at my parents' gym. You sure? He asks, still a little red. I mean if you're okay with me. She scribbles a number down on a piece of paper, grabs his non-sword-wielding hand, and places it in his palm. On it is a phone number and address. See you next week. The girl then walks away, leaving him alone. All alone with his solitary thought. I got a living girl's phone number. Sighing, Amidamaru watches his master turn into a gibbering mess because of a girl again. Well, at least he has more than Bakugo as a friend. 7 days later, here on this cloudy day, Izuku arrives at the address given to him. Before him is a towering gym, more like a dojo to be honest. It reminds him so much of the one his aunt would take him to. Standing in front of him, he sees a muscular person staring him down. This tall man that resembles a gentle giant has his eyes upon him. Staring down at the child, the man quickly switches to a raging storm. Hello, Midoriya. Mr. Kendo, Izuku says with worry. He's met him before, having visited to get a good look at the place, and ever since he found out his daughter held on to him, the adult's been so passive-aggressive to the boy. A quick chop to the neck sends him towering over face first. Itsuka stands behind him with enlarged hands. Phew, sorry about that. Itsuka, why? Cries the old man. Itsuka approaches Izuku, saying, sorry about that. Dad is just overprotective. How can I not? Did you forget how cute you are? He says, eyes on the boy while he shifts into the fetal position. Well, he's right about that, is the boy's blunt response, his face turning red. The same erubescence appears on her face. She hasn't been called cute since she was younger. Nowadays people call her tomboyish or muscular. Not a single mention of her feminine side has been referenced. Putting that aside, Itsuka guides Izuku inside. Standing in the midst of the dojo, the two are now changed into Doogie while facing one another. Don't hold back, Izuku. I'm not gonna get stronger if you fight left-handed because I'm a girl. I don't do that. Izuku holds up a fighting stance, one Itsuka recognizes as a Muay Thai pose. The look in his eyes has altered as well. For all intents or purposes, he has been telling the truth. Making the first move, Itsuka stretches her arm far right and swings. Remember, Izuku, don't think, just do. Izuku jumps back, avoiding the hand, her appendage inflating like a balloon to just graze his shirt. He lands on his left foot and hops. Itsuka steps in for a follow-up, shrinking her hand. Seeing it coming, Izuku knocks her strike aside and knees her in the stomach. She steps back before dropping to a knee. Not bad, huh? Izuku says, his eyes and voice showing a completely different person. The girl recovers, staring up with a special drive in her now. Not yet. Kendo continued to strike back. using her quirk to its fullest to strike Izuku and land even a single hit. But thanks to the spirit possessing him, the shaman could easily read her attack patterns. A punch to his right, a kick to his left, a feint leading to her extending her fist to explode a punch, all he could predict thanks to the Hyogadai he's utilizing. As she leaned in to perform a spin kick, Izuku jumped forward and grabs her leg. He then tossed her up, the girl's body flipping twice in the air before she landed face down flatly. He heard the groans coming from her. Kendo raised her head, looking up with a credible look on her face. "I lost." "Sorry," said the boy looking down at her. The spirit possessing him extracted himself. "He doesn't like to hold back." "No, you did hold back," she said, her eyes lowering with slight determination, "which means I need to get stronger." After a quick cleanup, Itsuka got held tightly by her overbearing father. Well, he was planning to come over another time anyway. 30. Over the course of the next 4 months, Izuku visited Itsuka on the weekend. Each of them, even if Izuku and Kendo weren't dueling, the two talked. Or, in this case, these two as well as Amidamaru and Yagi talked. Kendo was sitting on the ledge of her dojo, talking to the spirit of Amidamaru. "So, your daimyo wanted you to kill your best friend because he wanted to hog all the weapons that belonged to him." "That is correct, Kendo Dono," agreed the spirit, giving her a nod. "For as long as Masuk could make more weapons, he could surpass the ones the daimyo possessed. And that led to your execution," said Yagi sitting next to them. Kendo felt sad hearing this, for such a great man to have this misfortune befall him. She stumbled with her words. "Did you regret it?" "I did not," he replied with a smile. Nothing more needs to be said about that, Yagi realized. To murder someone without regret as a first option was a product of the times. Not that he did so. Voicing his thoughts didn't seem the proper thing at this moment. It also made him think about what would be made of a certain individual who had ruined the happiness in his life. Kendo, on the other hand, was crying from his deep story. She was devastated to hear he ended up that way, but to have done so with no regret. That amount of determination was her goal. She wanted to be that resolute, that strong, that close to someone. Also, she would now start to skepticize all of history from now on. "I guess what they say is true. History is written by those who win," were her thoughts. The girl faced the floating spirit, asking, "Amidamaru, do you enjoy being with Midoriya? Do you not want to be out there in the world traveling?" "Not at all." Amidamaru sat against the wall, smiling. "Izuku Dono reminds me of my former master, Yoa Sakura. He also had a rough childhood, and because of his powers he had no one his age to share it with." 30. A few days had gone by after that last meeting. Together at Dagaba, the shaman kid Izuku handed over a bento box with onigiri inside, one that she took and ate it after a quick stretch while relaxing. A peaceful breath escaped her mouth as she leaned back. "This is good. I felt bad if you're gonna spoil me," she said to him while enjoying the home-cooked meal. "Well, a chef once possessed me and taught me how to cook, so it was no trouble," he told her while enjoying his own rice ball. "You've been doing that this whole time, haven't you?" "Yup. I feel better helping fulfill a spirit's last wishes, even if it tires me out." She stared at him for a few seconds, smiling. "You're a good person, you know that, Izuku." "Thanks for saying." The boy paused at that moment. "Wait, did you call me Izuku?" "Yes," she pointed to him. "And from now on, you can call me Itsuka." "That's gonna take a while, Kendo-san." A karate chop to the face was his punishment. The two laughed afterward. 4 months have come and gone. A new year overhead. Izuku can be seen in the testing area of UA High. Looking up, he stares at the building while other students to be passing by to enter. All he needs to do is pass the written test and then the physical exam. While the former can be done by borrowing a bookworm spirit, the latter might be a problem. Depending on what they'll make them do. Each year they change it so no one can plan. It could affect how he goes about this. Taking in a deep breath, the boy pounds his chest to pump himself up. "Well, I've come this far, gone through so much to prepare." He shivers, remembering his aunt's training. It is too late to turn back. "Izuku." Izuku turns around at the familiar call. There stands Itsuka. "Oh hey, Kendo-san." She karate chops his face, and now he's rubbing it. "Hey, you can call me Itsuka now," she retorts, "as I call you Izuku." "All right, right." A part of him is thankful for that. All the tension is gone now. "Are you ready?" She answers by nodding to him, before going inside ahead of him. Now alone, Amidamaru appears behind the boy, ready to assist however possible. "This is it, Amidamaru. The day we've been waiting for is here." "Indeed, Izuku Dono. Let us embark on our adventure again." Thinking back, this reminds the ghost of the time he started truly training with Yo. Ah, the good times. Deku, quit effing talking to yourself. Shocked by the noise of his childhood friend screaming, Izuku turns around to get a good look at the sophisticated explosive user. It's been nearly 10 months since they actually talked, since the blonde has been avoiding him ever since that daring rescue. Still, he isn't surprised that that's the first thing he would do. Scream. "Well, good morning to you too, Kaken." Sadly, that's all he can think of. Bakugo walks past his childhood friend, current rival. it would appear that neither of them can say much to the other, whether it's because one is too prideful to do so or the other doesn't want to cause a scene. Who could tell? Right now, here is where they put their money where their mouth is. Here is where Izuku proves he can be a hero. Here is where he finds himself floating in the air after taking his first big step. Wait, coming out of his soliloquy. He realizes that his feet are no longer touching gravel and dirt. You all right? Izuku glances back to see a girl his age standing next to him. She has brown hair and a long bob cut and rosy cheeks on her face. Like Kendo, she is extremely cute. Yes, the girl touches him gently before letting him down. Sorry for going crazy with my quirk there. It looked like you were going to fall and I thought that was a bad omen. You know, the girl smiles bubbly. Izuku smiles back, waving his hands. No, it's fine. You were trying to help me and I really appreciate it, given how stressful today is going to be. He sticks his hand out. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The girl accepts, saying, Ochako Uraraka. So, good luck on the exam. The girl makes her way to the school later. He smiles while looking at the girl. Another girl was pleased with my presence. Amidamaru rolls his eyes. Is this going to be a trend? Whatever that is. Without another moment to waste, Izuku enters the school. Once inside the building, Izuku quickly sat down in a huge lecture hall. There are hundreds of students from different schools, which is no surprise as All Might was the central reason why so many teens like himself wanted to get into UA. As Izuku sat down next to Bakugo, as both of them ignored each other, he glanced around at all the students in the room with a determined look, as he could see all of them had a different type of quirks. Sadly, as much he wanted to write in his notebook, there wouldn't be enough time. Amidamaru was floating while looking around the hall, soaking in the heavy tension. Some students looked scared, stiff, nervous, sick even. But it wasn't his business to peer into. A few seconds later, a hero walked onto the main stage. The man had long blonde hair standing straight up with yellow sunglasses. This was Present Mike, the voice-type hero. Izuku was already looking with joy but held his tongue to avoid humiliating himself. Welcome one and all to my live show. Present Mike shouted using his quirk. Everybody say hey. Hey. Izuku was the only one in the whole room who shouted, getting some more strange looks from everyone. As he was nervous and followed it out, Kendo was also there and chuckled, knowing his timid voice how Izuku was nervous that he got the attention of everyone. Present Mike grinned and pointed to the green. I like your style, number examinee 2121. Shut it, Bakugo growled while Izuku blushed from the stare of everyone looking at him. Present Mike went on to explain that first, they would be taking a written test before jumping right into the skill exam. There would be about 7 blocks ranging from block A to block G, all with a city setting. They would be given a 10-minute time limit where everyone would need to complete the task and get enough points to pass. He also mentioned that everybody could have brought anything they wanted to the exam and that there were no limitations as long as it used their quirks. Izuku gripped Harusama hard at those words. Present Mike went on to explain their robots. There were 4 in total, 3 giving points ranging from 1 to 3. By destroying or disabling them, they would receive their points. Strangely, there was little mention of the 4th, Izuku noticed, as it was to give 0 points if dealt with. That would mean it's pointless. As Present Mike finished his explanation, a student rose to his feet. Excuse me, may I ask a question? He said while raising his arm in the air. On the handout there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UAS caliber, he said before turning around. Moreover, what's with you? He said while pointing right at Izuku, making him raise an eyebrow as he pointed to himself. Yeah, you, curly-haired kid. Can't you sit still for a second? You're distracting. If you think UA is some pleasure jaunt, then please leave this place at once, he said with an annoyed look as some people laughed. Izuku was shocked when he heard this guy accuse him of taking this lightly, like he was goofing off. If only he knew. So he just ignored him and focused on the test as Amidamaru advised him. The pro hero grinned, not interested in the bickering of participants as it was a common sight, as he explained about the 0-pointer right-on listener. The 4th villain type you'll all encounter is worth 0 points is because they are known as arena traps. Basically, it will start rampaging and it's your job to avoid them. Think of it as a wild card in the area. Well, that's enough from me. I'll leave you all with a presentation on the school presence of this academy on mine, he said, surprising everyone a little. As a certain hero by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero never stops overcoming the misfortunes in life. Now let's move to the main event, plus ultra. So thus began the exam. As soon as the written portion started, a spirit named Azu Toshio possessed Izuku. It isn't the first time either. He thought as Azu wrote for him as the spirit passes him to help with other knowledge tasks. Once the written test concluded, everyone turned their eye to the physical portion, with all in separate alleys and streets inside of the building. Tensions were high in this area, as many were not exactly combat-focused quirk users. It was here that the shaman kid saw the brown-haired girl that helped before he could fall and wanted to thank her. She seems busy at the moment preparing for the exam, spoke Amidamaru above Izuku, looking down at him. The young shaman took out the bundle behind him and unwrapped it, revealing to all his sword Harusama. He nervously strapped it to his waist as Amidamaru was near him ready. A sword, someone spoke, the same teen who called out Izuku for goofing off. This is supposed to be a test of your quirk. To use a tool like this is inadequate as a hero. As he looked at the dangerous weapon, I thought Yue said that as long the equipment enhances a person, quirk is allowed. Izuku muttered. The boy adjusted his glasses with one hand, frowning for a moment before nodding as he accepted the point without much fuss. At the same time, the glasses-wearing teen can't quite figure that he had seen the green-hair boy somewhere before but brush it off as more focus on the exam. Of course, it did cause a ruckus. Everyone was staring at him and looking down at Midoriya, knowing his probably the weaknesses and easy picking that he had to use a sword to fight. Unlike all of the participants didn't need any tools, well except a few. A weapon. We can bring those. What can a sword do against robots? Probably has a weak quirk if he needs a sword. He's going to get crushed like a bug. Izuku Dono, maintain your focus, take a deep breath, concentrate, said the samurai spirit, giving him advice. Thanks, Amidamaru. And start. Present Mike's voice echoed through the battlefields, surprising everyone. What's the matter? There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, run, consider the baton tossed. Izuku was already moving ahead of everyone else as the first robot was in front of him. Amidamaru and Harusama. Oversoul. Once the fusion was performed, he quickly cut the one-pointer like a hot knife through butter, leaving it cleanly cut, as he continued again to another pair of robots. 3 two-pointers surrounded him. Taking the time to calm himself, he drew his sword and took a deep breath. Full concentration. He twisted and danced with the grace of an aquatic ballerina as he sliced through them. His Furioku emitted from his weapon as he did the words, Rivalry Mai. Coming to a stop, Izuku swiped his sword across the air as they detonated. He then inhaled deeply, recovering from using that technique. That was still pretty hard, using Furioku to spread oxygen through my blood to increase my body's movement. It hits everything but my lungs, even though I need to breathe. A double-edged sword. That spirit who taught you these techniques did help you in the end, Amidamaru said through the sword. Izuku Dono, focus. The samurai pointed at someone who was pinned down by a one-pointer. Moving quickly, the shaman jumped toward the robot and slashed it instantly. Rather than look at the person he saved, he continued slashing other robots, inadvertently saving a few participants from danger. The teen with glasses saw how powerful the green hair participant that he shouted at, and out of curiosity he looked at the robots that were slashed by the green hair. He was astonished as the cut was so clean and brought shivers down his spine as he touched it. It isn't just him, even the brown-haired girl goes curious also touched the surface of the cut, including others that managed to score more points. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the teachers of UA were watching several students combat the robots with ease, while others barely took down one, or some were beaten down by the robots that they had to be brought by a stretcher. All Might was looking at Midoriya, knowing the boy would pass the exam, remembering how powerful a shaman oversoul is and how dangerous facing one. Luckily, no one else could tell because only a spiritually aware person could see it. Flashback. All Might landed on the sands in a slide facing Izuku. The boy stood himself back up with Amidamaru in his oversoul form. He clenched his fist while facing the monstrous power, the tag still on his face. So, this is the power of a shaman. Yes, a shaman's oversoul powered by Furioku is undeterred by conventional weapons, said Izuku as he pointed at him with the sword. Not even quirks can break a shaman's oversoul. Before you've asked what Furioku is, a shamanic power that enables us to use our oversoul. There are many who theorize that it's our life force, stamina, energy, willpower, and some even called it mana. Putting 2 and 2 together, All Might then said, then I guess only a shaman can fight another shaman. Pretty much. But All Might rushed in and dropped a punch on his chest, sending Izuku back a bit. That doesn't mean you're untouchable. The green-haired boy groaned as he pats his chest. Yeah, I still can't use full oversoul armor yet. Flashback over. With that memory of their spar in his head, All Might nodded, knowing that he would be fine. With the video footage, he could see that Izuku had not only destroyed several robots but also gone out of his way to save others. Without hesitation, he had already long surpassed his expectations. There seems to be a lot of promising students. Present Mike yelled as he saw a bunch of students destroy robots with near ease. I feel like we have more troublesome students. The man with a scarf around his neck groaned as he saw a blonde student with an explosion quirk go crazy on the robot. Very troublesome. His eyes then landed on a green-haired teen using a sword slashing all the robots with precision. Interesting, but troublesome. We've raked in a bumper crop this year. One of the teachers groaned as he saw some participants fighting over robots or attack each other. Some were just standing around after they destroyed just a few robots and looked like they already passed. I'm interested in that kid using a sword. He reminds me of that period drama I watched, so cool and stylish. President Mike said, I didn't know you watched that old stuff. There's a lot about me you don't know, Aizawa. President Mike pointed at him while smiling. Still, he kind of looks familiar. The aforementioned Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Now that you mention it, he does seem familiar, but I can't remember where. That's Izuku Midoriya, spoke the R-rated heroine with a solemn stare. You know him. Izuku Midoriya, quirk, shaman, allows him to speak to the dead. The boy is very well known among the police and hero community because of that ability, Principal Nezu answered with a smile. The police would call young Midoriya to solve any crime that seems impossible to solve. Yeah, now I remember. Guess them rumors of a psychic kid were true, the cowboy said. Still, how did you know about him? Aizawa turned to the sole female in the room. She sighed through her nostrils. It's what happened to Kuro-chan. Flashback. Nimuri Kayama Aka, the pro-hero Midnight, was walking towards a certain point in the city as the sky was raining for her. It didn't matter as she lost something precious to her. Her pet cat Kuro-chan had an accident as he was run over by a car. She remembers the time she found him in a box and adopted him, and raised him with Aizawa concern, knowing how eccentric she can be, afraid it would rub bad on the cat. Even she was a hero, she couldn't even save a member of her family. She felt like a failure as a hero. Excuse me, are you Kayama-san? When she looked towards the voice, she saw a green-haired boy holding an umbrella. Of course, she was suspicious as to how the boy knew her name, thinking might be a villain in disguise. She quickly tried to prepare herself, knowing her quirk is less effective during the rain. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I have a message from Kuro-chan. Wait, from Kuro-chan? The pro-heroine stopped her movements. Yes, he wanted to say he doesn't blame you for not saving him. Kuro-chan wanted to thank you for saving him when he was alone that day, and to give you this. Izuku pulled out an old cat bell and gave it to the pro-hero gently on her waiting palm. Isn't this? As the pro-hero looks at the bell, she noticed it wasn't just any bell. Indeed, it was Kuro-chan's first bell she thought he had lost. He wanted to give you this bell as a reminder that you would always be part of me. I mean, him. With such words, the pro-hero cried, ignoring everything as she hugged the boy for support. There were only so many times where she was vulnerable, and now here's one. Flashback over. Still, how exactly does his quirk help him here? Asked Midnight as she watched. It's probably due to obtaining experience from the dead, as he proclaimed, using his shaman quirk, the principal reason. That sounds a bit creepy, knowing your body being controlled by someone else. I don't believe in spirits, spoke the blood man in the room. I've seen and even talked to one. Everyone in the room looked at the skeletal man like he has grown another head. What? This year sure looks promising, Nezu said with a smile. But the real test hasn't even begun. It's time to see the true colors of these young people. He pressed the red button. Down in the action, Izuku was starting to relax a bit, knowing he already destroyed 40 robots so far, sadly forgetting what number they were. But as long as he passed, it was fine. He could see a lot of robot parts scattering around the fake city. It bugged him how much money does UA invested. Even he knows one robot wasn't cheap to destroy. We may have accumulated enough points to pass Izuku Dono, said Amidamaru in the Chibai Oversoul form. Yes, I think I'm already low on Furioku right now and could go for some burger right now. Boom. An explosion quaked in the distance, probably where everybody was. Debris flew everywhere. Screams could be heard. Metal objects were smashed and scrapped. Even though he couldn't see it, Izuku knew what it was. The zero-pointer. His eyes widened in horror. Getting to the scene, he bore witness and saw the giant monstrosity, a combination of the smaller robots he sliced to bits. Its many red eyes flared in the building smoke. Rather than run like the others around him, Izuku just jogged slowly. From what it looked like, he could tell that it wasn't going to attack anyone in its vicinity. And since it gave no points, he could ignore it. But in the distance, he saw the nice girl of the entrance with her foot under pieces of concrete, trapping her there, and if it wasn't enough, the zero-pointer was going to squash her with its gigantic hand like a bug. Amidamaru, change. Using a technique he picked up from the Ainu tribe, he transformed his oversoul into a board sliding along the ground. Sweat fell down his face as he does so. Achako Uraraka had lost any hope as she saw everyone leave her behind. And seeing the gigantic hand approaching, she shut her eyes tight in fear, waiting for her death. Yet, the pain never came. So, she began to open her eyes again slowly. She saw a green-haired boy that she saved was holding the zero-point machine with a shield materialized from his sword. Don't worry. He looked at her over his shoulder, a forced smile on his face, as he turned towards his foe. Amidamaru, we need to finish this quickly. We're low on Furioku, as Izuku cursed himself for going full out and not saving every last of Furioku for an emergency. Of course, Izuku Dono. Achako Uraraka was looking at any person that was here, hearing a second voice. Then saw the sword and looked closer. It was the one talking. Boo, the question is why come and save her, and knowing a sword like that can't harm something that big as she could saw the giant robot pulling its fist ready to turn them into paste. Rather than be afraid, Izuku and Amidamaru charged forth. Shizuku hammered Tsuki. Izuku did a fast, accurate stab. The sword impacted the metal fist, causing a shockwave that left it staggered. Now, Izuku jumped up using the robot's appendage to climb, eyes aiming for the head. One good strike would destroy it for good. Takatsubo, he shouted as Izuku cut the target vertically with the force of a waterfall. Its head split vertically and crashed. Solely, at the same time, he used up all of his Furyoku. I didn't think this through, Izuku muttered as he tried to get his center of gravity in place. Izuku was cut off when he felt something slap him in the face hard just as he was about to hit the ground. Suddenly, the teen found himself suspended in the air, all momentum just leaving his body. What the? Izuku looked behind him and he was surprised at what he saw. The girl from before held her hands together as her face scrunched. She was floating on a piece of metal. Skill. Release. Ochako struggled to say as she tapped her fingers together. In an instant, Izuku felt gravity as he landed on his feet, barely. She fell off the metal object into the arms of the glasses-wearing teen who jumped in at the last second. Izuku stumbled over towards the girl that just helped. Thanks for the salve. URPP. Ochako covered her mouth as she quickly hopped on her good leg to a broken piece of the robot before she hurled her head behind it where the boy in spirit couldn't see. Herc. Izuku gave the girl a worried look. Are you okay? Izuku asked in a concerned voice as he walked over to the girl. Ochako leaned against the robot as she wiped her face. I'm fine. This happens when I overuse my quirk, she said as she turned to Izuku. Are you okay? You look a little tired. It's nothing, I used too much of my stamina, as he couldn't explain about Furyoku, and at the same time, he could hear his partner chewing from his left ear. The test is over. Present Mike screamed so loud everyone in every mock city could hear. Izuku sighed as he looked at the other teens. How many points did you get? He asked with a concerned look on his face. Ochako shakily raised her hand. 28, she said in a shaky voice as she tried not to throw up again. Izuku nodded with a smile as he pointed to himself. I got 40 robots at least, he said, getting a smile from the two. Before she could say anything, there was a collective calling of, okay, make way. An elderly voice said, making the duo turn. An elderly woman in a hero costume walked down the broken road. She was heading right towards Izuku and Ochako. Is anyone here hurt? Izuku raised his right arm. Nothing serious. Ochako raised her hand as she winced a little, trying to stay off her bad ankle. I hurt my ankle a bit. Oh my, let me take a look, dearie, the old woman said as she knelt to Ochako and looked at her bad ankle. Well, it's nothing serious, just a bad sprain. Honestly, I tell that crazy principal every year not to use dangerous robots such as this, she said before doing something slightly bizarre as her lips stretched, kissing Ochako's ankle. SMOOCH. Before anyone could say anything, a slight glow covered Ochako's ankle as the bruise disappeared before their eyes. Even the samurai who saw this became astonished by the sight. Ochako's eyes widened as she stood on her leg with a shocked expression. It's all better, my leg doesn't hurt anymore, she said with a happy and shocked expression on her face before she hunched over. But now I feel more tired than before, she moaned softly. That's when it hit Izuku as he pointed to the elderly woman. Now I recognize you, you are the youthful heroine recovery girl, Izuku said with eyes sparkles look on his face. Your quirk allows you to speed up anyone's recovery speed, allowing them to heal something that would have taken months in a matter of seconds. His eyes sparkle even brighter. Amidamaru just rolled his eyes, knowing how much his master liked quirks so much that it becomes a thing. Recovery girl gave a small laugh at Izuku. I'm surprised you recognize me. Have a gummy bear, she said as she put a gummy bear in Izuku's hand. Now let me heal you, Sonny, she said before kissing Izuku's cheek. Wait, don't. Before anything could be said, Izuku passed out of exhaustion. 30. Izuku then starting open his eyes, seeing that he was inside the infirmary room and at his side. He could see the recovery girl writing her report on the table. When she saw the boy is awake, she gives him a stare. He could see Amidamaru was there looking and guarding his master against any threats. Why didn't you tell me that you were exhausted using all your stamina? My quirk allows me to speed up anyone's recovery speed at the cost of their stamina. As such, if a person is very low in energy, it used up all that's left in them. I tried to tell you, miss, but you used your quirk before I could say anything. The old lady just signed, knowing it was her fault, but brushed it aside. So what happened while I was out? If you want the simple version, is that when you passed out, we brought you on a stretcher towards the infirmary room, and the girl that you rescued was worried that you passed, so she insisted come, but I told her that you will be fine as I'm a licensed doctor and physician. How long was I out? 3 hours, give or take. Shoot, mom must be worried, and thank you, Miss Recovery Girl, Izuku said as he quickly grabbed his things and rushed outside towards home as the spirit followed him. The physician just sighed. Young people always rushing things and making their parents worried. While the boy was gone, the physician was looking at the boy health records, and it was normal, but the boy regenerative was another question. Even if she uses her quirk to heal, but the healing process was faster than her quirk. She just brushed aside due to the quirk factor. As a physician, her patient life isn't her business and confidential. When Izuku got home, his mom chew him knowing he didn't call her or something, and he apologizes as he decided to go to rest after dinner without question as he was very tired. So Amidamaru, do you think we passed the test? I'd say we did. Izuku don't know, as we defeated 40 Karakuri, and I think it's enough. Yeah, you're right. Still, what you did was still reckless, and your aunt will punish you if she hears about this. Please don't remind me. Izuku shiver remembering all the punishment his aunt gave him. But you did a good job, Izuku Dono, but please try to think first. With that, the spirit went to sleep. The announcement would be delivered in a week, so Izuku had some time to kill. It was decided to hang out with Itsuka somewhere fun to take his mind off the exam. Itsuka decided to bring Izuku to a vintage cinema to watch one of her favorite movies starring Lee Pai-long. Amidamaru recognizes the name. It was Tao Ren, big sister Tao Jun, guardian spirit. As Amidamaru explained to Izuku that the kung fu actor was dead, becoming a Jiangxia reanimated corpse. Even after being freed from the corpse vessel, the spirit still wanted to perfect it and reach new heights with his martial arts style, and allow him to one day perfect it. As such, he called himself by a new name, Lee Pairon, as it continues serving the Tao family as their guardian spirit, or moat like an undead bodyguard. Knowing Amidamaru, the Jiangxia is probably still alive and kicking. Knowing even if he did perfect the martial arts, but just like him, they wanted to guard their family. 1 week later, Izuku Inko called for her son as she burst into his room, a letter in her hands. It came, it's here, she shouted as she held the letter out. It's here, honey. In Inko's hand was his UA letter, the very thing that would tell him if he could become a hero or not. Izuku slowly took the letter from her hands and looked it over, feeling it weigh like a ton in his hands. The letter was addressed to Izuku and said to watch in private. Izuku looked to his mother and saw she was smiling at him, though it was a nervous one. I believe in you, sweetie, she said before leaving his room and including the samurai, closing the door behind her and turning off his light. Izuku walked to his table and sat down. He stared at his letter for a long moment before taking a deep breath and ripping the letter open. A second later, something metal fell out of the workbench. Suddenly, a holo screen appeared before Izuku. Testing, 1, 2. Am I on screen? All might. Izuku couldn't help but yell in shock at the sudden hero on screen. It took some time to jump through some ups and downs and get this done. Sorry for not being able to contact you sooner, the pro hero said with a bow while giving a small cough. That's my bad, he said before looking back to the camera with a big grin on his face. I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other since it's been decided I'll work at UA now, that is. Izuku threw the idea of All Might as a teacher around in his head. The #1 pro hero was good at training someone's like a coach like Mr. Kendo. But when it comes to social skills, that's a different story. The camera changed on All Might and he turned to the side. Now let's talk about your scores. You did excellent in the written test, coming in at the top 5, he said, making Izuku smile. He'd studied everything that might be relevant on the test, and some help from the spirit that passed him. It was either a good thing or a bad thing, nobody will know. Now on to points. During the practical exam, you destroyed numerous robots with your weapons and skills, giving you 75 villain points, the second highest out of 1,000 students. This guarantees you to UA already. Izuku smiled at that. Unlike Bakugo, he was probably unsatisfied knowing he was close behind. The practical exams were only a small step in becoming a hero. He did his best and he even helped some people along the way, so it was more than enough. But wait, there's more. The hero yelled as he gave a thumbs up. Knowing you probably didn't expect this, but there was more than just villain points in the exam, he said as he pointed to a screen behind him. The screen started to show images of Izuku helping various people during the exam. Despite there being a competition going on, you went out of your way to help people as best you could, like a true hero. And how could we not reward that? All Might said with a proud look on his face. The judges were looking at more than just smashing robots. They were looking for what it means to be a true hero, which is helping and saving others. That's why this exam also gave people rescue points. Midoriya gained over 90 rescue points, the highest amount of rescue points in the entire exam. Your total score to 175, bringing you all the way to first place in the entrance exam. Izuku's jaw practically dropped. He knew he helped some people out during the exam, but that was a lot of rescue points. He did think that helping others included points. Izuku guessed a big chunk of that came from taking down the 0-pointer before it could hurt anyone. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. UAS now your hero academia. The image then went on to show the top 10 ranked students in the entire exam. Izuku Midoriya, 75 villain points divided by 90 rescue points equals 165 total points. Katsuki Bakugo, 77 villain points divided by 0 rescue points equals 77 total points. Izuku never felt so much joy and pride ever in his life. "Yes, sir," he said before the video ended. "I made it," Izuku shouted in joy, almost feeling tears build up in his eyes. The hellish training he had endured finally paid off. And all those times when he was bullied because he dreamed of being a hero back before he became a shaman. Suddenly, without any warning, a small hologram of a bear, mouse, dog thing appeared right above the device. "This message will now self-destruct. Welcome to UA." Wait, what? Boom. A few seconds later, Izuku stumbled out of his room while coughing, his face covered in soot. "Izuku, are you okay? What was that explosion?" Enko yelled in worry as Amidamaru came up from behind looking worried as well. Izuku let out a cough as he waved his hand. "The device in the letter exploded," he said, getting a worried look on her face. "So does that mean?" Enko asked in concern, like exploding letter wasn't a good sign. Izuku, on the other hand, grew a big grin on his face. "I got in," Izuku yelled. "You got in?" Enko said in amazement as she hugged her son. "Oh Izuku, I'm so proud of you," she yelled as tears fell down her face. "Congratulations Izuku Dono, we managed to pass the exam. It all thanks for your help Amidamaru. I couldn't have done it without you." "Then Izuku-chan, you better prepared for tomorrow's school. I can guess a lot of things going to happen." The word school tomorrow suddenly made Izuku feel some dread. "Right, school. I wonder how Bakugo is going to take being second," he muttered before he started to make a call. Then all of a sudden his phone, thinking it was Kendo, he picked it up but had an unknown number. "Hello, who is this? Congratulations on entering the famous hero school Midoriya-chan." "Satoru-san, how did you even know?" "Come on, you are quite famous in the supernatural world as the person not only wanted to become a hero in the most famous school UA, unlike others who prefer the down low. I don't think this is a social call. Sorry to interrupt your festivities, but we have a situation. They are cited as curses, and since you're the nearest in the location, you'll know what to do. I sent the coordinates later." Then all bravado was gone as Izuku expression changed to a hardened warrior. "I understand." The line was cut off, and Ko didn't need an explanation, knowing what her son was tasked to do. "It's one of the things, a burden that a shaman must do. It seems I'm going curse hunting tonight." Noroi, or curses, are the manifestations of cursed energy, created by intense negative emotions that include hatred, shame, and regret. Curses bring harm to humanity and anything alive. Even animals aren't immune from their attacks. Even spirits are nothing more than prey to these curses. Curses can be manifested into physical forms that cannot be seen by normal people. Only certain people who are experiencing death can see them, but special individuals like shamans can see this curse's manifestation. Cursed spirits are a race of spiritual beings born from aggregated cursed energy that flows into particular notions, sentiments, and things of that nature. They are corrupt spirits with supernatural abilities that exist to haunt humanity. They have existed during the Sengoku era, as the war-torn era was a massive negative whirlpool at that time, and curses manifested so badly that the shaman had to ally themselves with the Yaokai clan to stop the curses from spreading. The shaman community formed two types of groups. One is the well-known shamans that use guardian spirit, nature spirits, and kami class, while the other call themselves jujutsu sorcerers who use cursed energy to exorcism all cursed spirits or more likely terminate all evil spirits with extreme prejudice. Both groups of shamans are allies as long as their duty doesn't disturb the others in their plight. Izuku right now was walking straight towards an old building. He was wearing a heavy coat covering his face so that no one would recognize him. When Izuku became a shaman, he would learn things that would be impossible to explain unless seen with his own eyes. Things that would make villains look like thugs fighting in a bar brawl. Things that go bumped in the night where you sleep with one eye open. And things that can be seen in the gray area of life. Becoming a shaman, there will be a price to pay, and that was knowledge of cursed spirits, evil spirits, and Yaokai. The day he learned their existence, he knew that these things cannot be saved or captured like villains a hero would do, as the only to stop them is to destroy them permanently. Izuku remembered his first encounter with a curse when his aunt showed him what are curses and their danger towards all life. Flashback. He saw innocent people's bodies torn apart by the curses because they are born from humanity's negative emotion. They are nothing more than monsters that must be exterminated. They cannot be reasoned, nor they can be contained in a cage. And only special artifacts or talisman those curses can be sealed, as his aunt said, showing a grotesque curse as it can't move because of the seal his aunt used. This is the most dangerous among the cursed spirit Izuku. It's called a cursed womb. Izuku look at the curse that looks like a humanoid lizard thrashing around trying to free itself from the bind. A cursed womb can be created from a powerful cursed object. It attracts other curses in the area, and after gathering enough cursed energy, it morphs like a butterfly, but unlike the beautiful butterfly, it changes to something powerful and grotesque. These beings aren't human, or even animals to begin with, as they only took pleasure in killing all life. There will times when you will be needed to exterminate such curses, knowing there is a threat to all life, as that is a shaman duty. Her Dai Tengu appeared. It was a large humanoid oversoul the size of a tower, dressed as an ascetic monk with angelic wings. Like many Tengu, it had a mask with a long nose. Shujin no Kawami wo. With one quick swift, the giant oversoul, tall as Mount Lady Punch, and pulverized the cursed spirit, reducing it to nothingness in a matter of seconds. And his aunt didn't stop with just one, as it follows with 3 punches and a stomp. Make sure every enemy you faced is dead, especially something that dangerous. Remember Izuku. Izuku unsheathed Haru-sama and used Oversoul in the ready as he walks into the building quietly, waiting and searching for the threat. The abandoned building was too quiet, and it made the boy uneasy. He could hear whispers. As he strolled the building, he reached a certain room and felt like he wanted to puke. This room was intoxicated with the curse energy, and he could see all the souls are bonded to this room, trapped, unable to leave as they screamed for salvation. This is horrible, Izuku Dono. We need to kill the cursed spirit. Izuku could tell Amidamaru sympathized with the trapped innocent spirits. Yes, Amidamaru. Out of nowhere it did appear behind Izuku and swap him like a bug as the shaman crashed into a pillar. He could feel his back hurt from the impact. Shit, I got caught off guard. Izuku quickly got up and rolled out of the way as the cursed spirit leapt to deliver a pile drive. As it landed, Izuku took a look at its feature. It's a body covered in shadow. It's shaped like an ape but had 4 arms, and its mouth had a split jaw. Then the monster's back grew more arms, making it 8 arms in total. It growled. Izuku could tell it was a lowly cursed spirit, but he can't let his guard down like last time. Let's go, Amidamaru. As you wish. As Izuku rushed towards the beast, but rather than charge like a wild animal, it jumps all around the room and attacking the shaman, while Izuku uses his Oversoul shield to protect himself from the attack. It's fast, Amidamaru. We need to slow it down. Right, we need to aim for the arms. Izuku focused his Furyoku on a single point in his sword. Amidamaru, Shinku Butajiri. His vacuum blade attack flew toward the spirit. It jumped, dodging the slash, but he managed to hit the body. Rather than being hurt, it looked pissed as it shouted louder, and it grew another set of arms, making it 10. The attack left a giant hole in the building. If that wasn't bad enough, a phone call was heard as Izuku quickly took it and replied. Hello, Izuku. Do you know how long I've waited for you to call me? Itsuka, now's not the time. Amidamaru moved on his own, protecting his master, deflecting the attack. I know you already passed, but you can't let a girl wait for a cow. You couldn't even call to congratulate or ask if she passed. There was a roar on his end. What the hell was that? I'm at the zoo with a spirit. No, seriously, what was that? He leapt up, getting hit in the stomach and falling with a groan. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Bye. Itsuka stared at her phone. She was more than a little peeved. The nerve of that guy, hanging up on a pretty girl. Itsuka, are you talking to that boy again? That was her father. Back at the action in the abandoned building. People from the outside could hear and see the explosions happening, thinking it might be a villain attack or a gas leak. The civilians called in the police and pro-heroes to the scene. Amidamaru, I got an idea. All we need to do is sever the hands. That'll stop it. How, Izuku Dono? We can't even reach it. Just trust me. I understand. As Izuku was once again on the defense, only this time he lowered the shield. The beast saw this as an opportunity to quickly jump towards the boy with tremendous speed. ZenSHCH. Izuku breathed, taking in every last oxygen he gathered and also increasing his Furyoku. Mizu no Koki, as the ape was already near his face. Roku no Kata, Najire Uzu. Izuku fiercely twists his upper and lower body, creating a whirlpool that cuts anything caught in it as the ape arms and body were slashed consecutively, causing to lost all of its arms and just stood there. Now, Izuku quickly jumped a few feet and to finish it off in one striking move toward the cursed spirit. Kanton no Ju. Izuku slashed the ape's head off as its body started to dissolve into nothingness. It wasn't just that the spirit and victims from the curse are finally free to go to the afterlife as they thanked the shaman. Izuku could only cry and pray as he couldn't do more than just kill the cursed spirit. But he still remembered those haunting words from his aunt. You can't save everyone. Soon, pro-heroes and the police arrived at the scene, surrounding the building. Izuku was already out of the building, who still wearing his coat to hide his feature. Halt. You are using your quirk in public, illegally. Rather than say anything, Izuku pulled out something and showed the officers and the pro-heroes. All their eyes widened, recognizing what it meant. Supernatural Department Association Investigation and Handling. Those were the words written on the pentagram star badge he held before them. It was a group that existed for a very long time, and the government knows these people's existence. Not only that, even the public safety community also acknowledges this group. For whatever reason, this group's duties are beyond a pay grade of a hero. Aizawa, or his hero title Eraserhead, knows this group when he became an underground hero, as during his job he investigates these people and their connection. But when he got closer, the principal Nezu called him and told him to let it go. as he explains that this group of people have existed since the Sengoku era and have been tasked to do something in the shadow from the public eyes. They hide and do it in the shadow to avoid panic and other things. Of course, Aizawa didn't take it, as Nezu in anger gave Aizawa a warning that if he continues investigating the SDAIH and learning the truth, there is no going back. As much he hated but comply with the principal words. As of right now, they just let the boy walk away. And they can't do anything at all. At the same time, Izuku needed to go to the temple to report to the temple about his task. Deku, you bastard. Izuku grunted softly as his back hit a stone wall of the school. After coming to school, Bakugo and Izuku were both called to the counselor's office together to be congratulated for getting into UA. Together. Well, more likely the school just wanted more public attention to get more endorsement, knowing their school produced 2 students entering into heroics. The whole time Bakugo gave Izuku a death glare that the teacher ignored. Once they left the counselor's office, the former forced the ladder to the back of the school, which led to this situation. Following his command, Amidamaru sat by and did nothing. What dirty goddamn trick did you use to get first in the exam, you sithead? Bakugo screamed in Izuku's face. I did no such thing. Bakugo pointed at his face. Don't play dumb with me. There is no way, and nobody with a weak quirk that allows you to talk to spirits could not only pass the exam, but beat me. It was the last straw. Ever since the day he had a quirk, things change. In truth, Bakugo used to use his quirk on Deku when he was diagnosed as being quirkless. He was a quirkless loser one day, but when he returned from somewhere he had a strange quirk. Izuku gave a light shrug. Though, he was worried about Kaken losing his temper and blasting him through the wall behind him, not caring about the consequences. I was supposed to be the first to enter UA from here. Me alone, he said in a low tone. You ripped my future glory twice to pieces and pissed all over it. Something seemed to snap in Izuku from hearing Bakugo's petty reason. The teen grabbed the blonde's arm in a hard grip, so hard that it actually made Bakugo wince at how strong it was. Kaken, enough. Both of us are going to become heroes, and it's time we move on from this pettiness. Amidamaru looks down on him with a nod, agreeing with every word he said. What the F did you say, Deku? Bakugo asked in a low tone as he brought his hand close to Izuku's face. He grabbed that hand too, because, like my aunt said, he noted the flinch in his explosive rival's expression. If we want to show our resolve and skill to become great heroes, we should prove ourselves at UA, aiming to become number 1. Bakugo just looked at Deku, knowing he was right. It was better to show his prowess at UA, and showed him that he can beat the nerd. Fine, I'll show you that you being first is just a fluke, as he left without looking back. For about 5 seconds. Oh yeah, my mom is coming over tonight to celebrate. She is? Izuku asked curiously. Now he took his leave. Later that day, Izuku returned home just as the night was covering the country. Inside, he spotted his mother working hard in the kitchen. He also notices an extra pair of shoes by the door. Mom, he called out, though she remains focused on her task. Izuku, and here, sweetie. Inko pulled over a knife and proceeded to chop onions before adding them to a pot. Just finishing up dinner. Are the Bakugos coming over tonight? Oh, you knew that, muttered Izuku before he knew it. Yes, they are. Inko lowered the heat. Head to your room right away. You have a guest. Oh, that explains that. The boy headed into his room. Though while he does, he noticed that Amidamaru wasn't around. What was he hiding from? Izuku opened the door to his bedroom, staring inside at the person sitting on his bed. Hello, Izuku. Oh, that's why. Sitting on his bed was a retired pro-heroine, a high-ranking worker of a company called Funbari Holdings, a powerful Itako in her own right, and his aunt, Anna Secure the 10th. She was statuesque, with long black hair that looked like charcoal, and dressed in a dark purple suit. Also, he never noticed this, but she had big boobs, his face frozen yet sweating like he's melting. Izuku waved to her. Anna stared with a calm expression. Congratulations on passing the entrance exams with the highest score, Izuku. You knew about that? Of course I do, said the woman before standing. I came by to give you a gift for your victory. With both hands, she handed him a card. He accepted, reading it as, this coupon is for a free meal at the Liumeng restaurant in Yokohama Ejincho atop the Heian Tower. That coupon gives you and any guests a free meal, she said, pointing at it. Wow, this is a good place to eat too. Izuku gasped with excitement at where this place was. I can bring Itsuka and her dad, and even Yagi. Anna continued to stare, before clearing her throat. Oh, right. Thank you for the gift. No problem, my dear nephew. She patted his head like an owner to a dog, her grip suddenly tightening. You haven't been slacking on your training, have you? And no, because before you are a hero, you are also a shaman. Her fingers pressed harder. Now, tell me why you're apparently so chummy with All Might. All Might. Sweat poured down his face. I don't know what you're talking about. Her other hand yanked the air, pulling down Amidamaru from thin air. Bond and gagged, Izuku could tell what happened. Before you try to lie, just know that he told me, everyone. So, you were saying. I'm sorry, Izuku Dono. Amidamaru spoke in shame, even gagged. Crap. Out in the living room, the Bakugo family entered the apartment. The blonde child grumbled as he took his shoes off. I can't believe we're doing this. Be polite, Katsuki, spoke his mother before entering the living room. There, the woman and her husband would come face to face with her. Anna Asakura passed by them without even acknowledging their presence, though she did stop before Bakugo, the teenager freezing staring up at her, speechlessly. Oh, hello again there, Bakugo, she spoke, her tone quiet yet menacing. The Funbari onsen misses your cleansing touch. I bet, he replied nervously. The woman then left the apartment. Once the door shut, the boy finally relaxes. Why the hell was that monster here? Middle school ended and springtime came in the blink of an eye for Izuku. The shaman in training was currently at the front door of his home, ready to leave and finally enter high school. Putting aside all of what happened at that place and what he forced to tell his aunt, he focused on the highlight of the day, his first day at UA. The green-haired teen didn't know what class Itsuka was accepted into, but he hoped she was in the same one like him, Class 1A. He just wanted someone he knew by his side. Izuku. The teen looked back to see his mom smiling at him with proud looks on her face. Inko smiled at her son as she felt tears in her eyes. You're the first shaman to enter UA right now, and I'm so proud of how far you've come. Izuku smiled as he opened the door. See you soon, Mom. Let's go, Amidamaru, he said before he walked out and made his way to UA. Izuku rode the train, didn't waste any time making it to UA, pure excitement running through his body. This was all the first step to becoming a hero. This is what 10 years of hell training. This was what he trained for, to both a hero and a shaman. Well, technically hero comes first. 1A, where is 1A? Izuku muttered as he rushed down the hallway, not wanted to be late. After about a few minutes of searching, Izuku finally found the 1A classroom door. It was big, almost twice as tall as Izuku's height and nearly 3 times as long as his shoulders. Must be for people of all sizes, Izuku said as he stared at the door. Indeed, Izuku Dono is probably is. Amidamaru looks at the door size and height. Still, he always questions how humanity has changed when he went to periods of sleep for hundreds of years, knowing that they evolved, as a scientific term says. But Amidamaru wasn't stupid, even if he came from a primitive time. Knowing those with power can be corrupted is probably the reason why a school like this are used to teach young people like his master to know how to use their quirks in a positive way and learn responsibility to wield it. But Amidamaru can stop this nagging feeling that heroes are like icons, nothing more than ways to suppress misuse of quirks in the public from going into a panic. Still, it was his gut feeling only and not concrete evidence to talk to his master for now. I'll be learning alongside the chosen few who passed the exam. It also means some of them could be your rival, Izuku Dono. Nearly 1,000 people applied for the UA entrance exam, and only about 40 people were taken into the hero course. The rest, who still wished to enter UA, were put in the general education course or decided to try their luck in other hero schools. I know it's highly unlikely, but I seriously hope Kaken is put into 1B. Izuku thought as he opened the door, only to sigh at what he saw. It's my luck really that bad? It's kinda a thing, Izuku Dono. Even my master Yodono also had terrible luck sometimes. Don't put your legs on the desk. Don't you think that's disrespectful towards your classmates? No, as a matter of fact, I don't think so. Which middle school is you from anyway, you 2-bit extra? There, sitting in the front row, was Bakugo, arguing with the blue hair glasses. The two were arguing with Bakugo, saying he was going end or kill, shocking the glasses teen. After a second, Ida noticed Izuku by the door. As he walked straight towards Izuku, and Amidamaru was ready to intervene, then unexpectedly and bowing in one motion. Greetings, my name is... I overheard you, Izuku stammered to interrupt him. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Izuku, I must acknowledge you for discerning the true nature of the practical exam, Tenya declared. I completely misread you. I hate to admit it, but you surpassed me during the test. He wasn't even sure how to tell the guy that he hadn't had the foggiest idea. He only wanted to help, that's all. I also wanted to apologize for my words back during the exams. That equipment, the sword that you used, was exceptional. I should know that. It was due the stress of the exam I lash out on you. It's alright, we were a lot of stress for the exam. I know how it feels, so let's just let water under the bridge, alright? Thank you. Ida then extended his hand to Shook. As Izuku shook Ida's hand, the green-haired teen noticed all eyes were on him, making him feel like he was being judged again. Izuku could tell the class was sizing him up a bit, but unknown to him and Amidamaru, one of the classmates, could see the floating spirit and knew who the spirit... Hey, Midoriya, you're here too. He turned, including the spirit, to the door to see Ochako standing behind Izuku with a smile on her face. Bakugo was glaring at Izuku as he gritted his teeth. The blonde still remembered what happened after they were called to the school's counselor together, and he still didn't know how Izuku got first instead of him, rescue points or not. But he will prove that he was better than the nerd. I wonder if today's the ceremony. Or is it guidance counselor stuff today? Ochako said, looking a little nervous. Oh, and the teacher, what'll they be like? I'm so anxious, like wow. Oh, right, you dropped this during the exam, as she gives him back a mortuary tablet. I'm surprised that you kept something precious like this to your heart. Technically, it didn't matter if the tablet was missing, as Izuku has a few to replace them for Amidamaru, but it was the thought that counts. Izuku smiled at Ochako and was about to thank her until someone interrupted him. If you're gonna be hunting for buddies, do it elsewhere. The four turned to look behind Ochako to see something interesting. Down on the floor was a shaggy-looking man inside a yellow sleeping bag, looking like a human caterpillar. This is the department. The man took something out of his sleeping bag and started to drink it. Of heroics. Who the hell is this guy? Was the collective thoughts of everyone in class as Izuku made his way to the desk, including others. It took you children 8 seconds to quiet down, the man said as he threw his sleeping bag off. Life is short, kids. You're all lacking in common sense. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shouta Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you. Aizawa pulled out a PE uniform from his sleeping bag. Wear these immediately, and then shove off to the PE grounds, he said as he started to hand out the PE uniforms to everybody. Everyone in the class had a confused look on their face but did as they were told by the pro-hero teacher. A quirk apprehension test. Everyone nearly yelled in confusion. Everyone in class 1 stood on the large PE ground while in their PE uniforms given to them by Aizawa, which fit everyone perfectly. What about the ceremony and the guidance counselor's meeting? Ochako called with a worried look on her face. At the same time, Itsuka and her 1B classmate were in the hall for the ceremony. She was looking around for Izuku, who was supposed to be in the 1A class during the ceremony, and the class was nowhere in sight. She could hear her other classmate Monoma cursing the 1A students or something. If you want to be heroes, we don't have time for frilly niceties, the hero said without looking back at Ochako. You all understand the school's reputation for freedom on campus, Aizawa said while looking back with a scary look in his eye. Well, that freedom goes for us teachers too, so that means, he said, making everyone gulp. Aizawa went on to explain what the quirk apprehension test was. Apparently, it was more simple than most people thought. The 20 students would all do 8 events today, such as softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercises, seated toe touch. All these things were used in middle schools for sporting tests. Only nobody could use their quirks, so to keep things fair for people, which was hard for people with mutation quirks. Bakugo, the hero teacher, called the blonde's name, grabbing his attention. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? The blonde clicked his teeth, looking annoyed. 67 meters, he said. Aizawa tossed a softball to Bakugo. Try using your quirk this time around. As long as you don't exit the circle, anything you do is fine, he said as Bakugo walked into the circle. Don't hold back, he said, getting a grin out of the blonde. You got it, he said with a grin as he started to wind up his arm. Just augment the pitch with some shockwave power. That'll blow everyone away and show who is on top. Just as the ball was leaving Bakugo's hand, the blonde set off a huge explosion that sent the ball soaring into the distance. D-I-I-I-E. The blonde screamed at the top of his lungs. Die, Izuku thought with an eye roll as he rubbed the dust out of his eye. Amidamaru couldn't believe that it was the blonde battle cry. After a few seconds, the device in Aizawa's hands beeped. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of, the pro-hero said as he showed what Bakugo's score was, which was 705.2 meters. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. Awesome, that looks so fun. 705 meters, so unreal. We can really use our quirks now. That's the Department of Heroics for you. It looks fun, you say. Everyone for some reason felt dread at the pro-hero's tone of voice right now. So you were planning to spend your 3 years here having a good old time, Aizawa said as his hair shadowed his eyes. What happened to become heroes? When the teacher's eyes landed on everyone, they felt a shiver of dread. All right then. In that case, the new rule, the student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless. The next words to leave the man's mouth sent a chill of dread through everyone, and instantly expelled. At that moment, Izuku realized, things just got a little harder. Our freedom means we dispense with students as we please, the Racerhead said while pulling his hair back, an almost mad grin on his face. Welcome to the Department of Heroics, 1 day before the first day at UA. As a token of appreciation to celebrate his entrance to UA, Izuku invited Itsuka and her father for dinner to one of the most exquisite dinners in Yokohama at Jincho at the Liemeng restaurant on the top of the Heian Tower. Another reason was to apologize for Itsuka hanging up the phone and giving him the cold shoulder. Both the building and restaurant had become the second place for heroes and important people to dine and needs a reservation. Lending his nephew a transport, his aunt spoke. Don't say I never did any favors for you. As of right now, they are inside her limo. The family of 2 stared outside the window in awe, their first time being in a limousine after all. Yagi was there as well, acting with ease as he was used to it. I never thought your aunt was rich. She was very ambitious, Yagi-san. My sister had a dream to own her own company, and she had the skill and the knowledge to do so, unlike me. This was something Inko was aware of. Well, she wanted to become a pro hero as she thought it was the faster way to get influence and prestige, and she did, even if disapproved by my family, but they can't deny that my sister Anna had a powerful quirk and family heritage to boost. Both boys could tell what she meant by that. It's all right, Midoriya-san. It's just my first time riding a limo, Izuku said with a smile. The five of them remained quiet as they reached their destination. When they saw the building, it was extraordinary with its Chinese architect and elegance. They walked inside the restaurant to be seated in a VIP room with an aquarium background. He could see her aunt sitting and looking at the phone, probably discussing her work, and he was scared. "Oh, Aunt Anna, why are you here?" She put down the phone and looked at the guests coming in. "What, can't I celebrate dinner with my family and his friends?" Amidamaru snorted, knowing better. "I'm Anna Asakura, Inko Midoriya's big sister. Kendo and Tashinori-san, a pleasure meeting all of you." She gave a bow. "My nephew had been talking all about you." Both Itsuka and her father bowed respectively. "Thank you for having us." "Same here." Yagi also bowed. "Pleasure is all mine. Please sit down. I'm ordering something special. For today's occasion is Peking duck." Izuku gave a huff in relief. Peking duck was one of the main dishes the imperial courts ate. "She's treating them well." "That's so generous of you, Asakura-san," Itsuka said, thanking the older woman. This was her first time trying such exquisite food. "Nonsense, let's just eat." Yagi raised a hand. "Excuse me, could I order a porridge? I have a very upset stomach." "Just order whatever you fancy. There is a coupon." The dinner then went underway. As they finished their meal, Anna was the one who spoke first. "Izuku, I hope you didn't slack on your training by pestering others of their quirks again." He flinched. "No, Aunt Anna. I've been good in training to become a hero." "Good, and I thank both of you for helping to look after Izuku. I'm sure he's been giving you trouble." "He does," Yagi said. "That's what friends are for, Asakura-san," Itsuka said. "What about me?" Mr. Kendo asked. "Did you once contribute to my nephew's growth?" The man shut his mouth at that. "So now that you've enjoyed your meals, I would like for the three of you to go home. I'd like to speak with my family if that's all right." The three outsiders don't need to think twice, got up, bowed, and thanked Anna for the meal as they leave, leaving only members of the Asakura family. "Inko, you can leave also." The obvious demand was demand. Knowing what this meant, Inko got up to make her exit. As Inko left, leaving the two of them in the restaurant, it quickly became quiet. Izuku even noticed there was a lack of people all of a sudden. "Tell me, Izuku-chan, what reason did I pick this place to celebrate your passing exam for?" He gained a feeling of dread. "Is it because Aunt Anna craves Chinese food?" She laughed before her face turned deadly serious. "No, this place is more than just a fancy restaurant, you see. It's more like a fortress, for secret discussions are always held within these walls for heroes, villains, government officials, and politicians. Whatever secrets they can talk about openly, as the policy is to remain secret. Thus is the nature of this neutral area." Izuku already explained about All Might being his successor, and one for all, so what else could she want to talk about? Still, it would be best to keep quiet about certain things even here. "So let's get to why you're here, Izuku." She clasped her fingers together. "The first day you manifested the ability to become shaman was the day it changes your life. I trained you hard to this day so that you would become a hero. It's your dream and passion, but it will bring a question to us, and that is, if you continue to be a hero, other shamans will be inspired to be heroes too. And that, in turn, will start to reveal the existence of shaman to the world." Izuku widened his eyes to her. She thought about the ramifications far more than he did. "Isn't that good? The shaman's existence has been kept secrets for thousands of years to prevent mass panic, prejudice, and discrimination. This has been long before even the appearance of quirks 250 years ago. If they figure out that your quirk isn't a quirk, there will be more questions. Even curses and yokai may start to come to light. Well, can't I just keep it so they think it's a? There are shaman that are pro-heroes who hide their abilities to use their quirks. That includes me." She picked up a seashell and easily crushed it with her fingers. He remembered that ability, Iron Claw. "Are you willing to take the responsibility of becoming the next symbol and a shaman at the same time?" Izuku looked down at himself, before back to her. "Aunt Anna, I'll await your answer. I don't want you delivering some half-assed, shallow response without understanding the depth of it." He sighed. "Look, I understand that this is big, but it has always been my dream to become a hero just like All Might. I want to save people with a smile, and I worked hard and endured all of this for that. If I stopped now, I would be spitting in the faces of everyone who helped and believed in me." Anna stared at him for a bit, before sighing. "I said no shallow answer, but it was far less than I expected." She then passed him a wooden box. He opened it up, revealing a pair of black, fingerless gloves. Each had an inscription. "What's this for?" These are no ordinary gloves. The skin is from a 100-year-old serpent, whose scales were said to be impervious to any attacks. The remaining metal is made from the remnants of war weapons that residue with the spiritual essence of other warriors' energy, and its inscription is Celtic runes inscribed under the moonlight. Whoa, these gloves will not only help you holding Harusama steadily, but will be able to enhance your Furyoku by 8%. Not just that, but it allows normal people to see the metaphysical form of Oversoul much more clearly, including those from far. Wait, it does. He stared down at these gloves. Why give them to me? Doesn't this defeat the purpose of what you said? Her eyes turned dark. Do you really think I would waste my time training you to be a hero and then give you that speech years later? She then lightened up. It's time the shaman changed their thoughts on the world. To do that, we need a hero, someone who can stand at the top of the world through his efforts. Just as Yoa Sakura did that for us years ago, you can do this for us now. Tears welled up in his eyes. He's never heard her say anything nice to him. Thank you, Aunt Anna. Thank you for believing in me. Thank me when you succeed. For now, go to your mother. She's probably worried about you. Thank you. He took his gift and ran off, leaving the Atako as he and Amidamaru took for the outside. Once he was gone, Anna took a big sip from expensive alcohol. It's a big risk she's making. Her nephew was still naive, but that may prove to his favor. After all the experiences she had suffered through, this will be easier on him. People are naturally selfish, but by spending time with others you end up seeing beyond yourself. A boy like himself can change the world, do what not even All Might with his time limit can do, but he'll need the support and love of people who understand what he needs to do. I was only ever surrounded by the corrupted. That's why I retired and left the spotlight. As Anna finished her drink, her secretary appeared. This was a young adult woman who had long blonde hair. Oh, Rivetta Davork. About time you came around. Madam, Rivetta said. Is it all right to leave such thing to Master Izuku? Really? She eyed her. Do you not want him to pull this off? You're a quirkless shaman just like him. I mean, this is going to be a lot of pressure on him. He is just a kid. It's fine, Rivetta. Growth comes when consequences are attached. Besides, I feel that something is going to happen and it would involve heroes, villains, and other shamans. The boy may not be an heir to the family, but he will become something more important than just a symbol of peace. Only time will tell. Rivetta looked back at where Izuku left. And, did you at least tell him the other secret about him? Nope, he'll find out soon enough. She grinned. After all, they're both in the same school. The kid who ranks last gets expelled. Achako shouted in shock, sputtering almost. This is our first day here. But even if it wasn't, that's just too unreasonable. Everyone was in agreement finding it to be unreasonable. And yet Aizawa wasn't fazed by Achako. Natural disasters, massive accidents, ego-mad villains. The pro-hero went on to explain, all kinds of calamities can happen when we least expect them. Japan's now positively drenched in unreasonable. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it all and restore reason. A serious look crossed his face. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one of hardship after the next. This is plus ultra. And I expect you to overcome these trials and climb to the top. Izuku glanced around to see everyone getting serious and pumped up. As one by one everyone in Class 1 started to try using their quirks to launch the softball further. Some like Achako Uraraka had gotten a good grade. The girl, for example, having infinity on her throw as she made the softball lighter. Infinity. Seriously. Amidamaru whistled impressively seeing it. One student called Momo Yaoyarazu created a cannon and fired the ball into the distance, getting a score of 2.8 kilometers. It was then Midoriya's turn. Sensei, I can go all out right. Yes, as long as you don't leave this circle. And hurry up. Izuku stood in the center of the circle, preparing himself. Let's go Amidamaru. Hidadama mode. The spirit transformed into a spirit ball, allowing the boy to grasp him. His wearing the gloves that Anna gave him, testing it. Amidamaru and Harusame. This time, the spirit had changed a flaming green color. He also wasn't biting the sword. It was the result of the glove's ability. What's that? A flaming sword? It's glowing, and why does it have eyes and a mouth? Is that similar to Dark Shadow? As his classmates call out whatever it was he's doing, Izuku took the softball. His oversoul changed shape to that of a bat as he tossed the ball up. And slowly he swung the spirit bat. Izuku's bat slammed hard against the ball, creating a shockwave as the ball flew straight towards the sky faster than a bullet. It flew into the sky, nowhere to be seen. Aizawa was shocked, but just as impressed despite his taciturn expression as the score was home run. That was so cool. Kirishima spoke out loud. To think Midoriya was stronger than he looked. Ida was awe. Everyone in the group looked amazed except for one as his mouth opened wide and gagged looking at the one person with the weakest quirk surpass him. What the hell was that? His effing quirk let him do that. Was he hiding his true powers the whole effing time? Deku, Bakugo roared as he blasted his way to the tired teen. You have a lot of explaining to do, Citrak. Amidamaru and his Oversoul from move on its own quickly intercept Bakugo's attack to defend his master. But before Bakugo could even reach Deku, his quirk suddenly stopped while he was in midair. What the F? A white scarf wrapped around his body, keeping him in place. Shit, this cloth. Why is it so hard? It's my special capture weapon. A steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers, Aizawa explained with an annoyed expression on his face. Seeing him, Izuku gaped when he recognized his appearance finally. Pointing, he screamed, "Oh, I know you. You're the Erasure Hero Eraserhead." Eraserhead? Never heard of him. I think he's one of those underground heroes. Eraserhead, a pro hero who has a quirk that can erase other quirks by just looking at them. An expert in a different type of martial arts of hand-to-hand combat. Also a person who doesn't like to be in the spotlight, and why you're an underground hero. The boy continued to squeal, seeing another prominent hero. Amidamaru just sighed. Geez, don't make me use my quirk so much. I've got dry eye, damn it. And be quiet, Midoriya, he said, looking peeved now. His quirk is amazing, but it seems a waste on a guy with dry eyes, was the collective thoughts of most of the class. "TCH," Bakugo said while he was let go, glaring at Deku, who held his gaze. He should have been nothing more than a pebble in my path. Minus 50-meter dash. First up were Mina Ashido, the pink girl with horns, and Yuga Aoyama, the blonde hair boy wearing a giant belt wrap around his waist. He used his naval laser propelling forward similar to a cannon ricochet after being fired faster than she could slide on whatever slick she's producing under the soles of her feet. However, he stopped and had to get back up and do it again and again, allowing the girl to catch up to him. She surpassed him by 5.31 seconds. The second pair to go was Tenya Ida and Tsuyu Asui. Being a contest of speed, Tenya sprinted across the finish line, beating Tsuyu, who hopped across the finish line. The third pair up was Ochako Uraraka and Mashirao Ajiro. Ochako immediately began using her quirk to lighten up her clothes and shoes. Mashirao launched himself forward with his powerful tail as soon as it started. This put him ahead of her. The fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh pair all continued, all getting varying times from 5 to 7 seconds. Up now were Shoto Todoroki, a handsome male with 2 colors for his hair, and Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl. At the sound of the horn, Shoto blasted himself forward with an ice pillar he created. As he began descending, he created an ice slide, allowing him to slide across the finish line in 3.15 seconds. Hagakure was crossing by the finish line in 6.24 seconds. Finally, it was Izuku and Katsuki's turn. The two get into position. As Izuku changed his oversoul that of a board, everyone was looking with intrigue as it can change shape, knowing it was versatile like Heiarazu quirk. I'll beat that nerd. He released his quirk, screaming, "Explosive Turbo." Using explosives, he rocketed himself further, earning him a time of 3.95 seconds. 1.55 seconds, announced the robot recorder, causing the hothead to look at his rival who was faster than him. It pissed him off even more. "Damn, he's strong and fast," muttered Ijiro. Shoto narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Grip test. Izuku changed his oversoul again. A giant arm of Amidamaru materialized, gripping the item so hard it broke. "Oops, sorry about that." Aizawa brushed it away and replaced it with a new one. Next was Shoji with 540 kilograms. "What are you, a gorilla?" "No, you're more like an octopus," spoke the smallest student among them. Sato got 480 kilograms after consuming sugar, and Momo, who created an industrial-grade clamp, got 700 kilograms. Standing long jump. Aoyama used his naval laser to propel similar during the 50 meters dash. Tsuyu's frog quirk allowed her to leap further. Ida almost cleared the sandbox, using his engine to propel him farther forward. Ochako barely cleared it, almost throwing up as she did. Shoto was another one who easily cleared by blasting himself off an ice pillar again. It was then Izuku's turn. "Sir, the rules apply that we don't touch the ground, right?" "Yes." This time, he used his board to avoid touching the floor, easily clearing it. Sustained side jumps. Minta made up for some of his failures by creating clumps of balls next to him and kept bouncing off them with ease. He was the only one to stand out and excel here. Endurance run. Though seemingly simple, Momo blew the competition by creating a motor scooter along with a solar charger on it. While the others ran out of stamina, she kept going. Not even Izuku's hellish training could keep up forever. Seated toe touch. This simple event was hard for anyone to stand out in. Tsuyu, due to her quirk, got the best score. "Almost got it," huffed Momo as she leaned forward, her assets pressing down on her legs, hampering her. "The hero course is the best," commented Minta as he stared at Momo and all the girls, only to get a slap from a stretchy tongue. Sit-ups. This one ended up being rather purely physical as well, as nobody had any quirks that could help them get a better score, except for maybe Shoto, who created a small film of ice to keep himself from sweating. Izuku cleared second. Soon, the trials were all over, and everyone was nervous about their results. "I'll be posting scores up now," said Shota as he fiddled with his phone. "The total is the aggregated sum of each of your scores. Reciting them one by one and explaining the process would be a waste of time and energy, so I'll be disclosing them all at once." Seriously, everyone thought. With a tap on his phone, it projected a holoscreen with their ranking. While most started from the top, Shinzo started from the bottom. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Momoye Urazu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Ida Tenya. 6. Fumikage Takoyami. 7. Mizo Shoji. 8. Meshur Awajiro. 9. Ajiro Kirishima. 10. Mina Ashido. 11. Achako Uraraka. 12. Koji Koda. 13. Rikido Sato. 14. Suyu Asui. 15. Yuga Aoyama. 16. Hanta Siro. 17. Denki Kaminari. 18. Kyoka Jiro. 19. Toru Hagakure. 20. Minoru Maita. Most of them looked at Maita in pity as his soul seemed to leave his body. "Oh yeah, that whole expulsion thing. I lied," said Shota with a dirty grin. Everyone blinked in surprise at this while he continued to explain with a trolling smirk on his face. "It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks." "I'm safe," cried Maita as he collapsed to the floor. "Of course it was a ruse," frowned Momo. "It was obvious if you think about it." "I don't think so, am I right?" Aizawa Dono as Amidamaru decided to voice everyone, then looked at the talking sword. "The reason why you said expel, you wanted to push everyone to their limits, including quirks, and you would expel the ones who didn't go beyond plus ultra, am I right?" Aizawa grinned. "Let this be a reminder if you decided to fall back in your training and disappoint. I won't hesitate to demote all of you to support in general education course or expel one of you." Everyone shuddered at the threat Aizawa gave them, including Momo, who realized that her assumption could have been wrong. If she held back, she would have been expelled. "Well then, since you've gotten your results, go ahead and head back to class," Aizawa yawned. "Your curriculum sheets are back in the classroom on the first desk. Take one and give them a look over." "Effing fourth," raged Katsuki in his mind as the rest of the class began to talk lightheartedly. "Fine, Deku, this isn't over." He glanced at Izuku as he was talking to Ochako, Ida. Shoto meanwhile was staring directly at Izuku. "Bastard," thought Katsuki, "don't effing look down on me." When class was over, the number 1 hero made his appearance to the underground hero. "It's not every day I see you look impressed, Aizawa." The pro hero turned to the side to see All Might himself in his muscular form and a yellow suit. "Oh, it's you. So you were watching, I take it," Aizawa said, not even fazed like some fan hero. "You must be free then." The number 1 hero had a small laugh at that. "You know, it's a little surprising to see you not expel a single person, given that you expelled a whole new class of first graders last year, saying that logical ruse thing is not your style. You'd kick kids out without a moment's hesitation if you judged them as having zero chance. You too must have felt all of their potentials, including Midoriya's," the hero said with a huff that seemed to catch the scarf-wearing hero. "You too," Aizawa said as he glanced at All Might. "So you have his back, right?" he said slowly, making the hero pause. "Their chances are above zero. They can drop down at any minute, just like I said to them, so don't expect me to not change my mind at any time. More importantly," Aizawa stared him down, "if you're backing him that much, then you must know a bit about this shaman quirk." All Might was silent for a long moment before he sighed. He explained his meeting with Midoriya and what he said to him, as those were the condition and why he wanted to make him his successor. On the more plus side, he knew the existence of the supernatural world, or shamans as they called themselves, has long existed even before quirks. But that is a secret he can't tell Aizawa and other teachers. Aizawa absorbed the information All Might said before turning forward. "So then why is this a quirk that I can't erase? Does Nezu know about Midoriya's quirk?" "I'm sorry, but that is something not even I can tell, as it's a big secret. That happens to run in the family." It was not his place to tell the other teachers about the existence of shamans, but he wouldn't pass Nezu knowing of their existence. The principal had an eventful life. "Whatever, as long as the boy meets my expectations and isn't causing trouble, I will overlook this." The erasing hero would get his answer eventually. But for now, sleep. The school day was over, and the students were already drained both physically and mentally. "I was truly fooled by Aizawa-sensei," stated Tenya. "I even thought, this is the best of the best." And so on. "Now I see how the teachers here encourage both deception and inspiration." "I'm not too sure if he was just joking or telling the truth," frowned Izuku, looking up at Amidamaru overhead. "Something tells me that he wasn't, and just decided on a whim whether or not to expel the lowest score if he wasn't satisfied with our performance," said Amidamaru, his arms crossed as he nodded in agreement. "Hey, you two." Both of them looked back to see Uraraka coming up to them. "You're headed for the station. Wait for me." "Oh, you're that Infinity Girl." Ida pointed at the girl. "Infinity Girl, my name is Ochako Uraraka. And you're Tenya Ida, right?" Yes, I was discussing with Midoriya about Aizawa's test. Oh, that was nerve-wracking, piped Uraraka, her face almost about to puke. I'm afraid that the samurai was right, said the intervening Yaoyorozu, who was walking up with the group, looking up from her smartphone. Oh, you're the second place Momo Yaoyorozu, right? Izuku asked. Yes, and I was looking up any expulsions from UA. And Aizawa-sensei's name appeared in a lot of them. With a click, she projected a screen from her phone to show people ranting about being kicked out of UA, the majority of which ranted about Shota Aizawa. She scrolled down to show that a whole group of students were expelled, and tried to petition the principal to let them back in and fire Shota. That case ended in favor of the underground hero. Geez, we really have a strict teacher, gulped Ochako, and all the teachers have this power. Well, if we do our best and show them all no reason for expulsion, we'll make it through, stated Izuku. It was then Itsuka arrived walking up to the group. She quickly introduced herself to the rest of them and were soon chattering with each other. So how was the ceremony? He asked her, considering that they were forced to skip it. Boring and normal, something similar to our school, and nothing much. Well, we were forced to do the assessment test because our teacher is strict. Uraraka spoke. That sounds fun and interesting. I'll say since we survived the first day, so let us get something to eat to celebrate at the nearest restaurant. Any recommendation? How about wet burger? That sounds all right. You know, this my first time eating in such an establishment, Momo said while finishing a burger highest in calories. I thought it was something normal students do. Itsuka just finished her avocado burger. I retain a regimented diet. Ida ate a salad. Uraraka stared down at his legs. That explains them. Please don't jest me. I'm kidding. Lighten up, Ida. Her eyes then turned to Itsuka. So Kendo-san, how long have you known Midoriya? Oh, we met back at the Dagaba beach a year ago. He was practicing his swordsmanship and became my sparring partner as we trained for UA's entrance exam. Momo eyed Itsuka with intrigue. You have a sword. Her eyes narrowed with irritation. Just because my name is Kendo doesn't mean I'm a swordsman. The Ken is more for fists, for I practice martial arts taught by my father, who is an instructor. I don't see Midoriya as the type to use martial arts, Momo said, knowing he was a swordsman. Trust me, I know martial arts, especially Muay Thai. He gave a thumbs up. Kickboxing. Uraraka was intrigued. Impressive, Midoriya. To learn more than just one fighting style. Maybe I should learn more. Ida fumbled his glasses. Don't worry, Ida, we still had time since there's a gym that we can use in UA. Also, I could recommend my dad to teach you. I'll think about it. Oh, I forgot to mention. Why does Bakugo call you Deku? Uraraka asked innocently. Oh, you got the hothead who can't remember my name, muttered Itsuka with annoyance. Actually, my name is Izuku. Deku is just Kaken's nickname for me. Though when I say nickname, I mean a demeaning denotation. So it's an insult. But I kinda like the name Deku, spoke Uraraka with a smile. It makes me think it's short for Dekuru, and that's kind of cool. Itsuka stood up looking at Uraraka. Kendo-san. She just patted the gravity girl's head. You're such a good girl, Uraraka. As the gravity girl blushed in embarrassment, Momo patted her hands together. I agree. Izuku smiled as he watched his friends converse and get along so well. Hopefully, no matter the problem, they could continue to have these moments. Of course, what Momo said earlier made him think about her a little more, or why she said it specifically. After that, everyone went their separate ways and head home, as preparing their next day to attend in school. Day 2 of UA. Everyone arrived in their classrooms like normal. Soon enough, Aizawa entered the room, causing all noise to become silent just in time for the bell to ring. It took all of you 4 seconds to settle down, drawled the teacher. Looks like you all are gaining common sense. Everyone could only nervously stare at Aizawa, afraid that anything would just set him off. It continued. Because we didn't have time yesterday due to the orientation as well as a lack of common sense from you all, we'll be using this homeroom time to do introductions. How is that our fault? Screamed the class mentally in their mind. We'll start from seating order and go from there, continued Shota with an uncaring gaze. State your name and something about yourself. The seating order will not change, because it makes it easier for me to take attendance since I can just go down the list to check who's here or not. Lazy bum, thought most of the class once more. So everyone in the class introduced themselves again, unlike during PE, that Aizawa called their names during the test. They might forget others their names since it was in the tense of expelling, so another introduction to make them more familiar. Still, as far as UA High went, they had normal classes like English in the morning. Of course, depending on who was teaching the said subject varied. Just because it's a hero school doesn't mean they can slack on their normal education. Then came lunch, where students could eat top-notch gourmet-like food for a simple cafeteria range price, meaning it was much cheaper than buying it anywhere else. It was during this time that Izuku, Tenya, Momo, and Ochako stared at the almost spilling tray Izuku carried. The trio gazed at him with amazement as he devoured half of the plate. The other half he left for Amidamaru as he was in his tablet. It was like a normal day of school. Soon, lunch came to an end and the students from one all sat down in their homeroom classroom, waiting for their teacher to show up. That's when they heard laughter. I am here. A certain hero call, making the whole class excited. Coming through the door, like a normal person, All Might called as he slammed the door open while laughing. Despite saying that, All Might posed as he went in, his cape billowing with the wind that has somehow spawned behind him despite being indoor. Wow, All Might is a teacher here, shouted an excited Kirishima. That costume is from the Silver Age, isn't it, Kiro? Said Tsuyu, also excited. In fact, the majority of the students were ecstatic that the number one hero would be teaching them. Its style is so different from anything that it's giving me goosebumps, shivered Ajiro. Amidamaru just snorts knowing the man was just trying to be funny and lighten the mood. Izuku's eyes sparkle with delight seeing his hero wearing his old hero costume with a cape. Foundational Hero Studies. For this class, we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials, All Might said while doing a heroic pose. Let's jump right in with this. The Trial of Battles, All Might said as he brought out a card that said battle. Izuku noticed Bakugo gained a feral grin on his face at the word battle. And to go with your first battle, All Might said as he pressed a remote button. In an instant, several shelves extended from the walls of the classroom. We've prepared the gear we had you send in to match your quirks, he said, getting an excited look on everyone's face. Our battle gear, the redhead teen with sharp teeth called. Awesome, get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone gather at Ground B, All Might said as everyone started to grab their numbered case, Izuku's being 17. And don't forget, from here on out, you're all officially heroes. Everyone in class wanna quickly grab their hero costumes before making their way to the locker room, excitement running through everyone. Izuku was the last to enter Ground B since his costume took a bit longer to put on than others as he needs. His costume was simple as he was wearing a Gakuren Western uniform that was worn during the Taisho era with the matching hat. Meet Izuku Midoriya the Shaman Kid, Mark I. As Izuku looked at all the costumes, his eyes landed on Bakugo's huge grenade gauntlets. It seemed a bit suspicious as those kinds of gauntlets would be a nuisance because of the size and weight. There's probably something else. Izuku, is that you? Ochako asked while tilting her head. The green-haired teen pulled his hat up while smiling at his friend. It's me. Wow, your costume looks cool and classic, she said in an excited voice. Unlike your traditional suit, my suit came up a bit tight. The girl rubbed her head with embarrassment. Izuku gave a small laugh with a blush on his face. Well, that's pretty practical too. I mean, that'll make it harder for people to grab you. Off to the side, the shortest kid in class, also known as Minda, walked by and gave Ochako and others a pervy look, most especially Momo. Heroics is the greatest, he said, getting slapped upside the head by Tsuyu. Don't be a creep. All Might stepped in, looking at everyone to get their attention. I'm liking everyone's styles. Very cool, All Might said with a thumbs up. It's hard to tell if he was being polite or just honest. All Might, regarding the performance ground we'll be using, is it the mock city from the entrance exam? Ada asked while raising his hand. I was wondering who that was, Izuku thought as he got a good look at Ada's costume. Looks like a combination of a knight and a car. All Might went on to explain that everyone would be performing mock battles between two sides, the heroes and the villains. It was a 2-on-2 battle, making everyone start to ask questions. So how do we determine who wins and loses? Is it okay if we blow them away? If we're separated into different groups, what would be the best way to do so? All Might started to sweat from all the questions being thrown at him. One person at a time. My quirk isn't super hearing. The man then took out a note. Amidamaru just signed when he saw it was just a cheat sheet. The scenario they were using was the villains had a bomb device they planned on using, and it was the heroes' job to stop them. If the heroes reach the device before time runs out or they capture the villains, they win. If the villains hold out until time runs out or they capture the heroes, they win. Your teammates and opponents will be chosen by lottery. The number one hero said as he pulled out a small box. Is that really how we'll be doing that? Asked Tenya in shock. Makes sense, considering pros often have to team up with other heroes from other agencies on the spot during emergencies, commented Izuku. Time won't allow you to wait for someone you want. Ah, I see, exclaimed Tenya before quickly bowing to All Might. Please forgive my rudeness. It's all right, said All Might before turning away from them. Now let's get this started. The lots were simple. Half the class would draw a person's name from the box and that person would be your partner. Izuku was the first person to put his hand in the box before he pulled out a name. Izuku Midoriya. Oops, All Might confiscated the slip of paper with a chuckle. Everyone's name is in here, so expect something like that to happen. Try again, Midoriya. He pulled another name from the box, saying out loud, Ochako Uraraka. Me. The gravity user pointed at herself. Izuku smiled. Looks like we're a team, he said, getting a grin out of Uraraka. Soon the other teams were chosen and there were 10 in total. And the first two pairs to do combat will be the following. All Might said as he pulled two balls from the hero and villain boxes. Pair A will be heroes. Pair D will be villains. That caught both Izuku and Bakugo's attention. The two looked at each other and Izuku saw a feral look cross Bakugo's face, one looking for blood. Izuku glanced at Bakugo's partner for the trial, which ended up being Momoye Urazu. All Might explained that the villains would be first in the building and would have 5 minutes of prep for the heroes. The full battle would be 15 minutes long. Everyone would be watching what happened to learn what to do and not to do via surveillance cameras, though only All Might could hear what was going on. He also mentioned the fight would end soon if things got out of hand too much. The heroes would be given a full layout of the building the villains were using, and both teams would be given capture tape. They were also given two-way communicators that could be put in their ears so they could talk to one another from a distance. The heroes won by wrapping both villains with the capture tape or grasping the bomb, while the villains just needed to either capture the heroes in tape 2 or last 15 minutes. With that said, the first battle between heroes versus villains started. So Deku, what's the plan? Ochako asked as both heroes in training walking into the building. Knowing Kaken, he would want to get to me first. Luckily, I'll have Amidamaru scout for the bomb's location, building structures, and others before we go in. Having just heard him, Amidamaru said, as you command, Izuku Dono, as the spirit flew off. Ochako was confused that Izuku was talking to thin air. Deku, is that your quirk? She asked. Actually, it's better I explain what my quirk is, as he explained the nature of his quirk, and she did freak out at first, but compose a bit, and he didn't want her to be frightened by giving one of the talismans to her during the battle. Upon his return, Amidamaru relayed what he knew, the location of the bomb, which way is the quickest, and what are the villains doing. Bakugo was walking and searching like a predator stalking its prey, just as he predicted. Then he knew what to do. He pulled out his paper talisman and used a hand incantation. In a poof of smoke, 4 white mice appeared. Time to put the Shikigami training to work. Too bad I can't do transformations that aren't big. Kaya. Ochako jumped back as if it was natural. Easy, you're a Raka. They're docile, cute, and made of paper, he said as the mice just hopped on Izuku's head. After gathering her courage, she reached out and touched it. Nerves softened when, all right, here's the plan. Meanwhile, team villains were divided as Bakugo didn't want to listen to Yaoyorozu, or Ponytail as he called her. All he wanted was to beat Deku on his own. Ever since the exam, Bakugo was getting as frustrated as nitroglycerin completed explosive. Ironic. Momo, knowing she couldn't convince her classmate how many times she tried, had to do what she could and guard the bomb. So she prepared some traps at the entrance and around the other places except her and the bomb. In the monitor room, the Wanna-class students along with the number 1 hero were watching the event with anticipation. All right, listen up. What about to tell you of Midoriya Shonen quirk would shatter one of your perspective of the world, so I given all of you 2 choices. Either you want to know Midoriya Shonen quirk or not, and trust me, it is something you will never forget. Izuku met All Might earlier and talked about allowing his classmate to see Amidamaru using the paper talisman that he provided. The hero asked if there are items or artifacts that allowed normal people to see them. Technically, there was, but it's hard to create and find, not to mention was very expensive. The reason why he wanted to do this is to show the true nature of his quirk, or they called him crazy, talking to himself all the time. And it better to explain now than later, and it will come back and bite him one day. What makes Midoriya quirk so special? All Might. Shoto asked. Indeed, it doesn't seem to function the way an emitter quirk would. Ada said, knowing Midoriya's quirk. You should see yourself, and like I said before, it's your choice. Everyone looked at each other and didn't move. All right, all I need is to put this on you. All Might showed them the talisman and put it on Kirishima's forehead first. What's this, a paper talisman? Yes, it is. Now take a look on the monitor, Kirishima. What do you see? The man pointed out on the screen. As the hardening user looked at the monitor, he saw a samurai, but what makes it unbelievable was that he was floating and transparent. What is that? He exclaimed in fear. Let me see. Mina took the talisman and put it on her head. Kaya, please don't tell me it's real. As she removed the paper, it wasn't there, but when she put it back, she could see it. Everyone curious did the same except for Shoto, who only held the paper in his hand, could see the samurai spirit. As you all see it, Midoriya Shonen can talk and use spirits to fight. He was willing to tell you all about his quirk. I found it that to be impossible such a quirk existed. Takoyomi was skeptical. No, it runs in the family, as he told the other teachers, including me, that his quirk passed to the family. Technically, it's not wrong, as shaman powers are passed through bloodline, no different than quirk marriage. Does that mean his family members have such a quirk? Shoto asked, knowing his circumstances. Is it that important? I mean, that ghost can't even do anything. Mind to looking at the handsome samurai. That's when you're wrong, young Minoru. Midoriya's quirk isn't just able to talk to spirit and see them. It allows him to gain the ability and experience of every spirit possess him. As such, he gained their skills and knowledge. Izuku told All Might about how he allows the body to be used to help the spirit with their unfinished business, and it usually was painful and impossible, but the benefit is that he obtained their skill and knowledge, a symbiotic relationship. That's kind of cool. Imagine if I can gain the fighting skills of a great martial artist. Kirishima grinned, thinking how it could improve his quirk ability. So if Midoriya was possessed by a music artist or idol, he would learn their skill. Gyro looking, thinking of the possibility. Then that means he could communicate with famous people in history. Takoyomi thinking about it. Yeah, that sounds neat and exciting, but as long they don't surprise me. Mina knowing she hated the surprise jump scared. All might look the positive, everyone in the class. It seems he was worried over nothing. Then, maybe he can talk to Taoya. Shoto looked at Midoriya. For before it was for one reason, now he wanted to ask about something else. Amidamaru came back and informed the bomb was on the second floor and Izuku was ready with his plan with Ochako on what to do. In the meantime, Izuku would be bait as he walked towards a certain part of the building and waited. Everyone in the monitor room looked at the screen with anticipation. He was like a samurai in a drama waiting for his opponent to come. It didn't take long as Bakugo did arrive, and he grinned savagely. So you decided to wait, Deku? Yes, Kaken, it's time we fight and showed both of our skill. He summoned Amidamaru in his oversoul form. I agree, I'll show you that a weak quirk like you had was a fluke. Dashing with an explosive burst, Bakugo swung with his right once he was close enough. But Izuku deflected the attack with Harusama and struck at his left side. I already knew you would use your right to attack. Izuku swung again with a diagonally downward slash, but Bakugo dodged at the last second, giving him some room. Knowing it was dangerous to let him get close, Bakugo fired his quirk at Deku. The samurai shaman blocked each blast using his shield and kept running. If he could stand up to All Might's punch, he could deal with his explosions. Bakugo used his right hand again to attack, causing Izuku to react to intercept. But this time, gotcha beach. He yelled as he faked and went with his left hand. But rather than get blown up, Izuku quickly grabbed Bakugo's left wrist and changed its trajectory. The explosion hits the air, missing his head, and the shaman struck his opponent in the stomach with his hilt. The staggering effect allowed Izuku time to quickly slash Bakugo in his chest 3 times. All of these strikes were given blunt edges by reshaping his Furyoku. He's skilled, Amidamaru thought as he watched Bakugo push back up. He faked a move knowing Izuku would predict. But Izuku knew just as well. Bakugo could feel his ribs were cracked. Speed, strength, defense. Izuku was a lot stronger than he knew. Or he did. And he couldn't accept it. Why? Why am I losing to you, Deku? You used to be so weak. You and your quirk. It was never weak, Kaken. Izuku stood tall while glaring at him. My quirk is more than just talking to spirits. I can obtain both their knowledge, skill, and experience and use them to fight. If your head wasn't up your butt, you wouldn't be stuck thinking that. Bakugo growled. As much as he wanted to clutch his ribs, he couldn't show weakness. I always admired you. You were one of the main reasons I desired to be a hero. But then you got your quirk and you changed. You couldn't accept that I could be a hero no matter what. And now look what happened. I'm not the Deku that can't do anything. Now I'm the Deku that never gives up. Bakugo was pissed. Even more now that his friend was showing such backbone. He hated it. Sparks emitted from his palms as he prepared his last resort. Coming out of his mouth was a small chuckle, which was unnerving, to say the least. If you're gonna be like that, then you won't mind proving it. He aimed his right arm at Izuku. You're always stalking me and anyone with a quirk you don't know about, like that library guy from Double, so you know that my sweat is nitroglycerin that my palms detonate. But the palm isn't necessary. So long as I can spark a flame, my sweat can explode. That's when Izuku realized what he was getting at. There's a slight hole at the back of his hand. Now, if the specs are as I asked, then I can store the nitro sweat into this bracer. So let's see what happens when I use this. Bakugo, my boy, stop this. All Might ordered, already knowing where this was going. You'll kill him. He won't die if he dodges it. He gripped the pin on his gauntlet. In that case, I'll just use an attack as equally as powerful as yours. Izuku poured his Furyoku within Harusama. Let's go, Amidamaru. HAI. As the sword glowed even brighter, Bakugo pulled the pin as Izuku swung Harusama. Amidamaru, Shinku Budajiri. At the same time, Ochako arrived at the bomb location. She could see Yaoyorozu was guarding it wielding her bow staff. The girl didn't know, but she could tell that she couldn't just sneak in. Now would be a good time to bring out her best. Hiroraka, I know you're there, Momo said as she turned in the direction of the gravity girl. How about you come out? Ochako did as told, both her hands held high. I'm playing the hero right now. But rather than walk inside the room, she stopped. I know you booby-trapped the room. One step I'll be caught. As she talked, her peripheral vision caught the Shikigami's hard at work dismantling the traps. She just needed to keep distracting Yaoyorozu. Momo looked on seriously, knowing that won't help you. There are 5 minutes left. And you won't win just standing there doing nothing. Maybe, or maybe I'm just waiting on my partner. Ochako looked at her black ponytail. Also, what shampoo is that? Your hair, it looks amazing. A bit caught off guard by the question, she answered. Oh, I'm using something called Uragi shampoo. It keeps my hair smooth and silky even as you try to distract me. Yeah, I didn't think so, but it was enough. All of a sudden, the floor crumbled as Izuku's attack not only cut through the blast and knocked out Bakugo, but several of the pillars got severed in the process, allowing it to crumble. With the traps dismantled even though the floor crumbled, that didn't matter to her. Ochako used her quirk Zero Gravity to lighten herself and leapt towards the bomb, but Momo quickly jumped back and pulled a sort of BB gun out. But Ochako had other surprises as she threw something towards the heiress catch. The Shikigami mouse landed on Momo's face, causing her to scream and flail. Kaya, get it off me. It was smart and disturbing at the same time. With her distracted, Uraraka quickly latched onto the bomb. The hero team wins. All Might called over everyone's comms. A few minutes later, All Might came to take them to the monitoring room. Bakugo regained consciousness later even though Recovery Girl insisted that he rest, but he had to know the truth that he lost. And why? Thankfully, Izuku was holding him up. The MVP in the match was young Midoriya. Well, it seems kind of obvious since his team won. Suyu commented, but there is more to it than that. The pro hero said as he looked at the other students. Who knows why? Ida raised his hand as she calmly closed her eyes. It's because Midoriya was the one to come up with a solid plan to counter Bakugo and Yaoyorozu, he said as he glanced at a team. Or so I assume with their movements. Ochako nodded, smiling. Yep, Deku was the one to come up with the plan we used. Her words made Izuku blush a bit. Deku was what everyone thought. Only Ida and Momo knew about the nickname, and the latter two found it to be cute. It was then Momo's turn to give a piece of her mind to speak. Bakugo, on the other hand, seemed more interested in fighting Midoriya than actually focusing on the objective, considering he only focused on Midoriya as such, making the bomb completely defenseless. Also, Bakugo didn't work with his teammate and went off without even forming any plan of sort, losing his temper and firing an explosive that in a normal situation would damage the building we were in. And he was going to use that while a nuclear device was in the building. Izuku is the MVP because he was the calmest. He came up with the strategy to win. And he was the one treating this as a real battle instead of a game. Momo finally finished, creating a stunned silence in the room. All Might stared at the girl for a long moment as he shook and sweat slightly. Holy shit. She got it all down, and in one breath. He performed a shaky thumbs up. Well said, young Yaoyorozu. All C correct. The entire time Bakugo was quiet, soaking in every bit of detail to this harsh truth. Momo let out a small breath of air. Midoriya, just a question. Did you create those Shikigami mice Uraraka used against me? Yes. He pulled out one of his Shikigami and created a few squirrels. Neat. What are you, some kind Omnioji? Yeah, you kind of have the vibe. Technically, yes. My family has a history with Omnioji, divination, summoning, and other things. It runs in the family as our quirks allow us to talk to spirits and use them. That was the cover story. Though, hopefully, they bought it. All Might cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention. Let's move on, everyone. We still have a few more matches, he said as he pulled out 2 more balls from his box. Pair B will be heroes. Pair I will be villains. The rest of the day mostly consisted of the next 9 teams facing each other and showing off their abilities and skills. Izuku saw every quirk of Class 1 and wrote in his notebook. While Amidamaru was watching beside his master, he could see the children that passed the exam had the talent to do so, or in some cases, they were just plain lucky. The samurai's eyebrows raised seeing one particular person. An overpowered quirk was one belonging to Shoto Todoroki, who used his quirk to not only freeze the building in seconds, securing the bomb easily, but also melted all the ice in seconds as well. From what Izuku observed, Shoto's right hand could freeze while his left half produced fire. It also looked well trained to the point it was extremely powerful. Like Bakugo, he didn't need his teammates' help, formed a plan during the beginning, or even spoke to him as his quirk's power alone was enough. Still, Todoroki also came late just like Midoriya as he requested to change separately, but nobody cared at the moment. Bakugo was silent for the rest of the class, looking like his soul was crushed. Izuku didn't know if he should feel sorry for him, that he was acting this way just from one loss to a shaman. For Amidamaru, he just looked how pitiful the might Bakugo was. He finally tasted what defeat was and his pride shattered like glass shards. With the trial of the battle over, everyone changed their clothes back to their school uniform and returned to class. Izuku found himself in his homeroom and quickly entered it. Izuku half expected Bakugo to come charging at him. Instead, he got the other students of his class. Hey, Midoriya's back. The red-haired teen called with a big grin on his face. Nice job back there, he said as he walked up to Midoriya. Well, I couldn't hear what you were saying, but that was some heated fighting, man. And you did it all while only using a sword. That first match was so intense, it fired us all up, the pink girl said as she throws her fist in the air. Not only that, it was like watching those old samurai dramas or movies. It was epic. The redhead throws a thumb to himself while grinning. Yo, I'm Idro Kirishima, and it's nice to meet you to Amidamaru. Hi, I'm Mina Ashido, the pink girl said, looking a little pumped. Nice to meet you to Amidamaru. We get along well as long you don't pop up every time. Amidamaru wasn't in the direction they were facing. Either they forget the paper talisman or it was embarrassing putting on their forehead. I'm Tsuyu Asui. You can call me Tsuyu. Satu is my name. Great job on handling the battle trial. Izuku smiled and shrugged a bit. Well, I couldn't have done it without Ochako and Amidamaru. Help's good to work with. Don't sell yourself, Deku. It was your plan after all. Ochako stepped up to him upon speaking. The samurai nodded. I agree, Izuku Dono. It was your idea that you won the battle. The guy with a bird for a head nodded. Not only did you win the battle, but the war as well. You'll make a fine warrior one day. And to tame such a profound figure of history right in front of me, it's a great honor. He bowed to Amidamaru, who wasn't there either. Thank you. Regardless, Amidamaru also bowed back in gratitude. But it was just a mock battle. Tsuyu deadpanned, except for the fact Bakugo was going to use some kind of super move to not only blast you away but apparently the whole building. Ashido also deadpanned. Yamomo gave us the rundown on how his gauntlets work, and they sound scary for a guy like him. Ada threw his hand into the air before he spoke. I believe it is time we discuss the battles that took place. Starting with Midoriya and Uraraka versus Bakugo and Yaoyorozu first before we move with others, he said before throwing his hand to the bird-head teen. And please stop sitting on your desk. This is a professional school. Takoyami rolled his eyes. Ida started to lead the discussion in a very technical way that was a little hard to follow at first. But everyone got the hang of it. As Izuku listened, he glanced to the side and saw Bakugo still had that depressed look on his face. After school finally ended, Bakugo became the last to leave the classroom. Izuku wasn't far behind after. Hey, Kaken. The blonde stopped just at the school gate as he glanced back. Huh, so you lost the mock battle pretty bad, huh? Bakugo growled but didn't say anything. And it was to this Deku guy you thought was a nobody for most of your life. That added part only made him angrily. But again there was no response. I remembered how you always would boast that you were the best and never lost a fight, and right now you lost. Since I learned my heritage and obtained this quirk by accident, I trained and learned how to use this power. If my aunt can make me this strong, you should understand what I'm trying to say. What the F are you on about? Bakugo asked loudly with a completely confused look on his face. The mention of his aunt made him flinch. However, you were a frog at the bottom of a well who just found out how big the world is. And there are others who are stronger and better than you. Todoroki won in under 5 minutes, so complaining without doing anything about it won't make you anything but a sore loser. What did you say, nerd? You heard me, Izuku said as he walked up to the teen showing a bit of backbone. You lost to the one person you busted on for years because of your own petty mind after everyone for most of your life made you out to be the best. He stopped right up to Bakugo and looked him in the eye. It's time you accept that things are not like they were when we were kids. I'm stronger than you, and will only keep getting stronger. The longer you mope about it, the bigger that gap will be. Amidamaru was nodding with approval as his master is finally showing his backbone, it seems. That battle with his childhood friend allowed him to take some steps to move forward. That seemed to make Bakugo slowly turn around. That's what you think, he shouted as his hair covered his eyes. Today, you beat me, ass clown. That's all there is to it. He grabbed his head. But not only you but that ice guy. I thought he was nothing but F. What that ponytail beach said really sunk in. Bakugo looked like he wanted to cry almost. Don't call her that. Bakugo continued to rant. From here on out. From here on out. You listening? Bakugo shouted as he lifted his head and looked Izuku in the eyes. I'm gonna be number one. He shouted at Izuku before turning around and walking away. And don't you dare get the idea that you'll ever beat me again. F. As Bakugo walked away, Izuku sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, that went better than I expected, he muttered as Bakugo walked out of sight, only leaving him and Amidamaru. Do you think I did the right thing, Amidamaru? Yes, you did, Izuku Dono. A person like that must learn humility and what's it like to be beaten for once to understand their mistake. My master Yo also faced such circumstances because of his immaturity, which almost cost his best friend. Yes, the ancient spirit reminisced about the time Yo lost a battle in the shaman fight that almost killed Manta. Still, I hope this will be a lesson to remember. I'm pretty sure there are guys out there who are stronger than me. Indeed, Izuku Dono, unknown to the leaving child, All Might saw the whole thing. He was thankful he didn't need to come out. It would have been quite awkward at the moment. He should have just relaxed, knowing an ancient samurai spirit around for 8 centuries would know better. Still, Izuku had another thing to question Yaoyorozu about eventually. Today was tiresome. And right now Izuku just wanted to get back home and relax. Excuse me, Midoriya. A familiar voice was heard as he turned. He spotted the midnight purple hair of the woman he helped many months ago. Kayama-san, what are you doing here? It was rare that a person that he helped would want to find him. Usually, they go on their own with their life. Oh, I was just in the neighborhood and I wanted to have a chat with you if that's all right. He shrugged, saying, no problem. Both the teen and the older woman entered a restaurant. Quickly as it was ordered, Izuku was eating his 5th bowl of katsudon. The older woman looked astonished that a boy like him can eat this much. Halfway done, he asked, so what do you want to talk about? Kayama pushed aside her meal and cupped her hands together. What were you doing in that abandoned building that night? Choking on his food, Izuku stopped before grabbing some water to save himself. Coughing, he said, I don't know what you're talking about, trying to play innocence. Really? So then should I ask your samurai friend? Hey, you can see me. Amidamaru was shocked to hear that. Silver hair like a ponytail, red shoulder guards, 2 swords at his waist, am I right? Kayama gave him all the proof he needed. How and how long and how? He was certain she didn't have this ability. It's probably this. Kayama showed it to him. The bell Izuku gave her from her cat Kuro. As long as I hold this bell, I've been able to see spirits. Not just people or individuals, but things in the shadows that I never could see. And no one else could. There was one time in a bake shop I saw a man sharply dressed wearing glasses who saw this creature no one else could see on this employee's shoulder. Then he thrust his arm out and the creature vaporized. He just walked away after, pretending nothing happened, and told me not to say a word. This so-called situation opened my eyes to this world of the supernatural. Being someone who has a ghost-seeing quirk, you're clearly the person to ask, since he had connection with heroes. The bell was found in the ground of a cat shrine. It must have been saturated or blessed by those around, giving it some spiritual power, and it may be weak but still can be used. Izuku mumbled again. Then he remembered something. Don't tell me you saw what I fought. Yes, so we can stop with the jumping through hoops and you can tell me what was that. And what are you? This was something she had to know. There was something else going on that she couldn't keep a blind eye to. And this boy had answers. Amidamaru just face-palmed. Another person finding his master's secret. Since the secret is out, he'd better explain, but first. Oh, right. I might as well introduce myself. I'm Kayama Nimiri, also known as the 18 and over heroine, Midnight. And like that, the heroic fanboy in him awoke. He shouted with joy, wanting her autograph, of course. Though with the thousands of words a minute he's spitting, many people around him misheard. Did he just say he wanted to sleep on her thigh? I think he said he wanted her to sign a marriage certificate. Wait, what? Izuku asked in shock. Ara, she cooed, so you wanted to sleep on my thigh? Izuku blushed. No, I didn't say that. Do you talk to all the girls like this? He ignited in erubescence further. Moving along from that, he told the pro-hero about the existence of shamans, their capabilities, duties, what tasks they were supposed to do, and the connection with Supernatural Department Association investigation and handling. All of this happened after paying the check and leaving the restaurant for someplace less crowded. So, it's the job of shaman like yourselves to handle the malevolent spirits? She asked, her voice having some concern now. Yes, I know what you're going to say, Kayama-san. But this isn't something heroes can all fight. Only someone who uses spiritual energy can fight them. We shaman have been given this task for 1,000 years, and we have to uphold it. As much as she wanted to argue, she could tell helping was impossible. She heard rumors of this organization and seen her first time the cursed whatever it is. She shivered and felt death upon her. She knew she couldn't do a thing, but she'll be damned if she couldn't help the boy who helped her. Also, what hero wouldn't want to help their student? As her teacher, it would be better if you allowed me to assist in your endeavor. I know I can't fight those curses like you shamans or help spirits depart, but as a hero, it's my job to help even if it's a little bit, so I won't take no for an answer, Midoriya. He sighed, knowing she'll only be stubborn about it. Thank you, Kayama-san. Honestly, it would be nice to have someone else to talk to about this. Amidamaru, silent, was rather ecstatic that his master was expanding his circle of trust. With this new addition, he now had more friends. But should he be concerned that his circle of trust was mostly women? Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure was watching the UA. From afar, by his side was a spirit floating, holding a glaive behind himself. In another part of town, another person heard that the League of Villains was recruiting other villains and thugs to kill All Might, and he decided to join. Accompany him as a goddess was his guardian spirit. What the heck? In front of UA were about 3 dozen reporters, all with cameras and microphones in hand, gathering around students and asking them questions. Though, their targets were exclusively Hero Course students and teachers. He could see Ada, Uraraka, and others talking to the press, including Bakugo just shoved the paparazzi like a pest. And it's a bit surprising as Bakugo always wanted the attention. A female reporter saw Izuku and instantly walked up to him with a microphone. Excuse me, if you wouldn't mind, could you answer some questions? Before Izuku could say anything, she was already asking her question. What kind of lessons does All Might teach? She asked in an edger voice as she shoved the microphone in his face. Izuku decided to throw the woman a bone and answer her question. I'm just a student from the support course, so I have no classes with All Might, ma'am. The reporter who heard that lost interest immediately and decided to find someone else, and Izuku felt relief. One thing he learned from his aunt was that the media was ruthless when it came to heroes. One bad move on camera or you say the wrong thing and your status as a hero could go down the drain faster than a villain against All Might's smash. Some heroes don't care about their public image, but it was a fact that the less popular a hero is, paid less by the government. Hyenas looking for any story they can find, no matter what story that is, so long as it gains them public interest and rating. Amidamaru knew how the media work, as it one of his favorite pastime watching TV. Izuku was starting to realize why Aunt Anna never liked being in the spotlight. She usually let her secretary to handle the interviews and other things. Now was his turn. Izuku raised his hand like a shark fin and moved. He quickly walked to the front gate of UA. But it's still a problem, as Moore didn't hear his bluff and shoved microphones at his face again. As Aizawa himself appeared, stood in defending his students from the woman's way. "Cut the feed," she said quickly to her cameraman, who quickly did so. "Why don't you look a little more presentable? Are you even a pro hero?" Aizawa simply waved her off. "I don't care about my look," he said as he looked at the other reporters. "You're interfering with our lessons here, so kindly vacate the premises." The pro hero turned around and started to walk away, ignoring the protests from the reporters. A second later, steel door slammed down, blocking the reporters out. Izuku looked at the steel door with a raised brow. "Kind of feels like we're in prison now," the teen muttered as he walked next to Aizawa. "Trust me, it's needed to block off the animals," the teacher muttered as he walked next to Izuku. Aizawa pointed to Izuku, giving him the lazy eye. "Run ahead and be in your seat by the time I get to class. I should mark you late, but since the reporters were blocking the way, I'll let this slide." Izuku sighed relief and made his way to class. Still, his teacher continued. "I'm impressed that you managed to handle the press, though. My aunt used to handle them as she taught me how. As long you give them something has no interest or low rating, they leave you alone. So, she's a pro hero. Retired." Aizawa didn't want to pry since it's not his business. Running ahead, Izuku was the last to enter the class and sit down at his desk. A few minutes later, Aizawa walked in with a stack of papers on hand. "I hope you're rested from yesterday's battle trial," Aizawa said in his usual bland voice, making the class fidget a bit. "I took the liberty of looking at your marks and evaluation." "Bakugo," said teen, stiffened. "Acting out of a personal grudge has no place in the hero course. Grow up, you're wasting your talent." "I know," Bakugo said while clicking his teeth. Yaoyorozu, the rich girl in the far back, looked up. "Try to think of ways to defend against any ideas to trap your opponent and fall some obvious ploy like that. And don't get frightened by small things." "I'm ashamed." The heiress blushed, remembering that traumatic event. Uraraka, the gravity teen, nearly stood at attention in her seat as she heard her name. "Overall, nothing too bad." His words got a sigh of relief from the teen. "But you need to think for yourself more. Following others is okay, but if you can't come up with your own plans, then being a hero will be impossible." "All right," Uraraka said while rubbing the back of her head. "Midoriya." Izuku gulped slightly in his seat as he felt Aizawa's gaze on him. "Learn to reduce collateral damage. You may be able to know where the bomb is, but the same trick won't work twice. But good job handling under pressure in Divide and Conquer." Izuku nodded to Aizawa while bowing. "Yes, sir." Aizawa nodded before he looked at the rest of the class. "Before we continue, there's something we must discuss," he said in a serious voice, making everyone feel worried. "I'm sorry to have to spring this on you all, but we need to pick a class president." Finally, something school-like. Relief calmed their hearts. Being the class president of the hero course is a different matter than in a normal school. It showed you have both skills in being ahead of everyone in a class, training to be heroes, and a certain amount of dedication. That was the kind of thing that would allow a person when they become a pro hero and help them boost their career after graduation. For Izuku, becoming the class president is a must, as Anna threatens him to get that position or else she punishes him. But he wasn't the only one. Ooh, I want to be class president. "Pick me," Kirishima said. "I want to do it too." Jiro joined in. "My manifesto is president. All girls must expose 30 centimeters of the thigh." Linda screamed. "Wait, what? Oh, you mean the position that exists for me?" Aoyama said. "That's like a leader position." "I'll do it." Me, Mina said. "Let me do it." Bakugo shouted. Practically every single person wanted to be class president. They all knew what it meant to be the class president of the hero course and how it would impact them once they graduated. "Everyone, please wait," Ada called, causing everyone to turn to him. "This is a task that a person must carry and pull everyone else's weight. It is not a job to be taken lightly," he said as he slowly stood up with a serious look on his face. "The only truly worthy leader will emerge from a democratic choice to reflect the will of the people," he said before raising his arm high into the air. "Which is why this must be settled by a vote." Tsuyu tilted her head at that. "We only just met this week, though. It's still too early to have developed any trust in each other. Also, everyone will just vote for themselves," Kirishima added. Ada just responds to the question. That is precisely why anyone who manages to receive multiple votes will be the best suited individual for the job, he said before looking to the teacher, who was already climbing into his sleeping bag. Is that all right, Mr. Aizawa? As long as you all decide by the deadline, anything's fine. The teacher lied down for a nap, as everyone just sweat dropped. Soon, everyone received a piece of paper and voted. Izuku stared at his paper for a moment, remembering that he must be class president as his aunt told him. It wasn't just because of the position. It's good for his life as help with communication with others, leadership skills, and responsibility. Knowing that he can't say no as the position has its pros and cons, he did what he had to, even if it might take his time toll in his shaman duties. Izuku wrote a name down before dumping them in the bucket after sighing relief. After everyone else put their papers in the bucket, Momo tallied up the votes. And the results were surprising, to say the least. I got 3 votes. Izuku shouted in shock. The last thing he expected was to get so many votes. Well, at least Anna won't have to punish Izuku Dono. Amidamaru thought. You've got to be sitting me. Bakugo said slowly as his body shook. Who voted for Deku? Yeah, but didn't he beat you, didn't he? A teen with black hair said, making Bakugo glare at him. All the while Ochako was whistling softly while looking to the side, a smile on her face. Only 1 vote, Ada said in a defeated voice. It's nice to know somebody believed in me. But it's to be expected that I didn't get more since I pushed for the votes. You didn't vote for yourself? Momo asked in a confused voice, even though you wanted the job so badly. A few moments later, Izuku and Momo stood side by side in front of the class. So the president will be Midoriya with his vice president as Yaoyorozu, Aizawa said as he climbed out of his sleeping bag. Momo lightly sighed. It wasn't even close. Man, I didn't think I would get so many votes, Izuku said with a nervous smile as Bakugo glared at him. I'll try to be the best president I can be, everyone. His face radiates a confident smile. Or not, Aunt Anna will punish me. Damn, things are heating up for Midoriya. And Yaoyorozu was really cool during the training analysis. After that, Aizawa went over all the marks of the trial of battles and how some students could improve. It was long until about 45 minutes of reviewing and discussing their results. Noon came and it was time for lunch. Izuku, Ida, Ochako, Momo, and a girl named Jiro all sat together at a lunch table. Momo wanted to sit next to Izuku since they would be working together as president and vice president. Jiro was friends with Momo and wanted to sit with her. Man, I can't believe I'm class president, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head. I mean, I'm glad the class chose me, but I can't help but feel a little nervous. As he ate spaghetti, lasagna, carbonara, and pizza, they were looking at Izuku's portion again and were still amazed at the size. No matter how many times I see it, I'm still amazed how you look the same even though you this much, Midoriya. Ada, seeing the number of calories that his classmate was eating. It has to do with my quirk as it burns my stamina faster than normal. Don't worry, you'll do great. Speaking, I'm still amazed at the sight, Ochako said as she ate her rice, not caring but still curious about Deku's eating habits. I agree. I'm more amazed that he eats this much and does not grow fat. It's kind of like you, yeah, Momo. Jiro pointed out. Our quirks are a bit similar in a way. I agree. As the heiress was eating with complete etiquette. Is this seat taken or not? As Itsuka made her appearance along with 2 other girls with her. One had similar green hair like Midoriya but dark moss and pointed teeth. The other one pale gray hair, parted to the left, hanging down over her eye and obscuring the majority of the left side of her face. She has dark bags under her blue eyes. None at all. There's a lot of room here to seat as the 3 girls from Class 1B sit with their rival Class 1A. Oh, this is Setsuna Takage. She's my vice president, as Itsuka introduced the moss hair girl to the group. Nice to meet you. And this is Rieko Yanagi. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and you especially, Asakura Izuku-sama. As she bowed down in respect, Izuku quickly deduced what she meant. That would mean she was a shaman. Pleasure is all mine, though I'm surprised that you knew about me, he replied with his own bow. It's well known in our family circumstances that you are the one who holds the legendary Harusama and Samurai, spoke the woman, hinting at the knowledge of shamans. I didn't know about your family. Please, you don't have to worry. My family's situation is not that well known as we prefer living a normal life. But we still maintain our tradition of family heritage. I understand. But if you have any problems, the Asakura would help you any other way. Thank you. Everyone was a bit taken as to how Rieko showing courtesy towards Midoriya. And those from 1B who were shocked how she spoke more words than usual. And where is Amidamaru-sama? Rieko asked, knowing how infamous Samurai during the Shaman King tournament. Oh, he's here. Izuku revealed a plush toy of Amidamaru. Oh, you look so cute, said Suna. Look at the adorable plush toy. Please don't tease me, Takage Dono. It can talk. The masses were startled. Yes, I can talk. It's humiliating enough that this is the only way I can converse with Izuku Dono's classmates without causing a scene, especially if they saw a floating spirit. How Izuku discovered this by accident, as Amidamaru possessed one of Izuku's All Might dolls. As such, he was able to talk but couldn't move, and gave him the idea. Well, as long you don't go on a murder spree, Gyro joked. Please don't remind me of that movie. I had nightmares about it. Ochako doesn't want to remember. I will not, as there is honor killing a defenseless person. Also, I can't move. This is the only way I can communicate with all of you. Still, why is your name Asakura? Shouldn't it be Midoriya? Ida asked curiously. Well, my full name is Izuku Asakura, as when my mother married she changed her name to Midoriya. It's why my name is Izuku Midoriya. As much as Izuku is well known in the hero community, he doesn't want to attract too much attention. Asakura, as in Asakura of Funbari Onsen or Asakura Confections? Setsuna asked, intrigued of the information. Did you mean of the commercial that showed? Smiled. I remember that I used to watch when I was 4. Asakura of Funbari Holdings, one the most well-known company in Musutafu, Yokohama, and Kyoto. They are very popular with their senbei, not only that they even own PDC, a trading company, Dianthus, Media Barter, Grand Blue Marino, Galaxy Land, Jinmai Station, Maltese Gull Tower, and Red Park. I even heard they funded 30% for UA Finance. Everyone looked at the creation girl with shock, stunned that she knew so much about Funbari Holdings. Itsuka was more stunned, as she should have known who was Asakura Anna. She's a good role model for females, as she was the ideal of gender equality. Asakura Anna, the CEO of Funbari Holdings, they even called the queen. Setsuna remembered of a title. Yes, she's my aunt and my mother's older sister. That's just incredible. Your aunt is so well known. She also even helped with fundraisers and is also a philanthropist. No wonder you three are so proper. Uraraka couldn't help but admire her 3 classmates. I may be wrong, but are you two from an upper crust family like Deku? Upper crust? Ida and Yaoyorozu echoed in shock, while Izuku, Itsuka, Gyro, and Setsuna tried to hold back laugh, except for Ryako. You're just so cute, Acha-chan. Setsuna teased her, giving her a nickname. I don't like it when it's brought attention to, but if I must talk about such things, then yes, I'm from a family that's been in heroics for generations. I'm currently the 2nd son, he said, getting a surprised look from everyone. Have you ever heard of the turbo hero Ingenium? Izuku's eyes widened as a grin crossed his face. Of course, man. That's the super popular hero whose Tokyo office has hired as many as 65 sidekicks, he said in excitement as he connected the dots. You don't mean you're quite knowledgeable? Ida said as he swelled with pride. Why, that's correct. And he's my big brother, he said, getting a shocked look from everyone at the table. Man, to think someone in our class was related to a hero, Gyro muttered with a small chuckle. I guess that explains why you're always so proper, she said before tilting her head. Well, I come from a prestigious family, but not of heroes. Momo took their attention. That's pretty obvious. I mean, the Yaoyorozu, the #1 provider of metal in the country and other materials, Izuku informed. You honestly know too much. Momo praised him. Technically no, as his aunt forced Izuku to learn all her competitors' names to avoid any lawsuit if his nephew offended them. As cooperation rivalries are very serious and tight. Like the hero ranking, they also aim to be #1. Yes, that's my family. I always had these high expectations over my shoulders, so I decided to become a pro hero. That way my family can help many more people in even more ways. Everyone at the table clapped their hands, making her blush. My turn. I'm similar to Yaoyorozu here for being a recommended student, as I passed the test. I didn't need to take the exam like Kendo and Ryako here, and it was tough. Only a few people could enter UA. That way, including our classmate Juzo Honuki. Momo held a hand to her mouth. I remember now. You were there during the exam. I can't believe I didn't recognize you. I understand. Everyone was intense and they prefer to focus on the exam rather than talking to one another, Setsuna explained, knowing how hard for UA accepting students in the hero course. So let's get this straight, we got here 2 people here are recommended students, Ochako pointing at Takage and Yaoyorozu. Then we have 3 who will have been connected, pointing at Midoriya, Tenya, Itsuka, and Yaoyorozu. We have 1 a family related to a hero, pointed at Tenya again. That makes us. Uraraka, Yanagi, and Gyro are the only ones who are just normal civilians wanting to become heroes, Gyro pointed out. This makes all 3 of us look so small compared to all of you. Ochako finished her statement with a sigh. Do not fret, Gyro, Uraraka, Yanagi Dono. For the path becoming a hero is hard and tenacious. Everyone on the table looked at the plush toy. Before I was a samurai, I was just an orphan that tried to survive in a war-torn era. I have no connection nor wealth. It was through my determination and hard work that I climb up to become a samurai. It wasn't an easy path, as many deem myself to be inferior, a street orphan, as only nobles can become samurai. But I did not falter nor I give up, as it was my resolve to become a samurai, not just because it's an honorable position, but so that protect the orphans I was living with, as I would send money to the orphanage and my promise to Masuk. Besides that, Izuku and Yaoyorozu Dono, you don't need to shoulder all your responsibility as class president and vice president by yourselves. You have your classmate to help with your task, including like Tenya Dono here, who give you advice. Every daimyo will have a retainer that he trusts. and knows well as he allows them to advise him. It's how he rules the land. Everyone seating in the cafeteria around Amidamaru sound. Look at him with more intrigue and respect. The one voice first was Tenya as he got up and bowed down towards the plush toy. Thank you for such a motivational speech. To think that a great samurai like you endured such hardship and not give up on his dream, truly a person of wisdom. Thank you, Amidamaru, for that speech. I felt better knowing that I can't give up just because all three of us are average people. Thank you, that was a great story. It pumped me up. Everyone at the table felt happy with the story the samurai give, as it even inspired Izuku and others. It also though themselves, both Itsuka and Izuku, that they shouldn't be the only ones to be class rep and take that much responsibility, as they can have help. Without any warning, the sirens went off, catching everyone off guard. The siren, Ada yelled in shock as he and everyone else stood up. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please promptly evacuate. What's security level 3? Itsuka yelled out, hoping for an answer. Izuku then asked some random students. I think security level 3 means someone broke into the school, he said as everyone started to rush out of the lunchroom in panic. Oh, quit pushing. Lay off, or I'll fall. Quit pushing. Who just grabbed my ass? Wait, what? All the students in the lunchroom pushed against one another trying to get out. This resulted in Izuku and his friends getting separated. Amidamaru, Izuku shouted as his face smashed into someone's back. Go outside and see what it's about. Understood. The ghost passed through the walls, as expected of the principal of education. Their crisis response was swift. Ida shouted as someone elbowed his chin. It was too swift. Gyro shouted in a peeved tone before someone pushed her face down with their large hand. Ada was pushed against a window and got a good look outside. What he saw shocked him a bit. Isn't that just the press? Izuku, don't know, it's just the press. The samurai called back. Glancing around, both Ada and Izuku saw people being trampled by other students panicking. Futilely, their classmates were trying to calm things down. Midoriya, we need to do something. Ada yelled as his face was pressed against the glass. Izuku looked at Itsuka and Momo before he got an idea. Itsuka, use your big fists and clap as hard you can. Itsuka looked at her friend and knew what he meant. Setsuna, Ryuko, give me a boost. Both classmates nodded, knew what she meant, as using their quirks they lifted Itsuka. Cover your ears. Clap. She slapped her hands together so hard everyone stopped and felt their eardrum ringing. Yaoyorozu, Izuku called, grabbing the girl's attention. Create a megaphone. Momo looked confused but did as she was told and created a megaphone as she opened the bottom of her shirt. Here, she called as she throws the megaphone. Izuku caught the megaphone in midair before turning to Ada. Ada, you're the loudest among us. You just tell everyone to remain calm, as it's just the press. The glasses teen looked at Izuku and saw the confident look in his eyes. You really think I'm loud? Achako, make Ada of weightless so that it be easier to maneuver. Izuku called after the brown hair girl. The girl looked confused, but that didn't stop her from slapping Ada's hands. Izuku always seems to have a plan. I hope he can end this, she thought as she felt her powers activate. Ada instantly felt weightless as he moved with the crowd. While midair, Ada inhaled. And then, everyone calm down and stop. He shouted at the top of his lungs, making all the nearby people wince at the volume. If you look to your right, you'll see the press. They are the ones who broke in, so there's nothing to panic about. Whether this is you or a civilian school, there is no reason for everyone to be panicking. Some of you have even trampled over some students. All the students instantly stopped all their panicking and instead started to help some of the fallen students. Izuku sighed as the crisis was averted. Looks like we all did it, he said with a small grin, looking at his friends and classmate. All of them looked impressed and smiled at his quick thinking. As the chaos was over, everyone then returned to class. Both Izuku and Momo stood in front of the class. After Izuku was able to calm the lunchroom down, the police quickly came to force the reporters off campus. Once everything settled, Izuku needed to say something to the class, hence why he and Momo were at the front. He went over what he had in mind with Momo and she agreed, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. All right, President, start us off, Momo said while glancing at Izuku. First, I like to say thank you to Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Ada for helping me calm the lunchroom down. Couldn't have done it without you, he said with a smile. It was no problem, Izuku. And please call me Momo, Mr. President. Momo smiled back, almost glittering as she did. His face turned red as he replied, all right, of course. In the back of the class, Minda fumed as he grips his desk in his small hands. Damn, bastard. Izuku, he said in a jealous tone, which was no surprise. Izuku nodded to Momo and turned to the class. So since I'm class president, I like to make a bit change, he said, getting a surprised look from everyone. I noticed during the chaos that I couldn't do everything on my own, as Amidamaru was right. Everyone in the classroom just looked at the plush toy, who just shrugged. Bakugo knew about the spirit as well due to the talisman. While startling at first, he got used to it knowing it was this samurai who was the source of Deku's quirk. It gave me a better idea, he said while looking at Ada, who looked a little surprised. Ada, since I met you, you have always had a thing for order and following the rules, so here's what I have in mind. Ada, would you like to be our assistant? Ada was shocked at the sudden question as he looked at the two. You want me to be your assistant? I also wanted to nominate Uraraka and Gyro as our second and third assistant if that's alright, both of you. He looked at the gravity girl and the punk girl. Why me? Achako pointed at herself and wondered why. You have a great personality and get along well with others. It'll be a good way to help us communicate with others. But I didn't do anything at all as Gyro looked down knowing the chaos happened as she didn't contribute anything. Gyro Dono, you remained calm even it was chaos as such. It showed how well you handle a situation without any pressure. Besides, you can learn from this experience. This was Amidamaru. Momo nodded her head with a small smile. Yes, Izuku pointed out that the hero course is harder to maintain than normal school, so we decided that having an assistant would lessen the pressure, she said before looking to Aizawa. If that's all right. Aizawa just took a sip of his juice. It's fine, as long as there is a president and vice president by the end of the day. I don't care what you do. Everyone just sweats. Drop of the pro-hero statement. That made Izuku smile as he turned to Ada, Uraraka, and Gyro. So what do you say, the three of you? Can you give us a hand? Ada gave Izuku a proud smile as he stood up. I would be happy to assist you two as best I can, he said while throwing his left hand in the air, making everyone give a small cheer. Uraraka also gave Izuku a big smile as she stood up. I'll be happy to assist the both of you, and besides we can even have a girls' night out. Gyro stood up playing with her earphone jack. Sure, why not? Count me in, president and vice president. Then it's settled. The trio joined both Momo and Izuku and how everyone cheered, except a few like Shoto and Bakugo for obvious reason. As everyone talked, Izuku glanced out the window with a slightly worried look on his face. Something Momo noticed. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing at all. He smiled at his vice. 30. As that happened, Principal Nezu and his staff were looking at the gate that got the vultures and hyenas in. The destroyed gate. No reporter instigated this. He looked worried and something else was there. A broken katana. A broken sword could mean many things, and the principal can speculate it was a message to someone. It was night time, and Izuku was out in the streets helping another soul pass on. So why was he with Kayama Nimari, who was dressed as a bunny girl? Lady, you got no charm at all, said the spirit, giving her a blank face, surprising both herself and Izuku. What did you say? She kicked the ghost. I'm a ghost. You can't hurt me. He was right, as her foot went right through his face to no avail. Also, I'm not into old women. Izuku groaned as she continued to kick him. Why did it have to be this type? The problem this time with the passing on was that he had to deal with an extremely perverted otaku. This withered weeb wanted to see a live bunny girl before passing on, which was why he went to Kayama in the first place. But despite the purple outfit revealing her assets, it didn't work. It worked on him, however. She was exceptionally beautiful and sexy, and a nice change of pace in regards to the older women in his life. It didn't help that he also promised to do her a favor later on. That reaction of his allowed Midnight to tease him later on. But right now, he had to help this ghost settle its unfinished business. And there's only one other person he can ask. 30. No, help me, Itsuka Kendo. You're my only hope. Izuku was doing a doujutsu. I don't care if you want this spirit to pass on, Leia, I'm not going to wear this, she shouted, her eyes clashing with Kayama. Why doesn't she do it? She's already wearing the outfit. Also, who is she? An acquaintance who agreed to help me with other things involving spirits, he answered. She glared at him, and then the woman, mildly upset that he would go through this ordeal. Even more, he would go to some older woman first. Someone who actually looked kind of familiar now that she thought about it. Let me talk to her. Kayama took Itsuka to somewhere not far from their location, leaving Izuku to wait. The otaku faced Izuku, asking, so, you like any bunny girls? That, she was my first one. Izuku pointed at Kayama, and it still sounded so wrong at the same time. Boring. What are you, a nice guy protagonist? Amidamaru sat aside, an outsider to this series of hilarious events. This spirit's lust is comparable to the daimyos who enjoyed going to brothels more than most. Izuku Dono's patience with spirits can be astounding at times. The girls finally came back, Itsuka giving a deep sigh. After discussing with Kayama-san, I accept. Relieved, the boy said, thank you so much, Itsuka. With conditions. And here we go. Amidamaru sighed knowing this was coming. A single finger was held up as her first demand came. The first one is that you make a bento meal for my entire class of 1B. I really like your food, and I know my classmates will too. Okay, that is acceptable. The second finger came. 2. When we go shopping, you are going to carry our bags everywhere you go, and also you're paying for it. That meant he's going to have an empty wallet and tired arms. Sure, he did have some payment from his job, but he was saving it on an All Might poster. For the greater good, I accept. And finally, you are going to wear the bunny outfit too. What? If I'm to suffer this humiliation, you're gonna join in? That's a little unfair considering the other conditions I have to. No negotiation. No compromise. No. All he could do was steal himself. 30. This is so embarrassing. There he was, Izuku Midoriya, wearing a green bunny outfit with green bunny ears in dark public. Next to him was Itsuka, wearing an orange version with white ears. Come on, be a man and do it with pride, Kayama said. The only one striking a pose with pride. That's not even the right word here. But you look so cute, like a little rabbit that I want to eat up and snuggle with late at night. Itsuka blushed when she realized what she just said. In truth, it wasn't the first time he had to cross dressing as the opposite sex just to fulfill the spirit's last wish, but the dress and makeup made it worse. Thankfully, there was no one around here, so we just need to pose and shouted those words right. Exactly. Please try to ease my soul. The spirit clapped his hands, waiting. The pro-heroine stood forward, giving an air of pride and heart. Good evening, Master. I'm Violet Chan. I'm the oldest of my siblings. I like to teach, and playing games is my favorite hobby. Not only that, but I'm good at giving lap pillows. Itsuka went next. And my name is Itsuka Chan. I'm the second of my siblings. Master, my specialty is cooking with all my heart, as I will pour all my love on any meal I prepared for you, Master. Hands lifted in a heart pose, and her face giving a large smile, she groaned in her thoughts. This is so effing embarrassing. I want to die. My name is Midori Chan. Now was the boy's turn. I'm the youngest of my siblings. My favorite hobby is singing, and I can sing anything you want, Master, as my voice can fill you with love and happiness. Oh, the ghost was so high in the spirit it turned red, and together we are the fluffy bunny trio. Then came the pose, causing the spirit to fade. Thank you so much for that wonderful scene. As a token of my appreciation, you can my limited edition figure. Finally, he passed on. With it over, Kayama gave a stylish pose while the students slumped down. It was over. Wow, it's been a while since I've done this. I can't believe I had to pose, wear this, and do that. I don't know how to explain this to anyone. Staring down, Kayama kept her eyes on her students. I'll consider this training for handling crowds. Most especially, she was focused on Izuku, her eyes flaring with hunger. Seeing him like this awoke something inside of her, like a wolf in rabbit clothing staring at another rabbit as its prey. There is a story, a young rabbit sleeping without slightest hint of caution, like in front of a hungry wild animal. Normally, the young white rabbit would get devoured instantly. However, if that wild predator still has reason, it will wonder about why the rabbit is sleeping in front of the predator without any caution. Is it because there's another animal nearby protecting the young rabbit, that it's stronger than the wild one, so it's sleeping without worry and not caring at all? Or does it believe the wild animal couldn't possibly assault it? She was literally in the middle of trying to pounce on him or maintain her reputation. Kayama-san, you're drooling, spoke Itsuka, breaking her free of whatever craze was taking her over. Wiping it away, the teacher spoke. Since we're done, go change and head home. I'm not walking home like this, the girl student shouted. I don't want just any guy seeing me like this no matter what. Oh, Kayama leaned in, whispering, so you'd rather only Midoriya? Redness surrounded her cheeks. What are you talking about? We're just friends, that's all. What are you guys talking about? Asked the green teen. Nothing. Girls talk, Itsuka shouted. A flash of light caught their attention. Izuku, Kayama, and Itsuka turned around and saw a kid taking a picture on his phone. I'm so posting this online. Get him. The students chased the boy down. The next day, Izuku followed on his end of the bargain for the entire Class 1B during the lunchtime break. While a lot, he's carried heavier things. Bright side, he gained an opportunity to spend time with Class 1B and get to know them. So everyone, this is Midoriya from 1A. Everyone proceeded to greet the shaman and his spirit, thanks to the talisman once again. This is so good. Setsuna was eating her own bento of food as it was delicious. Yes, I agree, Manga said even though he lacked a mouth. Hey, don't steal my portion. Komori swatted hands away. Eat faster then. Awase chomped the tempura he nabbed. Everyone, don't fight. I made enough for everyone. Take it home in boxes. Take it home in cases. If someone tries to stop you, don't throw it in their faces. Such consideration for such person, Ibara said while eating her food. I don't know how to use chopsticks. Pony failed in picking the food up. Midoriya gave the horn girl a plastic utensil, saying, here you go, in perfect English. You speak English. I had an English teacher ghost before, said Izuku. If you want, he can help you with homework. Thank you. A blush covered the pony girl's face. While everyone was chattering happily, someone sat on the sidelines watching. and he had enough. So, this is the famous samurai kid everyone's talking about. Of course, he kept his words to himself. He saw the way Itsuka was around Izuku, and now he's nabbed Pony. At first, he could only focus on him making it first. Being so famous, all of that attention was sickening to him. He'll show him. 3 days later in the afternoon, Aizawa stood in front of the class for another announcement for the class. After Ada was given the position of an assistant along with Ochako and Jiro, things were a bit easier for Izuku and Momo for two to handle things. He took his job seriously and knew his way around. Plus with Toshio and his experience being possessed, paperwork was a breeze. For the foundation skill of heroics we'll study today, Aizawa explained as he stood behind his desk. It was decided you'll be supervised by a 3-man team comprising of me, All Might, and someone else. Decided, Izuku thought with a raised brow. It must be for something special. Sensei, what'll we be doing? Shiro said while raising his hand. Aizawa reached into his scarf and started to pull something out. Be the hero everybody needs, whether it's a flood or any other disaster. He pulled out a card that said rescue on it. It's the Trial of Rescue. The class roared with excitement. Trial of Rescue sounds a bit different this time around, Denki said with a small grin. Come on, dumbass. That's what a hero's whole job is. I'm chomping at the bit. Kirishima shouted to Denki, getting pumped up. Totally. Mina agreed in excitement. If it's a flood, then that environment's my specialty. Kiro, Tsuyu said with a bit of pride in her tone. Izuku felt excited. It may be a simulation, but they still got to do rescuing as a hero would do. Don't get ahead of yourselves, Aizawa said in a bored tone, one that held some weight as he pulled something else from his scarf, a remote. As I was saying, this time, it's entirely up to each of you whether or not you wear your costume. Blankly, he pressed a button on the remote, and the shelves holding their costumes popped out from the side of the room. Some of your costumes probably aren't adapted to the task at hand. After all, the training area is fairly far away, so we'll get there by bus. That's all, go get prepared. With that said, everyone grabbed their cases and changed into their hero costumes. But like always, Todoroki decided to change somewhere private. Nobody in the class wanted to know why and left it as such since it probably had something to do with his scar. With everyone outside in their costumes, Ada directed everyone into the bus while signaling with his arms. To get everyone seated smoothly on the bus, file into 2 lines according to your number. Ada's at full throttle, Izuku muttered with a sweat drop. Glancing at the bus, Izuku was able to see it wasn't the type of bus he was thinking. Ada, Izuku called, grabbing the glasses teen's attention. I think it's a different kind of bus. Ada tilted his head before he quickly looked inside to see what Izuku meant. He came out and said with embarrassment, Never mind, there is no need for seating argument. Everyone then filed in, Mina laughing as she sat down next to the sulking speedster. There was no point, huh? The bus started to move, take everyone to their destination. At the same time, everyone started to chat up. Hey, Midoriya, Tsuyu began, grabbing his attention. As you know, I always say what's on my mind. It's just that I'm still startled by your quirk. It's okay, he said, looking down at his gear. Tsuyu turned to him with a smile. Still, it never concurs to me that you can use spirits to do battle with. And using a sword during the battle trial. Yeah, it was tough, Izuku said while rubbing the back of his head in a blush. Bakugo growled in the back where he sat. It's a pretty good ability. All I have is my quirk hardening. It's good in a fight, but it's not very flashy. The redhead held up his arm and activated his quirk, making it turn jagged. Don't be so pissy, spoke Bakugo from where he sat. Being able to take sit and stand back up is more than enough for being a effing hero. At the very least you can shield someone. Kirishima thought about that for a second. A toothy grin crossed his face. To shield someone, my naval laser is at a pro level in terms of flashiness and strength, bragged Yuga. Yeah, until you blow up your own stomach, teased Mina, causing Yuga to wince. Can we all take a moment to backtrack and appreciate that Bakugo said something nice? Kaminari stated, capturing everyone's attention. Bakugo, the guy who swears more than Jay from Clerks? The FS that's supposed to mean. I wouldn't sell out Bakugo, Kirishima said as he glanced back to the aforementioned teen and another. What Midoriya lacks with flashiness he makes up with real strength. But Todoroki and Bakugo are both. Both teens were very quiet, ignoring everyone in the class. Yes, but Bakugo's always fuming and cursing everyone he sees out, so he won't be very popular. Tsuyu pointed without any hesitation. Hey, F you. I'll be popular too, Bakugo yelled while glaring at her. Unfazed, she retained her finger stance. See, I can't believe I'm seeing Kaken getting teased, were Izuku's thoughts as he listened. Still, he smiled. I can't believe Amidamaru is missing this. What a vulgar conversation, sighed Momo with a hand covered her mouth. I think it's funny, laughed Ochako. Damn Bakugo, you are one foul-mouthed dude, Kirishima said with a small laugh. By the way, where's Amidamaru? Mina asked while scoping for the spirit. Izuku held up a stone memorial. Spirits can rest where their gravestones are. Neat, it's like a moving home then. Aizawa unzipped his sleeping bag and glanced back with an annoyed look on his face. We're almost there. Settle down already. Yes, sir. Eventually, the students reached the area where their training would begin. Outside of this large building far from the main building is a hero in an astronaut suit. Everyone, I have been waiting for you, declared the person, her muffled voice masking her gender. Oh my gosh, it's the Space Hero 13, gushed Ochako as she rapidly shook. She's my favorite hero. The hero who does her best work in rescue scenarios, added Izuku. They were swiftly led into the domed building to see so many variations of rescue training areas, all built to simulate a real-time disaster. One of fire, one by the river, one covered in a landslide, and many more. Amazing was one word to describe what everyone was seeing. It looks like Universal Studio Japan, said Kirishima while staring. Flood zone, landslide, fire, etc., stated 13 proudly. Every natural disaster you could imagine, I've created a simulation of it. I built this facility myself. I call this place the Unseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as USJ. Aizawa ignored his students gushing while looking around. 13, where's All Might? He's supposed to be here. Ah, about that, she whispered as Aizawa got closer, holding up 3 fingers. It seems like he overdid it on hero work on the way here and reached his limit. So he's currently resting at the lounge back at UA. That's the height of irrationality, sighed the erasing hero. I would have called Hisashi over then instead. Well, let's get this started first. 13 then turned to the class as she brought up her hand. Before we begin, just one thing. Or 2, or 3, or 4. Now she's trailing off. They're increasing, was the collective thought of everyone as they stared at the hero. Thankfully, the Space Hero 13 began to speak about her quirk and just how dangerous it was. 13 continued to explain how each teacher's trials had expanded on their own hidden potential and the dangers of using them against someone. Amidamaru kinda understood. Quirks were like swords back in his day. So long as everyone had them, there came the risk of conflict. Most didn't know what to do with the power they had responsibly. This would be a great class. This class will show you a new perspective, lectured 13, as you will learn to utilize your quirks to save lives. You all have powers that are not meant to harm others, but to protect and save. I hope that after this day, you will leave with the understanding that you are all meant to help people. Thank you for listening. As 13 bowed, the students clapped at her speech. Way to go 13, cheered Izuku. Awesome job. Ochako praised her for a job well done. Bravo, bravo. Ida was probably the most enthusiastic, his hands slapping together. Aizawa cleared his throat, grabbing everyone's attention. All right, first things first. He cut himself off as he noticed something dark out of the corner of his eye. Just like him, Amidamaru felt very heavy killing intent, one that he hadn't felt for a long time. A cold feeling swept across Izuku, causing the hairs on his neck to stand. It reminded him of curses. Turning around, what he saw made his eyes widen. Huddle together and don't move, Aizawa yelled, catching everyone off guard. 13, protect the students. From the darkness of whatever was inside the building, he stepped out, a young man with dry pale skin, messy gray-blue hair, and a hand for a mask. His attire is just as foreboding. Not because of his black shirt and pants, but from the 14 embalmed hands in total holding onto him from his head to his arms. More people with equally and less frightening appearances crawled out of the mist joining him. What is that? Is this a part of the training? Kirishima asked while looking down with a curious look. Don't move, Aizawa shouted as he put his goggles on. Those are villains. The statement alone was shocking, to say the least, as everyone tensed at the large group of people down below. Some were even scared. The black mist they were coming from took on a shape up above. Yellow eyes to accommodate the human head it was sporting. Eraserhead and 13. According to the teacher's curriculum, All Might was supposed to be here, and yet, he trailed off in a disappointed tone. I knew it. So that was the doing of you lot, Aizawa said while narrowing his eyes. Izuku's eyes widened when he heard this as he put the pieces together. These villains used the press to sneak into UA and steal the class schedule to find out where they were going. If that was the case, why attack the class that had All Might? Where is he? The lead villain covered in severed hands asked, bloodlust radiating off his body. We went through all this trouble wrestling up so many of us to bring along. You can't tell me All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. His voice was laced with madness. I wonder if he'll show up if we killed some kids. Izuku couldn't help but feel his jaw drop slightly at the hand's villain's words. They're here for All Might, but that would mean they were here to kill All Might. Murphy's Law, a supposed law of nature. If given the chance, something that can go wrong will go wrong. That was exactly what happened here to Aizawa as he took immediate action, understanding the gravity of their situation. Everyone, huddle up and don't move. Rightfully, the class was confused. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa said in a panic now. This much worse than he had first thought, considering a flood of unsavory characters appeared out from within the mist after All Might. They were criminals, crooks, and murderers dubbed as villains. Kirishima peered down at the central plaza, completely oblivious to the full weight of the predicament. What the heck's that? More battle robots like during the entrance exam. Aizawa pulled out a pair of yellow goggles from within his capture weapon. Don't move. Those are real villains. That was enough to get the students to understand the danger. This was the real deal. More villains poured out from within the mist, which conjured into a shadowy misty form with glowing yellow eyes observing the students and the teachers above. 13 and Eraserhead, is it? According to the staff schedule that we received the other day, All Might was supposed to be here. Aizawa eyed the mist villain with anger. He could only assume that he teleported all of these villains to their location. The leader of this horde throws his head back with mild frustration. Where is he? We've come all this way and brought so many friends. All Might ... the symbol of peace ... is he here? His piercing red eyes gaze up to the terrified students. I wonder if he'll show up if we kill some kids. Back up near the entrance, Yaoyorozu called to 13 for answers. 13, doesn't this place have sensors? Yes, of course, it does. Shoto Todoroki stepped forward to gaze down at the intruders, not wearing his usual costume today. Are they only here, or also at the main building? Either way, if the sensors aren't working, then it has to be one of their quirks at work. He pointed out more things. This place is far from campus, and they picked a time when there'd be few people here. So maybe they're not as dumb as they seem. They must have an objective for this well-coordinated sneak attack. His explanation made sense, and somehow it only helped the fear sink in even further into their hearts. Who can blame them, as this was their first encounter with villains and they were still heroes in training? Aizawa gripped his capture weapon. 13. Begin the evacuation. And try calling the school. He theorized that one of these villains must be jamming the signal, but they needed to be sure. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. G got it. Kaminari tried to use his little headset but got nothing. Stepping forward to protect his students, Aizawa readied himself. Izuku called out to his homeroom teacher. But Mr. Aizawa, you can't fight them all alone. Against that many. Even you can't nullify all their quirks. Aren't you a specialist in sneak attacks and capture? He's really scared and worried. If these really are villains, then their teacher could really get hurt or worse. As Eraserhead, he looked back at Midoriya, and with the utmost confidence, he said the following. No good hero is a one-trick pony. And with that, Eraserhead leaps into action, right over the staircase towards the group of villains. All right, firing squad. Here we go. Wasn't there supposed to be only 13 and All Might? Who the hell is that? It doesn't matter if I know. But he is seriously hurling towards us by himself. What a dumb sit. Eraserhead expertly and efficiently begins to take down the villains. He cancels out 3 villains' quirk all at once before he uses his unique capture scarf to tie them up and knock them out by pulling and bashing their heads together. Some villains are somehow able to recognize the pro hero and even think that they have an advantage. A bunch of morons. You can tell just by looking that's the quirk that erases other quirks. One villain shouted out, Eraserhead. Another cried out in fear. Despite learning who they were fighting, one villain stepped up. His body was covered in rocks and he had 4 large arms. It erases quirks, he said playfully as he flexed his arms. Can you even erase mutant types like us? He shouted before he charged with confidence. The villain didn't even get 5 feet ahead before Aizawa punched him square in the face with enough force to throw him back. Eraserhead continued his assault on the thugs. The villain's leader scratches at his neck. I hate pro heroes. Ordinary villains don't stand a chance against them. Back at the entrance, Izuku and others are completely absorbed in their teacher's display of amazing feat. Wow, he really is a pro. Amidamaru popped out of the tablet. This is no time for analysis. Suddenly the black misty villain that warped the villains into the USJ looms over them, blocking their escape route. I won't allow that. Everyone is taken by surprise, not expecting a villain to make their way up here so quickly. Eraserhead seems to have noticed that the rapping villain is no longer in the central plaza. Damn it, I blinked, the most dangerous one got away. He turns to make his way back up the steps, but more villains block his path. The swirling mist leers down over the students and the pro hero. He politely introduced himself as Kurogiri of the Villain Alliance, here to kill All Might. My role remains unchanged. Before either the villain or the hero can pull anything, 2 figures rush in without a second thought. Bakugo releases a booming explosion as Kirishima chops his hardened arm through the villain's smoky form. Not if we end you first. Betcha didn't see that coming. Unfortunately, it seems their attacks did little to nothing but slow down the villain's attack. That was close. If Amidamaru's shout could be heard right now, it would be to run. 13 screamed, no, get back. Both of you. But it's too late. Kurogiri activated his quirk, enshrouding as many students as he could in his power. But it's too late. You will be scattered, tortured, and slain. The villain's mist explodes outward like a wave that consumes everything in its path. The fastest managed to get out of the way while those further from him managed to save others. The rest, however, were forever gone, fallen into the darkness. From it, Izuku nosedived into the sea. The flood zone. He shouted in shock as he hit the water. While submerged, he slowly collected himself as he swam for the surface. Izuku Dono, watch out. The samurai screamed. The teen saw a villain only a few feet away from him, a crossbreed between a shark and a human with an oxygen tank on his back. "Oh ho, the chum has come," the villain said in perfect English despite being underwater. He then opened his mouth wide, showing rows of teeth just like a shark. Izuku quickly readied Haru-sama as he prepared for an attack. Then something landed on top of the villain's head, pushing him down faster. Asui, he realized. He also noticed something else around her arms, a barely conscious Izuku Midoriya, she called before wrapping her tongue around his waist. The frog girl then used the villain as a springboard and launched herself up at high speeds. Reaching the surface, she used her long tongue to throw Izuku onto the boat. After a comment from Izuku resulting in him being slammed aboard, she climbed up. Izuku pushed himself to his feet. "Thanks, Asui, you saved me," the teen said while letting out a sigh of relief. Though she looked as if she was dirty since the midget pressed up against Tsuyu's chest from the side. Even exhausted, he still had the energy to be a pervert. "Just call me Tsuyu. But boy, are we in a pickle." He could agree with that. The press breaking in yesterday was just a distraction for them to get the class schedule to see where All Might will be. They were waiting for an opportunity and now they have it. Like Todoroki said, they've been waiting for this chance. And they prepared well for it. That seemed to freak Mind out a bit. But there's no way they'd kill All Might. The short teen shouted while pointing to Izuku. "Once All Might arrives, he'll go like pow. And bam. And Kazooie." "Minta," Tsuyu said, grabbing the purple hair teen's attention. "They must have some way to kill him. Otherwise, it'd be absurd if they went through all this trouble with no plan to deal with All Might." "No. Yes, even mountain bandits aren't that stupid," added Amidamaru. This made Minta's jaw drop slightly. "They threatened to kill us just to see if All Might will be angry. So now it's a matter of time if we can hold off until he arrives. Not only that, will All Might be alright once he shows up?" Tsuyu added with her own serious tone. "Even if her face doesn't look like it, can he even show up in time? What about your talisman? Can't you just poof a bird or something?" Izuku showed him his collection of wet talisman. At this point, Minta was shaking like a leaf as he latched onto Izuku's arm in fear. A moment later, a dozen water-based villains surfaced surrounding the boat. "Come down here, you brats. I'll kill you. Big catch. Big catch." Minta was screaming in fear as sweat rolled down his face. Amidamaru just looked how pitiful this midget was. At least Manta was funny. Izuku ignored the villains for the moment and tried to think of their situation. Why were the villains after All Might? Why did they want to kill him? How were they going to kill him? All these questions left Izuku nearly stumped. Was he that instrumental to their success that they required to kill him? The man was not perfect. Yet despite everything, All Might was a good person, someone Izuku could call a close friend. "I know why they're here," Izuku said in such a serious voice it made Minta stop crying. "Anyway, if those thugs have some way to kill All Might, we can't let it happen. But first and foremost, we fight to survive." Minta, unlike Tsuyu, had a different reaction. "What do you mean we fight? Are you a moron or something? These are villains who might be able to kill All Might." He shouted at Izuku with sweat running down his face. "Your idea is self-contradictory, Midoriya. I don't have a combat quirk, you only have a sword. How can we take on a group of villains?" If his aunt were here, she probably tied Minta up to a fishing pole and hang him as bait for the fishes and leave him, while she enjoy a nice relaxation on the beach. While imagining what his aunt would say to him, Izuku looked at the water. "Minta, those thugs down there have water-type quirks. Don't ignore me." Izuku ignored him as he continued. After reminding him that they were planning to kill All Might, he told them that they must have researched this place beforehand. In that case, they really couldn't hide or even wait here any longer. At that, they also sent Tsuyu, who held a frog quirk, in a place to her advantage. This made them realize they didn't know what they could do. Izuku nodded his head. "Since they have no idea what we can do, they separated us and now they plan to attack us with numbers." He then looked down at the grinning villains. "They have us beat in numbers and territory. I'm not too confident in my abilities in water either." He then pointed down. "They haven't tried to come aboard the ship because they have no idea what else we can do." Amidamaru formed as his oversoul, speaking, "We need to come up with a game plan and fast. They won't be waiting for long." Izuku then looked at Tsuyu with a serious expression. "Tsuyu, can you explain your quirk so Minta can have a good idea? I could also use a bit of a reference on it." Tsuyu told her classmates of her quirk, as well as the pros and cons. After that, Izuku spoke of his spiritual abilities, or the official story on them, with zero mention of what All Might gave him. Minta then went to describe his quirk pop-off but was met with silence. "I told you, didn't I? Let's just wait quietly to be rescued. My quirk isn't suited for combat at all." Minta ranted. "I think it's a useful quirk," Izuku said seriously. It caused Minda to stop his ranting. A moment later, a powerful wave rocked the boat, nearly tipping it over. "You're getting annoying. Let's end this farce," shouted one of the villains down below. Izuku grabbed onto the railing as he grabbed Tsuyu's hand. What insane power. He split the ship in half. The frog girl yelled as she grabbed the railing. "Yuwa," Minda yelled as he throws his grapes into the water in panic. However, none of the balls landed on the villains and instead just floated in the water. "Yuwa," the short teen cried at Izuku as tears ran down his face. "Calm down. The last thing you should be doing is freaking out." Izuku cursed in his mind as he realized Minda just revealed his quirk, taking the element of surprise away from one of them. Looking down though, Izuku was a bit surprised to see the villains were being cautious of the purple balls. They still have no idea what Minda's quirk can do. "We're still in this. It won't even take a minute for the ship to sink. And once you fall into the water, it's 100% our win." A villain laughed. "Hayova," Minda yelled in fear as he ran back. "He's right. Minda, did you really enter UA to become a hero?" Tsuyu asked the panicking teen. The way he was acting at the moment, it's a surprise he passed the entrance exam. "This is not the time to be scared. It's crazier of you two to not be scared. We're freaking kids." He continued on with a little rant. Amidamaru moved in, hitting the midget with his hilt to cut it before he mentioned boobs. "Be silent for once, purple one." Amidamaru. It was the first time Izuku saw this side of the samurai. "Yes, you may be a child, but that doesn't matter now. Right now, your life hangs in the choices you make in this instant. You knew of the dangers of the world you were entering and did it of your own volition. I'd have more to say, but we're low on time, so be brave for once." That stopped Minda. He was staring up at Amidamaru with slight awe but at the same time inspiration. Tsuyu was looking at Amidamaru with an impressed look, surprised he was able to calm down Minda with just a few words. "He's really a wise samurai. I can see why Midoriya trusts him." Izuku held Harusama tightly. "Now that we're calmer, I have a plan." "What is your plan, Izuku?" Tsuyu asked with a tilt of her head. As the villains were waiting, the shaman quickly jumped high using his oversoul. Amidamaru, Shinku Budajiri. The shaman aimed for a spot where the blast wouldn't hit the villains before letting the vacuum blade flew towards the center with a loud splash, thus creating a giant wave. At the same time, Tsuyu jumped off the boat with Minta in her right arm while the short teen throws his balls into the water around the villains randomly with his life on the line. Everything happened in a chain reaction. The villains were pushed out around the waves, causing the purple balls to stick to their bodies. As the water started to pull back together, it dragged the villains to the center along with Minta's balls. As the villains were trapped by the pop-offs, Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around his waist before pulling him with her. "Quite the roundup. Arrest Izuku," Tsuyu called back as they flew across the water. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minta all swam to shore as the ship they were on sank to the bottom of the lake. They were safe for the moment. "I enjoyed a smooth dump this morning, so my balls should stick on those guys for a whole day," Minta said with a strange amount of pride. "You really don't have a lid, do you?" Izuku said as they soon reached shallow waters. Tsuyu looked back to him, questioning their situation. "Shouldn't we be deciding on what to do next?" Izuku nodded to the frog girl. "First thing we gotta do is contact UA and getting help. If something comes our way, we can just follow the waterside to the exit, avoiding the central plaza altogether." "Can't your guardian spirit Amidamaru call for help?" Amidamaru floated next to his shaman, saying, "Izuku Dono would be defenseless without me to fight by his side. And it's not like anyone else can see him in time. I mean, Midnight could, but she couldn't get help fast enough and she needs to wear the bell all the time." The trio made it to the central plaza, where Eraserhead was still dealing with the horde of villains by himself. Some of the others were still by the door, much to their relief. Still, with everything he knew of Eraserhead's fighting style and quirk, he wouldn't last forever. He was probably at his limit. They needed to do something. Minta must have noticed the look in the greenette's eye. "Midoriya, don't do too. Hero." Izuku gazed back at the central plaza where Eraserhead was fighting. "I'm not saying we should dive right into a fight. I just think that we can watch for an opening and do what we can to lighten Mr. Aizawa's load." That's the end of the discussion. So, they continued wading through the water silently and quietly. 30. Meanwhile, All Might was sitting in an office recovering from overworking. All the while he stared at his phone, trying to ignore the lecture from Nezu. 30. At the same time, 13 along with Ida, Shoji, Sadu, Siro, Ochako, and Mina were permitted to use their quirks to fight back, survive, as 13 would fight the mist villain. "But it would be a disgrace to the class if I abandoned them." Ada shouted in disapproval of the plan. She said, "Go, damn it. You can alert the outside on what's going on," Sadu shouted to Ida. "And that means they won't chase after you if you make it out. Use those good legs of yours to escape the black mist." Siro gave his 2 cents. "Please use your quirk to save others." Those words of hers gave the incentive as she took action. 30. Speaking of action, divide and conquer, huh? Todoroki's breath could be seen as he exhaled. "Forgive me for saying so, but..." A cold breeze shifts across the frozen landslide zone. It's hard to see you guys as any more than thugs with quirks you can't even handle. The entirety of the landslide zone was frozen in thick layers of ice, along with every villain that attempted his life the minute he arrived. Now, I have some questions for you all. 30. Weiya, replied Kaminari with 2 thumbs up and a retarded expression on his face, showing he had gone over the limit. He had used his quirk to take down the villains while Yaoyorozu and Jiru were safe under an insulated sheet the former created. I'm worried about the others. Let's hurry and join back up with them, said the former as she rose from her crouch. You can see everything though. Jiru squealed, unable to take her eyes away from the beautiful sight. It's okay, I'll make another. 30. Eraserhead continued fending off hordes of thugs. Their boss watched quietly, counting. 23 seconds. At that, the villain took off in a full-on sprint, making a beeline for the pro hero. Eraserhead's hair floated upward as he activated his quirk. So, you're the boss. He lashed out his capture scarf toward the villain. The hand villain gripped the cloth in midair. 24 seconds. He tossed it aside and kept going. 20 seconds. However, Eraserhead was running on low. 17 seconds. The pro hero slammed his elbow right into the villain's abdomen. Or so he thought. He found that his elbow was caught in the villain's grasp. It's hard to tell when you're scampering around with those goggles, but there are moments when your hair falls and rises, and that must be a tell for your quirk's duration. Eraserhead's sleeve began to rot and tear away until his bare skin was exposed. Soon, his arm started peeling as well. Did you jump into the fray to make the kids feel safe? That's so cool. A quick punch to the side of the villain's masked face was just enough for Eraserhead to retreat as the villain toppled over. My elbow's been disintegrated. There's no doubt. It must be this punk's quirk. The leader shrugged off the hit as he pushed himself off the ground. With his arm busted, he'll be at a major disadvantage now, even with every other villain around down. I hope you got something else to use, because I'm not the final boss. Out of nowhere, a powerful force slammed him headfirst into the ground. A crushing cold grip snapped his arm, breaking it like a twig as a giant hand only applied pressure to his head in the harsh ground. A deep, animalistic growl hovered over Eraserhead's prone form. The villain grinned maniacally from underneath his hand mask. Meet our anti-hero weapon, the bioengineered Namu. A monstrous inhuman screech rang in Eraserhead's ears, making his head spin in agony. 30. Back at the entrance, 13 had used her quirk on Kurogiri. But before it could reach, a portal opened behind her and her quirk worked against her. As 13 began to fall, Tenya quickly ran for the exit, following the orders 13 had given them. I can't allow that, stated Kurogiri as he aimed for the speedster. Before he could reach him, Uraraka stepped in as fast as she could and sent him flying, touching the metal item he wore. This gave Eda the opening he needed to escape. 30. Die, was the shout of Bakugo's battle cry as he sent another explosion toward a person alongside Kirishima. They were at the ruin zone as both of them had taken down all the thugs. But then they came across this person. He was commonly hiding his face with a sombrero, jet goggles, a yellow scarf, and a long black veil over his mouth decorated with 3 bones and a skull head. He wore a pair of black boots and black rubber gloves, each with knee and knuckle plates that have the kanji for Supreme King written on them. He carried a guitar on his back on a brown strap. All he did was play the flamenco, ignoring the assault by both teens. No matter how many times they attacked, he was completely harmless. Even his clothes were protected. This ain't good. We hit him with everything and he still stands. It pisses me off as he kept playing and looking down at me. Bakugo snarled like a rabid dog. Children, it's rude to attack those who don't want to attack anyone. Don't talk like you're not a villain, Kirishima shouted as he sharpened his arms. That's 'cause I'm not. You're not. Then why are you even here? He strummed his guitar. There's someone here House-sama is interested in, and I'm looking to meet him. Bullshit. Bakugo attacked again, with a repeated outcome. Curious, Kirishima asked, who is this House-sama you're talking about? He is the pinnacle of humanity, the person I devoted myself to, who I would follow no matter his command. He is the man that I love. It was rather inspiring yet unsettling how he spoke with such love and admiration. Kirishima doesn't know why but felt utter respect, ignoring Bakugo's failed attempts. Kid, you're boring me. Like an ant crawling on a dinosaur's talon. He got up and turned to the plaza. I better go find that kid. You wanna come, follow along. Angered, Bakugo prepared another explosion. But Kirishima stopped him, saying, let's go follow him. We can find a weakness if we do, without you running out of water. He just gritted his teeth knowing that's true. Fine, but this isn't over. 30. Izuku, Tsuyu, and Minda watched in absolute horror from within the shallows of the flood zone. They cannot believe what they are witnessing. Not only had their teacher, a pro hero, been taken out by a single blow but by a creature like the Earth's never seen before. The Namu was a true monster, a black behemoth with an exposed brain and a demonic beak. Izuku could even compare it to a curse. Could his shaman powers even be enough for it? The boss villain shook with excitement seeing his servant at work. The shaman kid looked back seeing his friends trying to keep it together. They looked ready to puke. Readying himself, he formed his oversoul. The Namu Goliath held Eraserhead down, pushing him further into the hard ground. The villain boss wobbled on his feet as he gazed down at the pinned pro hero, canceling out quirks. Pretty cool, but that's it. Up against crazy strength, you might as well be quirkless. He chuckled, amused at the sight of the struggling pro hero. Eraserhead desperately reaches his hand forward in one last attempt to escape, but Namu grabs his other arm and snaps it too like a twig. GWAHH. Eraserhead screamed in agony. He snapped my arm like a twig. Looking at any part of his body should be enough to nullify his quirk. But his base strength is immense. Damn, he's as strong as All Might. And with that, the Namu smashed Eraserhead's head into the ground. From within the shore of the nearby flood zone, Izuku and the others gasped at the gruesome sight. Minta is visibly shaken at the sight while closing his mouth with his hands. This is too much Midoriya ... You got to have second thoughts now, right? Tsuyu fearfully sunk into the water until only the upper half of her head stuck out. Hero, Izuku just gritted his teeth enduring, because of what's occurred to his teacher, as Amidamaru was also withholding. That's when a swirling mass of mist appeared next to the villain leader. The leader notices the new arrival, Kirigiri. The misty villain, Kirigiri, warps into place. Shigaraki, I have returned. The leader, now dubbed Shigaraki, spoke. Is 13 dead? Incapacitated. But there were some students I couldn't warp away. One of them made it outside. Shigaraki considered the update. And in doing so he was scratching at his neck in furious irritation. Kirigiri, I'd kill you if you weren't our ride out. Now our plans have crumbled. He suddenly stopped, removing his hands from his neck. We won't stand a chance against an army of pros. It's game over. We're done here. Minta wasn't too sure that he heard the villain correctly. Leaving. Now, Tsuyu hopes she heard him correctly too. I think so. Izuku agreed. Yeah, me too. Minta cheered for their hope spot, being drowned by Tsuyu for groping her. But doesn't it feel wrong? Tsuyu was thinking out loud. They came here to kill All Might, and now they're just giving up like that. It was a deplorable way to think. This crazy man reminded him of the evil spirits who used to murder people for fun. More than that, he felt like a mass of negative emotions. But first, why don't we use this opportunity? He stepped forward and hurt the pride of the symbol of peace. At a speed not even the samurai spirit could keep up with, Shigaraki appeared before the trio at the water. Everything slowed to a crawl. The three heroes in training all felt shocked and horror as his hand moved closer and closer to Tsuyu's head. Tsuyu's life flashed before her eyes as she saw herself slowly falling to what seemed to be certain death. Eraserhead tried to look to Tamura, but the Namu was blocking his line of sight. No, just as Tamura's hand was about to touch Tsuyu's face, it stopped just an inch with a jerk. Oh, the villain said in a playful tone as he looked to the right. Well, aren't you a cool guy? Izuku just glared at the villain as he tightened his grip around his wrist. It was only thanks to his reflexes that he was able to catch the villain's hand before he disintegrated Tsuyu. The frog girl was breathing heavily while looking deadly pale. She had just seen her whole life flash before her eyes. You want to fight? I got you. Izuku got up, slashing his sword. But the villain had already pulled free and jumped away, sliding backward with his eyes on the green teen. What are you, a swordsman class? He was looking at the boy who was wielding a katana. Strangely, he took note of the oversoul qualities it possessed. No more holding back. I gotta knock him out fast. Izuku swung hard, pumping Furioku into his signature celestial slash. Amidamaru, Shinku Budajiri. The attack flew towards Shigaraki, who only calmly stood there saying, Namu, and then kaboom. When the dust cleared, the monster was there having protected its master. Such a surprise caused Izuku to widen his eyes. What? How did it survive my oversoul attack? Crush him. The Namu rushed forward, gripping the ground like a mad beast to propel. Shield. Right. The spirit formed a shield before Izuku to tank the rocket-like punch. The damage was non-existent on his part, but the shaman kid was still sent flying back. His heels dug in to correct his footing, just as the monster came back for more. Roku no kata, Nejire Uzu. Izuku fiercely twisted his upper and lower body vertically, spinning like a buzzsaw. His spiritual energy produced the imagery of a whirlpool as his blade sliced through the Namu's right arm like pressurized water through steel. Sighing with relief, he saw that the monster's arm fell off easily. Got it. But then the wound pulsated, and out sprung a new arm. What? Oh yeah, I never told you. Shigaraki gloated, his monster roaring. Namu has the ability to regenerate. Amidamaru looked worried. Izuku, don't know what if we... Last resort, Amidamaru, he told the ghost, raising his arms to use Shinku Budajiri. The monster charged him to crush the boy, but he jumped to his left and avoided the punch. Upon landing, he slashed at the Namu, releasing his attack. While it worked again, the monster was also able to protect its master while being sent crashing into a dust cloud. As all the smoke disappeared, Shigaraki pushed himself off the ground while glaring at Izuku. You're a very annoying hero, Shigaraki said with a low growl. Namu kill. Boom. Everyone turned to the main door of USJ, seeing a sight to behold. For the students, their hearts jumped with hope and joy. The villains stood shaking in whatever footwear they possessed, wishing they had worn brown or yellow pants. It seems you've all been treating my students and colleagues so shamefully. A single voice boomed through the plaza as the man in the yellow suit slowly walked in. He gripped his tie, ripping it off as he spoke in anger. Have no fear, for I am here. All Might, Minta screamed with tears running down his face. Aizawa gave a small snort but had a small grin on his face. What took you so long? Izuku also felt relief wash over him, taking notice that the symbol of peace is very angry. He had never seen this man evoke that emotion before. To enter a scene without smiling. To wear that body without a smile. Ever. Before the shaman could say anything, he felt a powerful killing intent coming from above. Out of instinct, he deflected whatever came at him with Amidamaru's oversoul. The person who attacked him was concealed with a cloak, but what surprised him was the weapon he brandished. It was a glowing Chinese halberd, a guandao. Who are you? Izuku asked. The attacker didn't say anything, but what truly shocking was Amidamaru, as he knows who was the oversoul and guardian spirit of this person, as he fought him many times as enemies, rivals, and comrades in arms as if he could forget. Basin, the shaman kid, was now facing another enemy. The worst part being they were a shaman. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he never thought to face an enemy shaman. Izuku pushed back the weapon and jumped back, giving himself some space, allowing him to see his assailant. But he was completely covered in a black cloak that hid its feature. Basin, why are you attacking us? Amidamaru shouted in confusion. Izuku knew that name. It was the name of the Tao clan's ace spirit guardian. It was then the enemy threw something on the ground. They were marble-sized, but then they changed, forming some kind of mass, and kept growing even bigger than the Namu. Its body was made from dirt and it only had one eye. A golem, but how? Midoriya knew what those were. It was similar to a robot, but golems were different. The written word Ameth was displayed for him to see on the yes. He heard that it doesn't use oversoul to move but souls as its main battery. But he could tell that these golems were different and something else was powering them. The golem then grabbed the unconscious villains and attached them to their chest, leaving only their heads to breathe. They're using the villains as human shield. How dishonorable and cowardly, Amidamaru shouted in disgust. However, the golems just created a perimeter surrounding them as if he wanted to isolate both Midoriya and Amidamaru from others. Then the enemy shaman charged towards them. Aizawa gave a small snort but had a small grin on his face. What took you so long? But his eyes were then focused on Midoriya, looking as the problem child was attacked by an unknown assailant. We were waiting for you, hero, Tamura said in a calm voice, not even fazed by the number one hero's arrival. Or should I say, you hero trash. The remaining villains were also stunned by his presence. As some tried to prepare for a fight, All Might blitzed by them, immediately knocking them out cold just to reach Aizawa. Shigaraki stood, his face barely visible from losing his mask. I apologize, Aizawa, for being late. I came as soon as young Tenya found me, All Might said in a low tone while glancing at Aizawa's injuries. You always seem to take your sweet time getting places, he said in a bored tone, far more concerned for his student in danger. All Might followed Aizawa's line of sight, and his eyes instantly landed on Midoriya fighting this unknown assailant and the statues that prevented anyone from interfering. He leaped forward to move Tsuyu and Minta to dry land. Head towards the entrance, you two, All Might said while standing protectively in front of the students. Aizawa, go with the children and find the rest of the students. But sir, what about Midoriya? Is still there, Tsuyu pointing their class president. Don't worry, I will save him. He wasn't sure if that was a lie or not. With everything he'd done up until now, his time as a hero was running on fumes. Now would be the time to implement the school motto. Carolina, All Might, stop. The successor shouted to the mentor. These golems are using villains as hostages and you will kill them if you go all out. He looked closer. He could see the heads of villains popping from the golem's shit that was close. Knowing he wasn't holding back. It's no good. I'm sorry, father, Tamura said while picking up the severed hand. He knocked everyone out and saved those he needed to, but his speed wasn't as high as recorded. He then sent the pro-hero a crazed look filled with madness. He is getting weaker. The successor and mentor turned to face their respective opponents. The hand villain has a decay quirk. Whatever he touches with his hand starts to rot within seconds. The black mist villain has a warp quirk. He can create portals with his mist and he's fast with them. This all I can do for All Might, he thought. All Might grinned as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. Thanks for the info, Midoriya Shonen. Hey, no sharing hand information. Tamura whined. All Might's response was to dash forward with his arms crossed. Carolina, Namu. The monster stood in front of All Might without a single second of hesitation. Smash. The Namu took the attack full force, but to everyone's shock, the monster didn't even flinch. Instead, it lunged forward and tried to grab the number one hero. All Might was caught off guard by the Goliath not being affected by his special attack, but was still able to dodge at the last second. He then punched the monster in the stomach, to no avail. More punches landed as Shigaraki spoke. Look no further than our Namu's amazing shock absorption quirk. In other words, a fist-fighting hero is useless against someone like him. It'd be easier to scoop out his guts. All Might punched the monster right in the brain, only for his punch to be ineffective again. The leader of the villains then checked over at the cloaked villain. I don't know who this hidden NPC is, but so long as he keeps the boy occupied. While All Might was occupied, the shaman kid was still fighting for his life. His guandao sliced down at Izuku, who parried, raising Harusama, causing the blade to slide along the length of his weapon, moving fluidly. He slashed at the villain's right side, his blade blocked by the shaft of the spear, halberd raising. From this, Izuku could tell this villain's Furioku levels were comparable to his own, maybe even higher. His strength was at least bigger, as he pushed the boy back without moving his footing. The shaman then twisted the guandao before rapidly stabbing at Izuku, the latter forced to block or dodge each attack. The Chinese weapon's reach was too far for a counter, and it moved too quickly for him to get in close. Also, it was far heavier than he thought. I can't keep fighting this guy. I need to help All Might. Pieces of green hair flew back in the air as Izuku failed to block a stab to his face, the left of his head now slightly cut. Focus on saving yourself before you save someone else, lectured the enemy shaman before he resumed his assault. Izuku, don't know. Focus. You're right, I'm sorry. Izuku took a deep breath for focus before rushing forward. Water appeared through his spiritual energy. Hachai no Kata, Taketsubo. The swordsman leaped and came down with a vertical slash, akin to the force of a waterfall. The enemy simply countered by raising his halberd-like weapon, causing the shaft to take the blow at where the force would be its weakest, nearest the guard. With him locked, the enemy spanned to throw Izuku off. Vorpal dance. The enemy then assaulted, releasing a flurry of stabs faster than before as Izuku was recovering. Shield. The Oversoul formed a shield as the attack connected. The two remained in a stalemate, finally ignoring the action going on around them. Guhh, was All Might's scream. When the smoke cleared, Izuku paled at what he saw. All Might was held down, gripping the Namu's torso in the ground, but the other half popped out of Kurogiri's portal with claws digging into the hero's abdomen and chest from behind. That included his injury. Too bad you couldn't seal his movements, Tamura said with a smug tone. Good work, Kurogiri. He handed us the perfect chance on a silver platter. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the villain's true plan. The Namu wasn't here to combat All Might in battle but hold him down. Now in this precarious situation, All Might is left exposed to Tamura Shigaraki's unstoppable quirk. Hey, a Sakura kid. Izuku's attention quickly returned, just in time for the spear to penetrate the shield. The blade grazed his shoulder. Arg, I said to concentrate on me. He kicked Izuku back, watching him slide across the floor. Both Toshinori and Izuku were stuck. The latter could probably do something if he wasn't dealing with this other shaman. What to do? Die, you bastard. Bakugo came flying in with his arm out and blasted the mist villain with an explosion. He then grabbed the metal neck and slammed the villain to the ground hard. At the same time, the Namu's right side slowly froze over, sent from a certain student's power. I heard about your plan, about each of your roles in the scheme to kill All Might, a calm voice said as the temperature started to drop. Izuku saw Todoroki with a calm look on his face, though he still looked enraged. Kirishima came swinging at Tamura with his hardened arm. But even with his senses confused, the villain still dodged the attack, leaving only his shirt shredded a bit. Shit, I almost had him. No funny business out of you, you Shadow Monarch mobbling, Bakugo said with an almost crazed grin on his face. All Might noticed the Namu's grip slack and saw its current state. Glad that Todoroki had enough control to avoid icing him, the symbol of peace broke free, saying, "Thank you, my boy. Our symbol of peace won't go down as easy as you clowns," Todoroki said with his stoic face. Relieved that reinforcements arrived, Izuku knew what he had to do next. Everyone, don't attack the stone statues carelessly. They have hostages inside of them. The hell you mean, Deku? Bakugo shouted while glaring at the shaman. No, Midoriya is right. Look closer. Bakugo took the time to look at the golems. So, they're villains. No, Bakugo shonen. Even villains deserve to be saved. All Might explained. Bakugo shrugged it off but agreed. Even so, their situation was serious. Tamura was looking at Bakugo holding down the mist villain. Well, we're in a bit of a pinch. Let go of my ride. Bakugo just grinned madly. Just as I thought, this prick was never that sharp. That bit on your body you used to get all misty and warp gate just got sealed, mother effer. You gonna tell me you don't use that warp gate to hide your true body? If not, you wouldn't call anything dangerous. He laughed. Urig. Kurogiri tried to move, only to receive an explosion to keep him in place. Don't you move. You so much as twitch, I'll load you with a nice little explosion right here, right now. Not very heroic line there, buddy, Kirishima said with a shrug. Shigaraki watched as the kid treated his warp gate so poorly. Not only are you unscathed, but you also got this far on Kurogiri. He twitched in rage. Namu, go and rescue our ride. Hearing its master absolute command, the Namu climbed out of the still open warp gate, both his right arm and leg falling to pieces from frostbite. Yet despite this, it was still able to move even with such injuries. Even worse, all of them could see its body rejuvenating. Wait, how is it moving? Todoroki said in shock. That's right. If it could tank those blows and regrow those blows earlier, then it has multiple quirks, Izuku realized, remembering how it grew another arm and took his celestial slash earlier. How is that possible? Namu is a human sandbag artificially created to the height of physical fitness to withstand your 100%. Before any of the students could react, the Namu started to move, despite his body still regenerating. With everything slowing down to a crawl for Izuku, the Namu moved at high speed after its regeneration. But thanks to Amidamaru's samurai senses, he was still able to tell where it was heading. Kaken, move, Izuku shouted. A second later, a shockwave rocked the area Bakugo once stood. And there stood the Namu, having impacted something with its fist. Kaken, Izuku called out in worry, only to notice a shadowy figure emerge from the smoke. And he's fine. How did you dodge him? Izuku then noticed Bakugo wasn't looking smug, but instead was very pale and shaking a little. I didn't dodge, you effing moron, he said while taking a shaky breath. I couldn't see him at all. Turning his head back to the Namu, Izuku saw how Bakugo survived the attack. At the other end of the Namu was the shaman who was with Bakugo and Kirishima earlier, having taken that attack. All Might looked at the man in the sombrero who saved Bakugo. Unforgivable. All Might spoke as he glared at the villain. We had no choice. We had to save our ally, didn't we? Tamura said while pointing to Kurogiri. And not long ago, one of your kids over there. Ah, which one? He pointed right at Izuku. The one with the sword tried to kill me, assaulting with a deadly weapon. Ordinarily, that would be a grave offense, but it's fine because you're heroes. Because you heroes are bludgeons of oppression. And why is that? Because you're an insane brat. All eyes turned to Izuku, who with Amidamaru in a temporary highway gadai spoke with such conviction. Even if your words had any form of conviction or truth to it, that's just an excuse to you. Really, you're just a violent sociopath looking for something to take your issues out on. It's clear to me with the look on your face. The spirit through Izuku pointed at Tamura Shigaraki, who indeed behind his mask was maliciously grinning. You saw through me so quickly. The cloaked shaman laughed a bit. That spirit of his lives up to his reputation. And nothing he said was incorrect. It's 3 versus 3, Todoroki pointed out as the other students started to get ready, except for Izuku, who was still sure to deal with the shaman. No, All Might called while putting his hand up, catching everyone's attention. Please escape. But if I hadn't come to support you earlier, it'd have been bad, Todoroki pointed out while glaring at the villains. All Might was already moving. Right you are, Todoroki my boy. Thanks a ton. But now I'll be okay. All you need to do is watch a pro show you how it's done. But All Might, Izuku shouted, trying to find a way to say what needs to be. What about that? Isn't it up? He simply smiled back at him. Do not worry about it. Tamura, however, wasn't fazed in the slightest. Namu, Kurogiri, do your thing. I'll deal with the kids, he said before crouching low and sprinting forward. Let's clear the game and return victorious. He's coming. Brace yourselves. But before Tamura could get close, All Might suddenly released an intense amount of pressure. It wasn't killer intent. It was simply All Might's intense power being felt by everyone. It was enough for Tamura to stop his charge and jump back out of fear. It wasn't just them, even 2 shamans could felt the enormous aura of power, including 2 spirits. So strong, they both realized. Amidamaru watched with a smile. He had such conviction. All Might then charged the Namu and the 2 each throw a punch, their fists clashing. Indeed, Midoriya is right. I barely have a minute left in me. Regardless, heroes deal with unfair situations all the time and have to surpass them, not just for themselves, but for the people they protect. A powerful blow struck the Namu in the face, the resulting shockwave enough for the others to feel. And yet he kept going, his fists moving with enough choreography to not only hit the black behemoth but also knock aside any attack it could hit him with. Even as blood dripped from his lips, even as Shigaraki reminded him of his quirk, he didn't care. One punch managed to send the monster into the pavement, causing an erupting of destruction, before he followed up with an uppercut. The Namu airborne, he followed into the air, a full frontal blow for blow. Izuku yelled in shock as he could feel the wind pressure from where he stood. If All Might is going for a full out, that means he's not trying to hold back. Absorption is not the same as negation. All Might yelled as the wind started to pick up slowly, almost becoming a tornado. Chest, sternum, shoulder, ribs, kidneys, even testicles. Each punch created a shockwave through the Namu's body as it no longer could fight back. A hero is someone who smashes through obstacles and their very limits. It's a motto this school is well known for. You may have heard of it. Coming in, his limit-breaking power reached critical mass as all collected in one single fist, faster than the eye could see it connected, as he screamed to the heavens. Plus Ultra. The punch struck with devastating force, sending the Namu flying into and through the upper dome outside. People were starstruck, wondering if this was a comic book. Others were inspired to reach this level. Incredible. So this is how powerful the #1 hero is. If there was any doubt in his title Amidamaru had, it was gone now. Izuku, on the other hand, was worried knowing All Might had finally reached the time limit, and there's nothing he could do to help. He still found it cool though. Not bad for a subhuman muggle. The enemy shaman returned to fighting Izuku, who resumed the oversoul. "You're right, I have gotten weaker," All Might said with a chuckle as the smoke started to clear. "Back then, it'd have taken me 5 good punches, tops." He stood straight, clothes ripped and mouth leaking blood. "Now I had to throw 300 of those suckers. And now I'm out of time. Now then, villains, we both want to put an end to this dance of ours quickly, don't we?" Frustration, irritation, despair. These were words Tamura Shigaraki felt watching what he just saw. From the depths of his soul, he started muttering like crazy while scratching his neck. His mind was breaking. "What's the matter?" All Might said, his smile never falling. "Where'd your bravado go? What happening to clearing the game?" The pro hero then sent the 2 remaining villains an intense glare. "Try it if you can. UWOOAH. Tamura screamed in frustration. While the conversation continued, the heroes in training ran toward Izuku to help him next, but the golems were in their way. Kirishima threw a punch at one of the golems. Doing so, his arm was stuck inside. "I'm stuck. What's this made of?" He tried pulling out to no avail. Bakugo came to his rescue using his explosion, breaking Kirishima free. "Get aside, spiky hair. Stay back, your quirk is useless against them." Todoroki added more salt to the injured pride. The hardened quirk use felt dejected hearing that as he had no choice but to stand aside. Bakugo fired his explosions. But like with Kirishima, the golems just regenerated no matter what. "What the hell are these things made of?" Todoroki stepped in, frost overcoming his right hand. "Let me handle this." Stepping on the floor, ice traveled from his foot to freeze over the golem in his path. Frozen, it shook trying to break free only for it to collapse and break apart, shattering into ice shards. "There we go." As the hostage were freed, to his horror, the marble-shaped talisman reactivated. The golem rebuilt itself from more dirt, and this time was even larger than before. What and how? At the same time, Midoriya was still on the defense as the enemy continued his attack. But no matter what, he couldn't keep his eyes and mind off All Might and his precarious situation. Over there he's threatening the villains, but really it was a bluff. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. If only Nama was here, he'd be able to face him. If only. Shigaraki Tamura, please calm yourself, Kurogiri said while floating next to the young villain. If you look closely, you can see the damage Nama succeeded in dealing with him. The two looked at the hero's tattered body. It would appear the children are busy with the unknown, and it's true that reinforcements are coming. However, we're still here. We can still combine our strengths and kill All Might. Shigaraki stopped his excessive scratching. That seemed to have calmed his nerves. "Yeah, you're right. As if we could run after coming this close to defeating the final boss." The villain glared at All Might. "Above any other consideration, we must avenge Namu." With that said, both Kurogiri and Tamura charged forward, ready to finish the symbol of peace once and for all. They didn't fall for it. This is the ultimate Holy Sit situation. Halo Blade. Before Toshinori could despair further, an invisible force knocked the villains away. There, his successor was able to rescue him at the last second, though he saw with horror his own enemy coming at him through the opening. Midoriya, turning around as fast as he could. Izuku slashed with his blade. His blade collided with the Guandao, both spirit warriors passing with their backs turned, as his opponent was turning around for another showdown. Izuku saw he was immediately disadvantaged, because his katana was cut in half. "Haru-sama is broken," Amidamaru shouted in fear. Because of his broken blade, he was out in soul ball mode at the moment. "This will be the last time you make that mistake." It was then the shaman charged Izuku, ready to finish the job. Like Tsuyu before, he saw his life flashing before his eyes. At that moment, a miracle happened. Gunfire exploded several times in the air as the enemy backed up. Rubber bullets embedded the floor where he was once. "So they've finally arrived," All Might shouted. There at the entrance, they stood, most of the proud heroes that worked at UA High, and in front of them was the tired hero in training, Tenya Ida. At the top of his lungs, he shouted, "I came back with all the people I could scrape together." Class 1 Assistant President, Ida Tenya, reporting for duty. Tamura pulled himself from the floor as Kurogiri floated next to him, his ears still ringing heavily. "It's our game over screen," Tamura said in a down tone as he rubbed his jaw. "Back to the drawing board, Kurogiri." Without warning, Tamura was shot by snipe. Kurogiri took action covering his body, as the other villains fought against the pros as pathetically as one could tell. Tamura was shot, but Kurogiri covered his body, taking the bullets and sending them somewhere else. Tamura started to fall into the black portal before he noticed the portal was moving. "Huh, what's pulling us in?" That would be. At the very end of the plaza was a battered but still alive hero. 13 being helped by Eraserhead, her black hole absorbing the mist. By doing, the portal started to move towards the space hero, but it wouldn't reach him in time. For the time being, we've failed, Tamura said while looking at All Might and Izuku. But we'll get you next time, symbol of peace All Might. While the villains were gone, Izuku was still in trouble as the enemy shaman remained. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his golem to attack the pro-heroes and divide and conquer. Stand aside. Cementos used his quirk to move the cement, pushing back the golems. But it just absorbed the cement and using it to become bigger. I can use my quirk to control it. Cementos can't control the cement the golems absorb. Everyone stop. They have hostages inside of them. We might hurt them if we're not careful. Kirishima shouted. Damn, that means we can't attack recklessly without hurting them. Present Mike looked at the hostage. I doubt I can put them to sleep, Midnight realized. Snipe fired his weapons, but the golems just absorbed the rubber bullets. My weapons are useless. We need to rescue Midoriya. Aizawa shouted to get the staff's attention as Izuku was still clashing with the enemy shaman. Midnight, knowing of his secret, knew that this was a shaman-related incident. Only Furioku could break Furioku. The least she could do is use her quirk on him. But he doubted it would affect those stone statues. Let me handle this. Many eyes focused on the villain who rescued Bakugo earlier. Surprisingly, he was alive, undamaged from taking a punch from the monster that matched All Might. I will not let you harm the person that Hao-sama has taken an interest. He moved in close landing between Izuku and the villain. The villainous shaman lunged back to avoid him, fear in the small visual of sight he possessed. Peyote Diaz, one of the oldest living shaman in the world. The cloaked one swung his weapon to his left and made a stance. Why the hell are you here? Who? Izuku eyed the Mexican shaman. The man took out his guitar and played. The melody resounded as the song Desperado by Antonio. As his music played, the golems crackled and shook. I will follow as my lord commands it. Behind him, a towering specter appeared. The skeletal female adorning a Mexican dress spread her power throughout the field. Watching, Amidamaru said, That's Santum Wert. My golems, shouted the villainous shaman, watching them crumble into dust including the core, thus freeing the hostages. As the music concluded, the villain growled with annoyance. It seems I'm still no match for a god-class spirit. Something reached out from his shadow and pulled him inside. This isn't over, Izuku Asakura. As the enemy escaped from sight. Gone, Izuku finally breathed a sigh of relief. The real danger was over. Now for the other problem. All Might slowly reverting to his true form. He saw the dust from earlier mixing in with the smoke he released whenever he deflated. Midoriya, are you all right? Shouted Kirishima as he came over. I'm fine, just tired, that's all. Please don't come over, he realized. Just let me take a giant wall appeared between him and Kirishima, cutting him off. We want to check all the students for injuries. So everyone please gather at the front gate. The block-shaped hero said. Leave the injured to the care of your senseis. Yeah, of course. Roger that, Kirishima said as he ran off to the front gate without a hint of suspicion. All Might sighed in relief as he sat down on the ground across from Izuku. Thanks, you saved my hide, Cementos. I'm a fan of yours too, All Might. Now let's keep your true form hidden and head towards the infirmary, he said before turning to Izuku and gave him a concerned look. What about you, Midoriya? Izuku picked himself off the ground with a small grunt and stretch of his arms. A few bumps and bruises, but nothing too serious. I'll feel even worse when my aunt finds out about Haru-sama. Cementos nodded and opened a small hole in the concrete wall. If that's the case, go to the front gate with the other students. We'll take care of All Might. Izuku nodded and turned to All Might with a small smile, walking away while carrying his broken sword and its other piece in the scabbard. I hope Recovery Girl heals you soon. Slowly turning back, Toshinori Yagi gave a weak laugh as he slouched on the floor. Recovery Girl is going to be mad. Cementos gave a small laugh at the hero's dismay. Do try not to overdo it so much next time. If I hadn't gone that far I'd be a dead man, he said in a grim tone. That's how formidable they were. Over in other parts of Japan, the scene changed to an unkempt bar. Darkness leaked out in the form of wisps. From it, Shigaraki fell through bleeding. They shot both my arms and legs. We were completely defeated. Our pawns were no match for them damn kids. And even Namu was sent flying. Angry, he pounded his fist against the floor in frustration. Kurogiri formed from the shadows, the way a pure-blooded heartless would. Shigaraki glared at a television screen lit at the end of the counter. You were wrong, sensei. He wasn't weak at all. I wasn't wrong, said a disembodied voice responds from behind the screen. We merely got ahead of ourselves. Yes, we underestimated him. Good thing that League of Villains came cheap. A second voice spoke next. Now tell us, what of our creation Namu? Why is he not with you? Kurogiri responded now. He was sent flying, and without proper coordinates, there was no way for me to find him. I would not be able to search for him no matter how many times I worked, and it's not like we had that kind of time. The second voice groaned in annoyance. After all the trouble we went through to make him as strong as All Might, he was still unable to defeat him. Silent for a moment, the game-quoting villain sighed before letting out an exasperated yell. Speaking of strong, there were these stupid-ass unknowns who showed up that were able to match our Namo. Like who? Asked the second voice. One of the villains we had was only there to fight against this green-haired brat. Said kid had a sword that glowed and had a face on it that he used to fight on equal terms with Namu. And he was only beaten by that first guy. Nothing Namu did got through his quirk. Oh, the first voice, the master, sounded intrigued at what he heard. This villain you called in, what did he do? He was using some kind of weapon that looks like a Chinese halberd, and summoned some golems to separate us from fighting that kid. If he hadn't gotten in the way, he would have been dead. There was silence on the other end. Until, did their weapons glow with a kind of aura? Actually, that is correct, Kurogiri spoke, looking back at Shigaraki still fuming. He then faced the screen, saying, you wouldn't happen to know them, do you, master? About this boy who stopped us from killing All Might. That is not important. What is important is what you've learned from this incident, Tamura. No plan ever survives the first contact. Shigaraki would hate to admit it aloud, especially in front of the others, but he learned a bit, understanding what he must do next time. Shigaraki gave a nod, showing his teacher that he got some insight. Good. Now focus on finding stronger troops, and take all the time you need. We can move freely. That's why we need a symbol like you, Tamura Shigaraki. Next time, the world will know of the terror you represent. The connection was slashed. 30. Once all communications were cut, the mastermind on the other end chuckled under a breathing apparatus. A second person there asked, do you know of the person Shigaraki was talking about? Focus on your mission for now. I need some time to myself. Though he wasn't sure to do so, the mysterious other left him to his devices. Once alone, the man chuckled again before going into laughter. So, the shamans are coming back to the surface. Is he him? On screen, a video played showing a familiar scene. It showed a kid with green hair braving through fire to attack a villain with a katana. A police detective stepped out of a vehicle. This tall man with black hair and eyes dressed in the standard overcoat walked as he counted the numerous villains being sealed away inside of prisoner transport trucks. 17, 18, 19. It's 20, Detective Tsukachi-san. Izuku said as he saw a person that he never thought would meet again. The detective turned around and was surprised to see a very familiar face. Midoriya, I'm surprised to see you here. It was no secret that Izuku meets the detective before, as was present for Midoriya's credibility during an investigation as his ability to communicate with spirits. At first, he was skeptical about Midoriya's ability to talk to the afterlife. Such people who pulled this popular scam were some he dealt with long ago. But time and results proved that he was the real deal. I didn't think I would see you here either. Was anyone hurt? He asked with some concern, as his job as class president. The detective smiled. Everyone is accounted for and is relatively unharmed, aside from a few minor injuries. That's a relief, he said with a sigh. He then joined his classmates with the detective. All of Class 1 were out by the grass discussing their situation on how their first encounter with villains. Ajiro explained how he was alone and had to use hit-and-run tactics to fight the villains. Hagakure was with Todoroki in the landslide zone as he froze all of his opponents. Todoroki was glad to hear he didn't get her while also complimenting her stealthiness. Ada stood before the others, thanking them for their efforts in helping him escape to get help before it was too late. Kaminari commented that Snipe saved him while he was with Yaoyorozu and Jiro. How's Aizawa-sensei? Suyu asked with some concern, grabbing some of the students' attention. Aizawa's arm was severely fractured and rotten. He won't be able to use it for a while. He also has a minor concussion and some fractures around his eye, or so I was told, he said while he held his phone. Hero, Suyu said, and Waria's Minda held his hands together with tears. Tsukachi continued with, 13 received broken bones and several lacerations to her back and arms, but she'll pull through. All Might has respiratory issues and some damage, but thanks to Recovery Girl he'll rejuvenate. He'll be watched in the infirmary. Everyone felt relief hearing that. That's when everyone in the area heard the sound of the guitar. The Mexican shaman made his appearance, putting everyone on higher alert as the police and heroes all aimed at the supposed villain. Teo Diaz wasn't even phased. He simply pulled out an item and showed it to the detective. While suspicious, Tsukachi took the paper and read it carefully, his eyes widening slowly as he reaches the end. Diplomatic immunity. The detective looked up at him. How did you receive this? I'm with X Charity. That made his eyes spread wider. Both Tsukachi and the adults knew of X Charity. It was a non-profit organization dedicated to helping others across the world, originating from the paramilitary group known as X-Laws. They now had the same level of authority as Interpol. It wasn't just diplomatic immunity. Peyote Diaz was protected by international law. Worried over what could come from this, Tsukachi returned the sheet of paper to him. As much as he'd like to question him, he was a man of the law. Bakugo just glared at the person who saved him, but he wouldn't thank a villain. If he was with them, he's one of them. Kirishima wanted to after his little rescue of his bro. As the shaman finished his introduction, he moved straight toward Izuku, greeting with dire courtesy. It's a pleasure meeting you, Asakura Izuku-sama, and you too, Amidamaru. The samurai scoffed while staring at him. You haven't changed at all. Izuku, surprised by the attention and mention, gave a bow out of politeness. Nice to meet you, sir. The pleasure is all mine. Raising himself, Izuku asked, why were you among the villains infiltrating UA? It's much easier than going through protocols, and it seemed the best way to see the potential of the one who has gained Hao's interest. This was shocking. His ancestor was interested in him of all people. Is there a reason why grandfather does? I'm only following his orders to the latter. He did not tell me why. This was his vague response. Of course, he's just as much a fanatic of him as Amidamaru said. Does this situation involve X-Charity? No, X-Charity only involves themselves in calamity-level threats. This is just a dispute of shamans, which will be handled by shamans. That made sense. Izuku knew that a small dispute like this wouldn't warrant their attention. Meanwhile, everyone in Class 1 was bewildered seeing their class president casually shooting the breeze with a villain like they were acquaintances. He also seemed to know the detective. What of their spiritual classmate do they not know? Silent, Ida watched as he recalled certain truths his big brother told him about someone by the name of Midoriya. This made some things make sense. So, Midoriya really did assist with those cases Tensei mentioned. But now, he had to ask questions. Midoriya, how do you know this person? I was told of him, and he was told of me, Peyote spoke. Has anyone here heard of X-Charity? The students looked at one another. Yaoyorozu then raised her hand. They're an organization similar to Interpol. As long as we produce results, no one would get in our way. But, this is a rather The shaman held a finger up at Ida, silencing him. Whatever method we do is our own, child. The speedster felt insulted being called a child before he could retort, and the serious tone he expressed prevented him from giving a response through fear. Do not forget, all of those villains you fought were weaklings, street thugs who could be taken down with ease. True villains who have higher mastery of their quirks and a true embracement of their dark hearts would have put half of you in the hospital. Not to mention the monster Goliath you stood no chance against would have produced body bags. Every bit of confidence they felt then dispersed as reality reminded them they only got lucky. This was especially true for Tsuyu and Mainta, both of whom were there when they saw the Nama wreck Aizawa before their very eyes. Peyote strummed his guitar. It's time for me to leave. I'm done with my mission. Now I return to X-Charity and await further orders from my lord. Everyone watched him leave as he played the flamenco acoustics. With him gone, Tsukachi turned back to his partner. Sacha, you see to the rest. He had other important things to discuss. Affirmative, the Catman said while saluting. Tsukachi nodded before going to Izuku. Midoriya, seeing as you were the one to fight one of the villains the most, I would like for you to come with me to All Might to give a statement. It would help to identify the assailant. Nodding, he spoke to his classmates. I'll see you guys soon. He then gave a wave before leaving. As the two left, Tsukachi was suddenly stopped by another detective who came. Detective Tsukachi, word came in, sir. We apprehended the suspect thought to be the villain that attacked USJ. He was found in the building under a large pile of rubble. What's his condition? No external injuries, sir. He's no showing any signs of resistance either. Moreover, he's unresponsive to stimuli, and he's not uttering a single word. The police said, a little unnerved, as the Goliath weapon was strapped and cuffed like the Joker transferring to Arkham. Tsukachi then requested permission, which was immediately given, from Nezu to investigate every crook and nanny of the campus for clues. It's nook and cranny, Nezu told him. Sorry, but please, by all means, conduct yourselves as usual. Let's go, Midoriya, Tsukachi said as they started to walk off towards the car. After taking a police car, Izuku and Tsukachi arrived at UA and made a beeline for Recovery Girl and All Might. The students were then told that they'd be escorted back home by the heroes after returning their costumes. Yaoyorozu was the last to go, her eyes on where the police car that took Izuku away one last time. Once there, Tsukachi and Izuku opened the door to see All Might in his skeleton form resting on a hospital bed while getting scolded by Recovery Girl again. As Izuku flinched seeing that All Might wasn't buff, the pro-hero wasn't scathed. Midoriya, Tsukachi, Yagi said with a smile as he pushed himself to sit up. That's when Izuku put it together. Wait, you know All Might's true form? Of course I do. The detective spoke like talking about the weather. It's all right, Midoriya Shonen. Tsukachi has known quite a while. That's assuring. And here he had thought he was keeping secrets. The two entered the room. Sorry to be coming at you so suddenly, but I need testimonies from the two of you about the villains, especially the ones that attacked you and the boy. Wait, hold on, before we get into that, are all the students okay? All Might asked with complete concern. And Aizawa, the Racerhead, and 13. Izuku quickly raised his hands. All the students are alive and accounted for, All Might. No one was seriously injured. The teachers are hurt, but it's nothing life-threatening, he said, making All Might sigh in relief. Thank goodness. Sukachi smiled at All Might. You know, if you two hadn't buckled down and fought so bravely, then it probably would have been a very different story for the kid, he said, trying to cheer up his friend. Unbeknownst to him, Amidamaru smirked, knowing he also helped. All Might was quiet for a moment before he spoke. You got it wrong, Sukachi. The students also fought bravely and gave it their all, he said before looking to Izuku. If it wasn't for Midoriya, I would very much be dead. Not many high school freshmen have faced such terror. Yet all of Wano have faced the perils of the world of the adults. They showed up those villains for the idiots they are. And the students of Wano will make fine heroes. He gave Izuku a thumbs up, making him smile. But Izuku thought of what the Mexican shaman said, that they only got lucky. He couldn't accept the praise. Sukachi also smiled before he pulled out a pen and notepad. If you're up for it, I would like for both you and Midoriya to give your testimony, unless you wish to reschedule. All Might and Izuku exchanged glances before nodding. Ask away, detective. Izuku spoke of what he knew about the mysterious person who attacked him out of everyone. While he kept to himself the fact that he was a shaman, he was unaware of any possibility of whatever quirk he may possess. He wouldn't have to either, as there were ways of keeping secrets shaman could do. As the detective finished, he concluded his business, leaving the successor, mentor, and the samurai in the room. All Might wanted to have a chat. Midoriya Shonen. Was that villain that attacked you a shaman? He was, or she? I couldn't tell, but I know that was a guardian spirit on his side. That guardian spirit is Basin, is a former Chinese military general that serves under the Tao family, Amidamaru explained with a scowl. This surprised the pro-hero. I thought shamans kept the balance between two worlds and their involvement with others would be in secret. Shrugging, Izuku gave his explanation. Not all of us follow that rule, like how some people use their quirks for evil or selfish gain. Some shamans believe that it is our right to rule over the world and replace those that lack our abilities. And only a shaman can handle another shaman, so that's where organizations like X-Charity come in. X-Charity. Having never heard that word before, Yagi was curious about this group that would handle the supernatural. X-Charity, Amidamaru spoke with his arms crossed. They are tasked with handling shamans who misuse their abilities and handle calamities that would expose our presence. There were other groups involved with the shamans, but he didn't need to know that. So that person who saved young Bakugo was part of this X-Charity. Yup, Peyote is apparently the oldest shaman alive, having been around long before quirks, Izuku stated. What? But that's impossible. No one can live that long. He stopped there, remembering there was one other person who could. That's because of his god-class guardian spirit, Santa Muerte, the goddess of death. What class? Every spirit has its own class, All Might. Like me and Amidamaru, we are Sere class or sacred souls, the classification for spirits who have existed for 500 years or more and whose souls have shed their physical attachment to achieve their purest form. That includes yokai, for example. A Koropakiru is a god class much stronger. Exactly. Kami class, or god spirits, have the power to destroy a continent, turn a city into dust, bring forth plagues and resurrection, and so forth. To gain one is almost impossible, just like one for all. All Might, for trust, and lots of Furyoku are required to tame them. Such information made the symbol of peace cringe with some grave fear. Santa Muerte is very attached to Peyote Dias. She wants him alive and lets him stay due to their contract. It's a good thing he's only loyal to one person. Izuku then checked the time. Well, I better head home, All Might. It's getting late and Mom's probably worried. I understand. Thank you for the info, Midoriya Shonen. As his protege left, Yagi was sitting there thinking how big the world had become just from meeting this one boy. Essentially, some people could command spirits on the levels of gods. It's a huge secret among others he's keeping, even from the boy himself. In truth, certain times he would see stranger things during his hero times. But looking back, it got real when facing All for One. Near the end of his rope, he felt he saw something that he would believe was a hallucination. Maybe there were spirits there. But his train of thought lingered to the goddess that he saw with the talisman. He could feel her tremendous aura just looking at her, like she could snuff the life out of anyone instantly. I need to tread carefully when dealing with spirits. It's been one day since USJ was attacked by villains. And currently, the school was closed. For 3 days, the school would be swept for a villain presence to discover any other hidden objective they had. Also, the security would be bumped up. All the children were to stay at home or away until the time was done, mostly for recuperating. Obviously, the parents of 1A students were worried about what happened as they talked with their children about that matter. Some of them would talk to their family for comfort. Others would just do some other activities trying to forget. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya sat in his condominium alone. It was better than the apartment he and his mother had, but still hard to get used to. But that was the least of his problems. He was looking at his broken katana with a silent seriousness. It wasn't the first time the weapon broke, from what Amidamaru told him. but it was the first time it broke under his ownership, and the only person who he could ask for help would kill him. Amidamaru, is Masuke-sen really the only one who can fix Harusame? Can't we find another blacksmith? Amidamaru sighed, knowing that Izuku was only asking out of fear. It's true, he had no descendants to spread his knowledge to, and the strength of our oversoul was only at its best using a weapon Masuke made. But Masuke's already passed on, and the only way we can get him back is to go to an Itako. Amidamaru finished, causing the boy to shiver. We're going to have to face your fears, Izuku Dono. Izuku just sighed, knowing this was a problem. This was the first time he was ever so weak, losing to another shaman, unable to take down the Namu, having his sword broken, failing to save All Might. He wouldn't hear the end of this from Anna. It wasn't just power and skill, it's his weakness in the heart that almost got him killed as well. Izuku was too occupied with All Might's condition. Well, nothing he could do now except facing the music. Then the doorbell rang. Izuku quickly ran towards the door, still fearing his aunt's wrath. But instead of who he expected to be there, what he saw through the hole was his vice president Yaoyorozu wearing something casual, standing right in front of the door. He quickly opened the door to meet her. "Oh, it's you, Yaoyorozu," Izuku said, eyeing the hottest girl in his class. He wasn't expecting to see anyone until school reopened. Taking in a deep breath, Yaoyorozu said, "Can I come in? We must discuss something of utter importance." "Sure, please come in." The tall, rich girl entered his condominium. "Please sit down. I prepared tea." He spoke with calm and professionalism. Of course, in his head was that a girl was in his house sitting on the couch, watching silently. Amidamaru was a bit taken that a girl of her stature was here for his master. Momo just looked at the house. It was big and clean, nothing unusual, except for the dream catcher, the tiki masks, a Native American totem, a tribe spear hanging on the wall, the 7-star tree symbol banner, and a shrine. It was too much like a shaman's abode. While at the same time preparing tea, Izuku's thoughts stuttered. Amidamaru came to him, saying, "Izuku Dono, you have so many girls on your side. You shouldn't be this bad with them. You're not like this with Kendo." "That's different." Somehow, he admitted, bringing in the tea to the other room. Hopefully, she didn't hear him speaking to the ghost. Yaoyorozu took a sip from the cup he poured into. This is delectable." "Well, it's not much, as I was possessed by a tea-loving brew who forced me to make good tea." Izuku took a seat across from her. He had better get to the elephant in the room, or else he'll turn into a tomato. "So, how did you know where I lived? And what brings you here?" "Your aunt gave me your address." If he was carrying something expensive, now would be the time it broke. Why would his aunt provide a stranger with his address? And why was she so casual mentioning her? Yaoyorozu took in a sigh, sipping some more tea with her eyes closed. She then placed the cup on the counter and opened her eyes, saying what needed to be said. "Honestly, I wasn't planning on taking action or even revealing myself until the second semester. That way, we'd get to know each other a little better, and then breaking the news would come a little easier. But after what happened at USJ, I realized that we had to step up everything." Gulping, the green-haired shaman could only expect the worst. He hoped deep down that this would be a confession, but there's no way it'd be that simple. After a few seconds of stalling, Yaoyorozu said it. "To start, we're betrothed." "He what?" At first, he stopped to look at her. He couldn't believe what she said. So in English, he stuttered, "Pardon?" "That's to be expected," she said with a sigh. "In other words, you and I are to be husband and wife." Izuku was baffled as he started to stutter. Nothing that came from his mouth made any sense in any way. He knew what fiancé meant from his mom's TV dramas, telenovelas, and romance movies. Her favorite was the old classic Winter Sonata. Right now, his life was playing out as one. After a few minutes of revelation and freaking out, he calmed down. Now for the questions. Momo kept taciturn as Izuku took in this bombshell of information. "Amidamaru, I hope you're listening too." The spirit appeared in shock. "Wait, you can see me?" "Yes, I can see, spirit," she stated as if it was too obvious. "When? I've been able to ever since I was 5. I've just kept it a secret from everyone except my parents." This opened a world of shock to Izuku. "You mean you could see Amidamaru since the first day we entered the classroom? During the battle trial?" That would explain the feeling some watching him on the first day of school. Amidamaru thought, remembering someone was staring at him and couldn't tell who. "Of course. How else did you think I knew about the Shikigami?" she replied, baffling Izuku with this realization. He should have known better. Seeing the supernatural was something my ancestor had. His name was Oyamata Manta. "Manta," Amidamaru shouted, surprised to hear that she's connected to Yo's friend from long ago. Even concluding the shaman fight, they stayed as friends. "What? Do you mean Mortimer, the man who investigates the benefits of mixing shamanism and business? The one who helped shamans with their endeavor?" "Exactly," she told him. "Both of our families have a connection and been friends for a long time, even during the pre-Quirk era. It's a bit overwhelming as I learned how deep my heritage from my grandfather was. He told me that I have a gift and shouldn't be afraid of it." Izuku spotted her uncomfortably rubbing her elbow. She must have gone through a bit of a fright seeing ghosts for her first time. Thankfully, Anna made a talisman for repelling evil spirits. But back on topic, our ancestors made a pact to eventually bind our families together, a political alliance of friendship that members from both would wed, only if certain conditions were implemented. Conditions, he repeated, curious to what would have been necessary for their union. What are those conditions? The heiress pulled out something from her bag and gave it to the shaman. It was a well-preserved document. The first condition is that both husband and wife have the ability to see spirits, to avoid any complication in their marriage life as to prevent any misunderstanding and trouble if one of the spouses cannot understand what they can't see. That was true. Not many people could see spirits, and the Asakura were often estranged for having such supernatural sight. Second is that the member of the Asakura family had another family name. The Asakura family members cannot intervene with another family's situation, including marriage. Many of your family wanted a stronger bloodline, so if there was one with a different name they couldn't alter their right to marry who they wished. The samurai nodded with a hand to his chin. It was a loophole to get around that old way of thinking. Smart. And third is that both family heads agreed to the marriage. They didn't want this turning into Romeo and Juliet. That last one seemed extra. These were Izuku and Amidamaru's unified thoughts. This is how you became my fiancé. A pleasure to meet you. She bowed down courtesy like a newlywed would do. Honestly, she was rather surprised finding out about this part. To learn that someone she never met before would live with her eventually as her husband was a heart-pounding revelation. Happening upon that person at UA was especially surprising, almost as if this was all planned. Eyes on the document, Izuku asked, how did a contract like this survive this long? It was kept hidden in the family vault. But one day it opened by itself and the parchment flew towards my parents' hands and they read it. It's probably a shaman doing. This was all three of their thoughts. I'm not sure how to take this. I've never been engaged before. Izuku sheepishly saying it and felt embarrassed. Actually, I've never even had a girlfriend before. Do not worry. I train myself in bridal training by my attendants as part of life. It's okay Yaoyorozu. You don't have to. It's part of what our family has done. Even my mother had bridal training before she was engaged with my father. But I still believe you are good with anything. After all, you're the smartest person I know. Her cheeks were pink at the compliment. Thank you, Izuku-kun. His face turned bright red at her calling him by his name. With his green hair, his head gave the impression of a tomato. So, can I call you Momo-chan then? Izuku felt even more embarrassed trying to say it out loud. His head was steaming. That's all right, Izuku-kun. After that bit, the two stayed silent and awkward. Despite that nice moment, the two barely knew each other. Yaoyorozu, or Momo as he's still working out, wasn't experienced being around boys, and Izuku's spending time with someone who will one day marry him. This was indeed nothing like being around Itsuka or Uraraka. He never considered them with the thought of dating him. But they couldn't stay quiet forever, so he said what was on his mind. So how was your experience during USJ? He would soon curse himself for saying something so sensitive. Momo rubbed her elbow. Something he's starting to notice was a sign. It was frightening. It was the first time we handled real villains. Thanks to Kaminari's quirk him, and Jiru were able to knock them all out. But she froze here, shaking from the fear of remembrance. Then a villain took him hostage. It was our lives, or his. If Snipe hadn't saved us, I don't know what would have happened to us. It's all right. We're safe now. The shaman placed a hand onto her shoulder to provide comfort. Looking at him, Momo said, I heard you were attacked and struggled against a villain alone. Yeah, he broke my sword. Luckily that was all that was broken. Pietro's words on how they survived through luck made them realize how true he was. Seeking a means to change the subject, he asked, Are you hungry? I don't want to impose. It's all right since you're my fiancé. It's the least I could do. It was still a struggle to say those words. But as your wife, it is my duty to help you. I understand, but still. He entered the kitchen to prepare their meal. As she does, the woman checked around and saw Amidamaru had left them alone. Where is he? Elsewhere in the home, far from both their eyes and ears. Amidamaru was thanking the heavens with tears of joy. I'm so glad. Izuku Dono's fiancé isn't a violent, sadistic otaku like all previous Annas. Over at UA, Detective Tsukachi began his report with several members of the UA staff in the school's conference room. Some were absent due to fixing the damage, assisting in the investigation, or injuries. Our investigators are trying to learn everything they can about this so-called League of Villains, spoke the detective as he read off his papers, making sure he doesn't miss a piece of information. We've made some progress, but we can't find anything on this Tamura Shigaraki so far. He passed on copies. We've searched records for men in their 20s who are registered as having some sort of disintegration quirk. But so far we've come up empty. Same for the Warp Gate villain Kirigiri. Either they're not citizens or they're using aliases. Either way, this will be a challenge. Each of the staff members read through their own piles of papers, reading them for details. Since none of them were really there for a majority of the action, they only had brief moments of cameras, the little info they could get out of the captured villains, and the statements of the students themselves. Snipe dropped his papers onto the conference table. So what you're saying is that we know next to nothing on this Shigaraki varmint. I reckon we ought to learn fast or the leader decides to have another go. What a pain. Yagi scoffed. Leader, huh? Principal Nezu peered up at the weakened All Might with intrigue. Something on your mind, All Might? It's just that nothing about this feels normal. The attack was too bold. It was so daring, and not just in the meticulous planning. No sane adult would ever attempt it. And according to these notes, although he didn't say anything particular about his own quirk, he was shooting his mouth off bragging about that guy Namu's quirk. Quirks, he corrected himself. And when things didn't go his way, he started throwing tantrums. The blonde hero stroked his chin. Well, the bit about Namu having 2 quirks could have been a way to provoke the student. Not like it did any good in the end, all things considered. Even so, it seems counterproductive and utterly foolish in a battle to reveal one's quirks and waste the element of surprise. Bragging about the toy he brought along, the poor lack of planning, simple-mindedly thinking everything would go his way. If we think about how the attack was carried out, it seems clear that this Shigaraki character couldn't quite hide his childish nature. That sense that he does whatever he wants. He's a man-child. It's what Yagi deduced. Vlad King huffed in response to the statement. A child with incredible power, though. Midnight tried to offer up a reason. Maybe he never received the same quirk counseling in elementary school like the other kid. Vlad King is quick to brush it off. So, what does that matter anyway? Sukachi interjected, intending to clear some things up. Out of all the villains that appeared yesterday, we apprehended a total of 72 villains and 1 Namu. But this is the real kicker. They were all just back alley thugs who all followed this man-child and his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader. Tashinori waved it off. Nowadays, our society is saturated with heroes, so maybe small-time villains like them, who always get kicked around, are drawn in by that sort of pure, simple-minded villainy. Vlad King huffed, saying, guess that makes sense. Snipe leaned back in his seat. There are plenty of people out there looking for a cause to get behind. Midnight's gaze fell to the files in her hands. So, what do we do to stop them? Recovery Girl stayed quiet hearing what they said. Sukachi checked his notes. Well, thanks to you heroes. Thanks to your students, we can focus on our investigation. We'll expand our search and devote our efforts to apprehending the perpetrators. Nezu whispered out loud. A man-child? Huh. His little musing draws in everyone else's attention. In some ways, he shares common ground with our students. They both have so much potential. Nobody likes what the principal is getting at. And like our students, I suppose it is possible. Someone is guiding him, trying to nurture his malice and villainy. Tashinori sighs, not liking that though one bit. I don't want to think about what that could mean. The other staff members feel similarly. What Principal Nezu implied was a rather hard pill to swallow. Basically, in other circumstances, their students could have very well been led onto the same path of evil. What about the cloaked villain that attacked Midoriya? Midnight asked as it's better to get it out of her system. Like Shigaraki, we couldn't find anything at all including the weapon. All we know it was a Chinese halberd, something that is usually found in museums, collectors, and dojo. It would take time to deduce its owner. Of course, the thought of those know what shaman are good hiding things and doubt the detective could find it. But it's not their place to reveal. What about the moving construct that stopped my bullets? Snipe asked, knowing how useless he was against him. Just a pile of dirt with not even any trace of quirk usage. This was the forensic report. Do you know any reason why he was targeting Midoriya? Vlad asked. Not that I know of. As much All Might didn't want to lie to everyone, he had to keep the existence of Shaman a secret. As everyone continued discussing to handle media next, knowing the reporters would try to exaggerate their stories. Just then, the phone sounded and Nezu picked up, hearing Hound Dog. He was working with Present searching out villains. Yes, this is Nezu. What is it? Principal, she's here. His barking voice was weak and fearful. Who? Nezu was confused as the pro-hero was sounding afraid. The Queen. Then it wasn't quiet. That's when it happened. The one who could be a mouse, a dog, or a bear shivered in fear at what that meant. Nezu, what's wrong? Sukachi asked, looking at the principal, shivering. She's coming. Who? That Queen. Everyone went quiet like a broken record, enough for a pin to drop. Snipe muttered something and hid under the table. Vlad King stiffened as every part of him froze as he lost his will to lie. Midnight was smiling like a lunatic with her head moving back and forth, and the only one who didn't react was Recovery Girl. In that case, everyone, I'll be leaving now. The detective quickly dashed towards the door in a hurry. Who? All Might asked as the newest teacher. Recovery Girl spoke. You see, Tashinori, One student was attending this school along with Aizawa, Hisashi, and Nimuri. She didn't mention Aburo for reasons. She was a protege, violent but good at her work. She made life for that trio and others a living nightmare, including those who did not approve of her methods. The elder chuckled at how many students pissed of the queen who was sent into the infirmary. She also assisted her to receive extra credit. She attained UA and graduated earlier under the name the Discipline Heroine, Platinum Queen. Now Toshinori had an idea of who they were referring to. Isn't she one of the top heroes and retired early? Not many heroes just up and quit that quickly, and so fresh in their career. A lot of people called her out for being a coward. Yes, instead of remaining a hero, she became CEO of Funbari Holding and acquired a lot of estates, were Recovery Girl's words. Now she provides funding for UA, including our robots, maintenance, repairs, upgrades, and a few of USJ's property, all promising to fix Hero Society her way. Fix Hero Society. It was an alien thought to the number one hero. That doesn't answer why she is here. Snipe snapped. She heard about the invasion the other day and wanted an explanation. Nezu managed to say in a few words, "Oh God, I wish that Namu had killed me." Vlad King cried. Maybe it's not too late to escape. Before Snipe could reach the door, it flung open, sending him to the wall along with Present Mike. It seemed his body was used as a flail to open the door. Don't even try it. The voice was full of venom and anger as she stepped in. Toshinori recognized the person behind it. Wait a minute. Izuku's aunt. It would appear that you're more than just muscles for brains, were her words to him, turning Toshinori speechless. Only Gran Torino treated him like this. Behind the CEO, the staff could hear a low whimpering. Hounddog was pulled by a leash by the Demon Queen. So, this is how you've become after so long. Snipe is still pretending to be a cowboy with that broken accent. Vlad King still trying to be intimidating to the kids with fangs that are for show. Midnight acting slutty to hide your shyness. And Nezu still can't even look me in the eye like a grown animal. She approached Recovery Girl and presented her some matcha. Here you go, Chio. Thank you, dear. The physician accepted it gratefully. All Might was looking at the completely bizarre scene. Anna was the one everyone was afraid of. We have much to discuss today. Dread slumped up their necks like a spider in their sleep. Both Izuku and Momo finished eating lunch. It was getting a bit late and right now they already were cleaning up. The heiress was helping, trying too hard. It's all right, Momo. I can clean it up by myself. I insist that I help. After all, it's a wife's duty to help her husband. Izuku wasn't used to be called that. He'll have to be, or else he'll get a nosebleed. Soon both of them sat down in the living room. After cleaning, he had something he needed to ask. He needed to know how she felt about the marriage entirely. What do you think of this engagement? I was prepared for it. My parents' marriage was arranged when they were young and got married. As a Yaoyorozu, I knew that this would come upon me in the future. I just didn't think it would be you, and a Sakura whom our families has known for years. Momo glanced at him. You seem to be taking this well. Oh, not at all, he answered honestly. I'm panicking right now, very scared. Forget fiancé, I've never had a girlfriend before. Not that I'm against being with you. This just seems so new to me. It's okay. That's kind of why I wanted to wait. I was afraid you'd have a heart attack. That would be embarrassing for a shaman. At that, Izuku wondered something. If you knew about shamans, does that mean you knew about the tournament? Yes, the shaman fight. My great-grandfather would tell stories to his children and their children and their children about the Shaman King, that every 500 years a tournament would appear where shamans from all over the world would fight in a tournament. The winner would be deemed worthy of the Great Spirit's attention and with its power remake the world to their own image. That person is the Shaman King. Just thinking of it was both wonderful and frightening. He nodded, listening to her. Yeah, that's very knowledgeable, Momo. Thank you. It's more like bedtime stories to me. Momo clenched her fingers. Do you think it was fate that led you to me? For my engagement to be to a boy who chose to enter UA in the same hero course as myself. He smiled. Maybe. Shamans always believed in fate and destiny. Though if my aunt was involved, maybe she was the hand of fate, as was the way of his life, under the heel and thumb of that terrible woman. Well, one more thing he had to ask. About our classmate. Should we tell them about our relationship? Do you want for Ashido, Minta, and the others to poke fun at us? Momo could already imagine the teasing, the awkward moments, and how was it like a story. I agree, we should tell them at the right time. At the same time, I'd like for others to know we're both taken. It was then her phone vibrated. She viewed the message and sighed. Sorry, but I need to get home. We can discuss this some other day. It's all right. He watched as she got up to leave. Thank you for visiting, Momo-chan. I'll see you at school eventually, Izuku-kun. As soon as she left, Izuku then rolled on the ground with both his hands on his face. Is it real? He ended up smashing his knee into a piece of furniture. It's real. Amidamaru, watching his master's embarrassing situation, left him be as this wasn't his business. As entertaining it was updating Izuku's love life and thinking about how Kendo Dono would react. He had bigger issues to worry about. Nothing that happened helped them fix Harusame. Flashback. Anna Atako Asakura X was discussing with Yue as staff about the situation of the invasion. For the majority of her topic, it would be how to handle what the news will make of this, whether or not Yue is safe. Is it a place of death and tragedy? Are the heroes, including All Might, competent enough for our kids to be safe? She was always concerned about this possible event. The number one hero already had a target on his back, so him being attacked was always in the cards. That card being played sooner wasn't in her predictions, nor was the Joker that was the shaman who went after her nephew. She suspected who that headache was, but she needed proof first. A shaman could use different guardian spirits to hide their features, identities, and origins. After much discussion, Nezu decided to increase security and keep teachers in groups of 3 to avoid a repeat of USJ. Not only that, but they included security robots just for extra measures. I want to add one last thing before we end these discussions. She had already finished discussing, for example, her appearance as a VIP at UA, as sports festival to look for potential recruits, and her niece-in-law. I want all of WANA students to have mandatory counseling. I don't care how you do it, but we don't need. Prick. Shut up, Anna commanded, silencing present Mike. He shrunk back in his seat. Children training to be heroes are still children, and such a circumstance will still traumatize them. If they won't tell their feelings, it will deter their growth in the future. Understand? I agree. Recovery Girl spoke, agreeing with her former student on how fragile children can be. She already dealt with heroes suffering from PTSD, like All Might. The CEO's reasoning got everyone to agree. All of those involved with USJ would receive mandatory counseling, even if some would avoid it like the plague. Bakugo immediately came to their minds. I also want to include all classes, to prevent favoritism. Anna stared at Vlad King, who looked aside. Yes, that would be favorable, were Chiyo's words. And finally, I would like a word with Toshinori Yagi, Nezu, Nimuri Kayama, and Chiyo Shuzenji. Her eyes glared at the others in the room. Alone, those free from her presence didn't hesitate to leave. The less spent near her, the better. Finally alone, Nezu asked, so, you can drop the act, All Might. I know it's you. She pointed to the skeletal person in the room. Wait, how? If you can get the dead to speak, they will. And enough know or have seen your true form, and one for all. All Might's eyes widened. It's rather embarrassing for the secret he's been keeping since his hero career could be exposed so easily by spirits. That would mean she knew him being Quirkless and his nemesis. I also know you've been snooping around places you shouldn't, Nimuri, like around my nephew, she added, being cautious for not mentioning curses. They didn't need to know that. She knows a lot more than one person should. Midnight tried to act tough but was failing. But it does seem ironic that my stuttering, useless, quirkless nephew managed to gain the eye of the symbol of peace, All Might. All Might was stiff, remembering what Midoriya asked that day. It was just a question the boy asked. Everyone in the room eyed the duo. What exactly did Toshinori do? How about I ask you a simple question, and no one butt in? Depending on your answer, I might not consider you a hypocrite until the day you die. What question? All Might asked, but he was already certain of what it could be. Imagine I'm a quirkless child, an orphan with parents killed in a villain attack, bullied his whole life every day because I wanted to be a hero. But I believe I could achieve my dream if I met my hero to give me the push that I needed. Just one small encouragement. Now he was certain where this would go. It's the same as what Izuku asked of him, different through the shaman's rhetorical explanation. So I ask you, a symbol of peace to a regular fan who you never came to know, a poor lost soul that needed hope. Can a quirkless person become a hero? He tried to think a bit, but as the minute passed, he couldn't find the answer. It would have ended up becoming the same he gave the boy. He probably couldn't even run either. If she was a shaman, she might have a spirit on standby to keep him from transforming. Everyone in the room was waiting for the answer of the number one hero. In conclusion, he said the same thing as he said to the boy. You shouldn't become a hero without power. Anna just clapped slowly. Congratulations for being honest. And if you're lucky, that person that you spoke to won't decide to commit suicide or become a villain just to spite you. All Might's heart dreaded hearing such a possible truth. He almost caused such a thing to an innocent child for being truthful. It's just not him. The others felt disappointed in the words of the hero. I asked you such a question because you are no hero to me. You still don't understand how to save a person's heart and soul, just their lives. That is all a symbol of peace is. Words can kill a person. Toshinori slammed his fists into his legs. So it's okay for me to give him false hope, to tell him that everything will work out whether he has a quirk or not. You better watch your tone, she growled, silencing him. If you're going to go on television and tell the world you can be a hero, say that to everyone in person. It's that type of hypocrisy that I despise. And you're even worse because you used to be quirkless too. He lowered his head in shame. He should have known better considering his origin. Say what you want about me under your breath. I still give people a chance, she bluntly stated right in front of him. If you can find the right answer for what you said, I might reconsider my thoughts. What answer? He asked. That is for you to figure out. I'm a little busy with this aftermath. This led to the CEO massaging her head. After a bit of pause, she said, now on a much more pressing matter, let's get it all out in the open. All of you know that my nephew and I are shaman, correct? Everyone just nodded. Nezu was able to see spirits and other things when he regained intelligence. It's probably due to him being an animal that gifted Nezu the ability to see spirits, was the theory. Shio was old enough to know about shamans. As a physician, she would tour around the country for medicine, therapy, and treatment that might help heroes, where she heard of a Miko that helped patients with unorthodox healing capabilities. That's how she was introduced to the world of shamans. As you all know, Izuku Midoriya was attacked by a shaman. As such, this is our jurisdiction, as those who aren't shaman are not to be involved. So the SDAIH, as much as both Midnight and All Might wanted to protest, they can't, as they knew this was out of their league and knew how they felt like when saying something similar to their students. Do you know who attacked young Midoriya? He asked. Again, I need confirmation first, as spirits can be used by anyone. But I thought guardian spirits needed trust with a shaman, Midnight asked, remembering information given to her by Izuku on the Oversoul. There are ways of submitting ghosts to do your bidding and become guardian spirit, but I won't bother the details. Nezu, having spoken the least, said, Anna, if Midoriya uses his spiritual capabilities at the sports festival, everyone in the world, including shamans, will know who he really is. Anna remained undeterred. Of course, but we've gone through generations of persecutions by humanity because either they didn't fear shamans or they hated quirks, and it's time the world sees that shamans are no different than people with quirks. Of course, shaman would disapprove that a shaman using his or her powers out in the open for all the normals to see and using it to become a pro-hero. But I see an opportunity, a world where shamans do not fear their heritage and can walk out in the open. She became solemn as she continued. Of course, it won't happen today or tomorrow or even this year, but it'll be never if nothing is done. Humanity and shamans need to see that they can do more, and that boy becoming a hero is the first step. She really thought of everything. Was everyone's thoughts. So this is how she got to where she is. I just want to know what Recovery Girl meant by fixing the hero society. I agree, said Midnight. Even if I tell you, what will you do? You've already chosen a successor and your time as a hero is almost over. Regardless, the woman tossed a card as Yagi caught it. Go to this address and bring along that detective with you if you want your answer. It might open your eyes to the world. The hero looked at the address in question. So any other questions? Everyone just shook their heads. Meeting adjourned, and no mention of the shaman. The queen left without any words, followed by the others. Some of them just couldn't say anything towards the number one hero. Hearing him tell a child no changed their thoughts. Midnight was taken off the most, knowing how Aizawa was discriminated against due to his quirk. He was basically quirkless against certain enemies, even with erasure, but still pushed himself hard to overcome his weakness. She needed some time alone to think on those sacrilegious words. Nezu thought his concept would allow a quirkless student or more to enter UA, which would boost morale for them. This was a situation back during the era before hero became a profession. Only now the quirkless were scarce and treated like freaks. So to hear All Might saying that was a slap to the face of himself, UA, and the quirkless still within Japan. Recovery Girl didn't have any real thoughts. She knew All Might cared and was acting out of goodwill, but he was the worst at talking about the heart. Smiling to give hope and safety to others wasn't enough in this case. As they left, All Might asked Chio, is it all right to give false hope? She took a small breath. Lying by itself is wrong, but people need something to hope for. Otherwise, they'll die. All Might, pondering the words of the elder, tried to find the right answer. Was he wrong to say that? Could what she said happen? If someone other than Midoriya but with a similar origin was told that, would they turn to evil? Even the most unimpressive quirks he encouraged. But this was the first quirkless he met since himself. Somewhere in the vestige of One for All, the past users were discussing the first encounter of the enemy shaman, curses that their host fought, and helping spirits. All 8 sat on their thrones, save the absent 9th of Amidamaru. What do you think of the situation about shamans? All we know is that they are powerful and have godlike powers depending on the guardian spirits that they use and have. It's not just that their abilities surpass quirks. It's only due to rules and status of secrecy. Keeping a secret from the public is the reason why all of us haven't known about the shamans. You have already seen that Amigo using a goddess to turn those golems into dust with just sound, and the 9th is still learning to use his oversoul. He hasn't even called on our power yet. Not only that, this so-called tournament, the shaman fight, was something that would intrigue One for All, as the winner can shape the world as they please. But it won't happen for another 250 years. That is a long time gap. But we can't take any chances even if he is not a shaman. Should we tell the boy? Not yet. The boy is still young. He still needs experience before we tell him. I don't know about you, but my body felt different. It's as if I could materialize in the real world. It's just a feeling, I think. This user with black whips around him felt odd, even floating. You know, private meetings shouldn't be left out, especially the main attraction. Another voice was heard, but it was a different voice. Who's there? How are you even here? The person was concealed by shadows, but he had a powerful vibe and aura that made all the users felt little in his presence. Answer the question. The first spoke, fearing it could be that man. How small you all are. As part of the Great Spirit, you already know who I am. You should show respect to me. Hearing that, everyone knew who he was and quickly bowed down out of fear and respect. Why are you here? The first asked. I was bored, so I decided to have a little chat. Of course, if you want me to hurt you. Everyone just shivered from knowing the person in front of them was out of their league in so many ways. So, what were we talking about? After a few days off from school, Class 1 was back at UA. Now with the threat that had passed by them, they're back to their usual normal selves, except for Midoriya. This stuttering mess was still processing something that happened over the time off. He was engaged to his classmate Momoye Irazu, someone a few members had referred to as a brunette bombshell. How exactly would he act around her now that he has this knowledge? You guys, Toru Hagakure turned to her neighbors, Mizo Shoji and Masharao Ajiro. Did you watch the news last night? Ajiro gave a quick nod. Yeah, it was so cool that we got a few seconds of screen time. Her tone dropped as she patted her chest. Though I bet nobody noticed me hanging out in the background. While the response to that is obvious, Shoji gave a tactless response. Probably not. Ajiro, shocked by Shoji's blatant disregard for Toru's feelings, said, it is difficult to stand out when you're just gloves. He's probably not helping as much as he thought he did. We're totally big deals. Those news channels love us. We're basically celebrities. Denki Kaminari smirked with fame and joy. Ajiro Kirishima was still in disbelief of it all. Yeah, it's kinda crazy, right? Ready to brush away their delusions, Kyoka Jiru stated, get over yourselves. The hero course that pumps out pros were attacked. And that's all the media cares about. Hantashiro folded his arms to rest them on his desk. Who knows what would have happened to us if the teachers hadn't shown up? I agree. We could have been dead or crippled, Asuitsuyu bluntly said as she shivered remembering that encounter, especially the part where she almost died. Minoru Mineta burst into tears from across the room after hearing their comments. Why'd you say that? He flailed his arms about frantically as tears leaked from his eyes. I'm gonna pee myself just thinking about it. Amidamaru looked at the midget and sighed. He hadn't changed. Oh, shut up. Grow a pair, will ya? This was Katsuki Bakugo. Rikido Sato scrunched forward in his seat to talk to Fumikage Takoyami. Did you guys see Midoriya and the others fight that bird guy? That dude was super strong, and they still destroyed him. Takoyami frowned while reminiscing USJ. Technically, Midoriya was fighting another villain along with Amidamaru while the others were fighting the Goliath monster. We shouldn't be overconfident of this one victory just because we fought villains and survived. After all, we only got lucky. He then eyed Sato. But no, I was elsewhere when that happened. That Interpol guy was right, was the frog girl's response. Everyone's mood shrunk, whereas Bakugo just looked pissed with the fact that his classmates didn't mention much about him. The others were sullen. Even Kirishima frowned knowing that Bakugo's attacks were useless against Sombrero Man. The most silent during this class-wide discussion was Shoto Todoroki, his gaze cast upon one person. Call it tuition, call it a crackpot theory, call it staying up too long without coffee. Something about Izuku Midoriya made him think he held some sort of connection with All Might, and that was all he found important, especially if he could prove it. Attention! Tenya Ader rocketed forward and walked to his seat, acting his job as class president assistant. It's time for this morning's homeroom period. Take your seats, everyone. But then he realized they were all sitting down, and begrudgingly joined them. His disgruntled grimace was present knowing that they were murmuring him as the class fool. Amidamaru could even tell that the boy was far more uptight than his green-haired master. Mina Ashido leaned back in her chair. Hey, Tsuyu. So whoa. She corrected herself before she could fall. So who do you think is gonna teach class today? That was a good question for the frog girl. It can't be Aizawa. He must still be recovering from his injuries. That is when the classroom door opened up. All eyes flew to whoever was entering. Morning class. In stepped Shota Aizawa, heavily bandaged with his muffled greeting. Almost head to toe he was wrapped in bandages with both arms in casts over his chest. Sensei, you're back, was the outcry from all students. Well, not the complete consensus was this. Izuku, Amidamaru, and Momo all held one thought. He looks like a mummy. Whoa, what a pro. Ida's arm shot up as Aizawa limped to the podium. Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad you're okay. Achako couldn't help but mutter, can you call that all right? Aizawa's muffled voice responded, don't concern yourselves over me. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. His words dragged everyone into silence. The battle? You don't mean more villains? Aizawa's red eyes leered through his bandages, and with as much seriousness as he could he finished his statement. UAS Sports Festival is approaching. There's a consensus of screams. A sports festival? I keep forgetting this is an actual school. Amidamaru comically fell as he should have known there'd be a rug pull. It seemed one of Aizawa at this point. Kirishima, however, hopped out of his seat in excitement. That's awesome. Wait, hold up. That sounds like something villains would try to infiltrate, isn't it? Will it be all right? Gyro asked in a concerned tone. On the contrary, Aizawa began for his explanation. Since we're going ahead with the festival, it means that the school is confident it has all its ducks in a row when it comes to its crisis control now. He scratched his cheek. I hear police presence will be 5 times bigger than normal, for example. He also remembered the staff was sacred stiffs. What you should be thinking about now is what a huge chance the Academy Sports Festival presents for you all. This isn't some event that'll be brought to a halt by the likes of villains. Amidamaru understood the meaning as always depicted in battle. Never show your enemy any weakness. Now, if villains do appear, can we halt it please? Minta begged while shaking in his seat. Izuku couldn't help but give the short teen a weird look. Minta, have you seen the UA Sports Festival? He asked with a raised brow while looking back. Of course I have. That's not it at all. Before Minta could continue, Aizawa cut him off, explaining that the sports festival was their modern-day Olympics. With quirks now a thing, this became the norm. Although, he personally disliked the loud cheering crowds more annoying than the bad mass media. The country's top heroes are all sure to be watching us, Momo said, grabbing Minta's attention. It's because they'll be scouting for us and other potential students. I'm thinking I might follow the tactic of going sidekick for a pro heroes agency after graduation, Kaminari said to Gyro with a grin. But there are loads of people who get stuck as sidekicks forever and miss their chance to break as solo heroes. And you seem like just that kind of dumbass, Kaminari, Gyro told him, making the boy sulk. Naturally, Aizawa spoke up, making everyone quiet down. Entering the agency of a famous hero such as Best Jeanist or Endeavor's agencies would instantly garner anyone a place in the spotlight and will give you a higher status and more experience. Remember, time is limited. If you get noticed by a pro, that gives you the standing for a brighter future than otherwise, he said, grabbing every single person's attention. This is the chance you'll get only once a year, for a total of 3 chances. If you aim to be a hero, this is an event you can't overlook, he said, making everyone getting serious about the sports festival. Izuku thought about what he would do after he graduated. That means you better not slack off on your training. Class 1 responded in tandem. Yes, sir. Class is dismissed. After the end of the 4th period, it was noonday break, allowing everyone to finally talk about the sports festival freely. I mean, I knew it was coming, but now I feel like the tension is flying high, Hiroshima shouted while pumping his fist. If we put in the effort and stand out to a pro, it'll be a giant leap forward, Zero added. Looks like everyone is getting pumped up, Izuku said as he could feel his excitement building up. Of course, Izuku. Every hero will be watching and recruiting whoever is the best and come out on top in the sports festival, spoke Amidamaru as he floated next to him. I'll agree it was similar in my time, as there would be tournaments to choose whoever is worth to become a samurai and serve what masters. Only 2 people could hear him talking. Don't you feel it, too? Ida asked while moving his hands as his body shook. You've enrolled in UA to become a hero, so getting fired up is only natural, man, he said, a bit out of character for him. Ida's got an oddball way of unleashing his passion. Weirdo, Suyu said bluntly as she grabbed her lunch. Of course I feel it too, Izuku said with anticipation. Deku, Ida, both parties mentioned Face the Gravity Girl. She held a serious face and aura around her, which took many off guards. She added, let's crush it. The sports festival. Whoa, your face, Yurakaka. Your face. Some people yelled freaked out. What's up with her? Yurakaka's not being Urara-like, Mina said while tilting her head. Maybe it's that time of the mo. Before Minta could finish his sentence, Suyu slapped him in the cheek hard with her tongue. Achako suddenly turned to the guys while throwing her fist in the air. Guys, I'm gonna go for it, she shouted in a scary tone with a fire in her eyes. Woo, but it's like your character floating off. Kirishima raised his arms with vigor along with others. Caught up in Uraraka's fire, Izuku had his own thoughts later on. Now that I think about it, I haven't asked why she wants to be a hero. 30. After Izuku, Ida, Momo, and Achako left class and made their way to lunch, Izuku popped the question. The answer was a little surprising, to say the least. For money, asked Izuku with a shocked look on his face along with Ida. You want to be a hero for the money? Achako blushed as she rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I guess ultimately. The girl was truly embarrassed. Man, sorry, I know it sounds lame. Like I'm not being as pure as a hero. Ada is doing it for high-minded principles and stuff. Momo is doing it to prove to the world she can be a hero. Meanwhile, I just want money. I'm so embarrassed. She hid her face behind her hands. Don't be, Ada shouted as he started waving his arms around rapidly. Why? What on earth is there not to admire about applying yourself to aim for a comfortable life? A job is still a job. I agree. Everyone has to have a goal to become a hero and money is one of them. Izuku stated. Though I have to admit, it's a little unexpected. The samurai also needed to agree with his master's statement. Ochako started to fidget uncomfortably as she avoided eye contact. My parents own a construction company, but there's just no real work out there, so we're almost flat broke. She sounded worried. Construction, Ida said with some confusion. Company, followed by Momo. Izuku gained a thoughtful look on his face. With a quirk like yours, if you gain permission, it'd be super effective in construction work, not to mention super economical. I know, right? Ochako suddenly shouted, making the three jump at her tone. That's what I told my dad, she said as she gained a down look. But, Ochako went on to explain that when she was younger she had asked her father to work at their construction company. Her dad instantly refused to say it was a parent's job to push their kids to go for their dream, and for the child to grow. Ochako gripped her skirt before she turned to Izuku, Momo, and Ada, and for the first time since Izuku met the girl, he saw a look of pure determination. I'm going to become a hero and earn money, without fail. And I'm going to give my mom and dad the easy life they deserve. Izuku, Momo, and Ada were momentarily speechless, completely caught off guard by the girl's determination. Uraraka, bravo, Ada shouted while clapping his hands, making the girl blush red. I'll support you in your ambition, Uraraka. It's admirable. Momo was impressed by such thoughts. There's no reason to be ashamed about wanting to provide for your family. You guys, Ochako said softly as she started to tear up. Izuku spoke up now. You said your family owned a construction company, right? Yes, they do. Well, my aunt needs a new construction crew. Her eyes lifted in joy. She fired her old crew and is still searching for a reliable one. His aunt owned a lot of things. What happened? Ada asked. She found out they were cutting corners, so she fired them, after slicing up their equipment and dumping it into the ocean. The duo looked at their friend at the terrifying revelation of Izuku's ruthless aunt. Momo already knew how sadistic the Otako Anna could be and simply sighed in acknowledgement. But if your parents are willing to work for her and do the job right, she'll pay double. Do you mean it? She sounded a bit skeptical. I think you should take the chance, Uraraka. Opportunities that present themselves should be taken when they're fresh. You can trust Funbari Holdings. Momo added her words. Thank you. I'll talk to both my parents about this. I'm sure they would be excited and happy. Ochako was grateful that Deku allowed her parents to help her parents. She wanted to say more, but then he popped out like a stalker. Oh, Midoriya is there. All Might shouted, making the four jump. All Might. The four shouted in shock, clearly not expecting the famous hero to suddenly show up. What are you doing here? The hero cleared his throat. Would you care to have lunch with me? He asked in a bashful tone as he held up a lunchbox. You sound like a schoolgirl. Ochako spit laughed, followed by Amidamaru and Momo as the number one hero acting like a high school teenage girl. Izuku knew All Might wanted to talk about something important. So you want to talk about the USJ attack, to make sure I didn't miss anything, Izuku said while knew how it works when he learned certain words had meaning from his aunt. All Might instantly caught on and nodded his head. Yes, just one final interview before we can put this whole thing behind us. Izuku nodded before he turned to his friends. I'll try to catch up with you as soon as I can. Take your time, and don't worry. We completely understand, Ida said while throwing his arm up, and Ochako and Momo nodded. With that, his friends made their way to the lunchroom while All Might and Izuku quickly walked to a private room together, followed by the samurai spirit. While the trio reached the cafeteria, they discussed the reason why All Might wanted to talk to Midori. Most were about how he held his own against a villain, while others figured All Might was interesting in scouting him. At the same time, a certain ice user heard them. All Might sat down on the couch as he started to make tea, a serious look on his face. There's a reason I called the two of you here, he said in a serious voice, making the teens sit up at attention as the samurai was the same. My time limit has been reduced to 50 minutes. It has. All Might nodded grimly to the two. Yeah, that's my current limit, and it's getting shorter all the time. He poured the tea. At the moment, I can manage to stay in my muscle form for maybe 2 hours if I'm stretching it. I'm sorry all. You don't need to apologize, boy. We're all very similar, aren't the three of us? All Might said as he whipped the blood from his mouth. But there's a reason I called you two here. It's about the UA Sports Festival, All Might said, making Izuku nod. As it stands, you're going to be using your shaman power for all the entire world to see. You'll be the first shaman broadcasting his powers to the world. And this might invite some trouble. He didn't need a quirk to guess. I know, he told him, remembering the resolve he gave his aunt not long ago, as well as the day he first met Amidamaru. This is the path I choose when I became a shaman and a hero at the same time. It may be a heavy burden, but it's the path that I chose. It's my destiny. Toshinori's eyes widened at such mature words. His successor had many secrets, but it was none of his business prying into something that belonged to him. After all, he was just as guilty of hiding things too. To be blunt, I don't have much time left to stand to be the symbol of peace anymore. The villains of Japan are aware as well. That's why USJ happened. Taken notice that he's not around as much as he used to be. It's proof they know that he's become weaker. The number one hero faced the boy, holding up his hand and clenching his fist with unflinching resolve. The reason gave you my power is because I expected you to inherit myself. The UA Sports Festival is a big event that the whole world will be taking notes of. What I'm trying to say none other than this. His gaze pierced through his own. You are the next symbol of peace. The next All Might, Izuku Midoriya. Their eyes locked and Izuku could almost feel himself being pulled into his sapphire eyes. I want you to introduce yourself to the world and proudly say I am here. I understand. I'll do my best, All Might, and make you proud. Excellent. Toshinori grinned. The time has come for you to prove it. This sports festival, it's something that the entire county will be watching very closely. Izuku thought back to when he first met Class 1B. It's not going to be easy. There are a lot of talented students in the hero course and even some powerful ones in the other courses and classes. But I'll give it my all and win, he said, making All Might and Amidamaru smile. The blonde adult then suddenly cleared his throat. Before you go, Midoriya, there is something else. His words ensnared the young teen's attention. Since you came first in the entrance exam, you are required to speak as the student's representative. That made Izuku's eyes widen. Wait, I have to speak in front of the entire stadium and to everyone watching. Sweat ran down his face. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Just say what's on your mind, such as a heroic speech or words of encouragement from your classmates. Izuku started to sweat even more. Also, since you came first in the entrance exam, the school has provided you with a ticket to the sports festival. He pulled a ticket from his coat. You're allowed to bring anyone you please. Whoa, thank you, All Might. I can give it to Mom. Izuku shouted with a shocked look on his face. I'm surprised there's no room left. The pro hero smiled and waved him off. All of this is you, kid. You're the one who brought yourself here. Since we're almost out of time, you should get some lunch. You can't work on an empty stomach. I understand, and thank you for the tickets again. Izuku bowed gratefully to his mentor. Out of nowhere, the spirit intervened. Izuku Dono, can I have a word with Yagi Dono if it's all right? Sure. Meet me in class, Amidamaru. Shrugging, Izuku left the room. He wanted to speak. Amidamaru, don't you feel you're putting too many eggs in the basket that is my master? I told you, I'm running out of time. If the boy is not ready before my time. But that only shows you lack trust and confidence in him. You should have said try your best and have fun, or something like that. You're basically telling a kid he's going to have the fate of the world on his shoulder. Hearing that got All Might notice of his proclamation. Pausing, he eventually said, maybe you're right. I just want him to become stronger. A shaman is after him, and the league will be seeking him out now. Amidamaru narrowed his eyes as he stared down All Might. The last question, do you have a nemesis? All Might choked but remained calm. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a terrible liar. Amidamaru could see it in his eyes. How anyone could get deceived by his facade was beyond him at this point. Good and evil are two sides of the same coin. Everything has a cause and an effect. You cannot tell me that there hasn't been someone as powerful as you against your goals of peace. There was, but he's dead. It came with a terrible price as well. He touched where his injury was. From the context, the samurai could tell what he meant. So he said, I won't pry anymore. It's not my business. So I wait when you decide to reveal the truth to Izuku Dono, as he also needs to hear this. That is all I asked, and thank you for keeping this a secret. The number one bowed towards the samurai. Amidamaru nodded and left the hero in his thoughts. Once gone, Yagi released the breath he had been holding. The samurai's words weighed down on his mind. He was never any good at talking to people, especially concerning matters of the heart, if his talk with Anna was any indication. But where to go with this wisdom? He then pulled out the card with the address that Anna said he could find his answer. Jabium Orphanage, 30, WH. What the heck? Ochako shouted as she and her friends exited the classroom. Or, they tried to. They're being blocked by a throng of students. They're crowding the exit. Why are they here? Minda asked in a worried tone. They're scouting out the competition. Dumbass, Bakugo said as he walked to the door nonchalantly, though Minda was left shocked at being insulted. They want to see the guys who came through the villain ambush, to check just what they have to take down. He clicked his teeth and just glared forward. It's pointless to try, so why don't you just F off? You got him extras, he said, ignoring his classmate. Amidamaru just faced palm how much pride the boy has. It's like he wanted everyone in the school to be his enemy or something. Don't go calling people you don't know extras right off the bat, Ada yelled while Izuku and Amidamaru shook their head in denial. I came to see what you kids are made of, true, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. Izuku blinked as the person made their way to the front of the crowd. Are all the kids enrolled at the Department of Heroics this way? A teen with purple hair with bags in his eyes like Aizawa appeared. Everyone shook their heads at that accusation. Bakugo growled softly while glaring at Shinso. I'm a bit disappointed. So that's it, huh? Shinso gave Bakugo a flat look while rubbing the back of his head. There are a lot of kids who wound up in the general education department or other departments because they failed the heroics tests. Did you know that? And based on the results of the sports festival, people can be transferred into the heroics course. However, the reverse is also a possible outcome, he said, shocking everyone who heard. Scooping out the competition, he spoke as he glared at them. If nothing else, a general education kid like me is thinking, why don't I try pulling the rug out from under those heroic kids while they're on their high horse? Consider this a declaration of war. Hey, you, I'm from Class 1B. Tetsu came out from the crowd with a shout. I heard you knocked around some villains or whatever, but I don't want to hear it from some snot-nosed punk. Those eyes locked onto Bakugo. Don't embarrass us during the main event, do you hear? Far as I'm concerned, only Midoriya is worth the attention. Thanks, I guess, was Izuku's reply. Seriously, Deku? Bakugo grumbled. How many effing people do you know? Everyone glanced at him, expecting him to explode and yell at the mob of students, maybe even show off his quirk. Instead, Bakugo ignored them and moved forward. Wait for a second, man, what did you just do? Kirishima yelled in worry. Now we're gonna get haters all up in our grill. Bakugo glanced back with a passive look on his face. It doesn't matter. What? Kirishima shouted in confusion. Tigers don't concern themselves with the opinions of sheep. That's lions. Whatever. None of that matters once you're at the top, he said before making his way out of the classroom, ignoring the mob crowds. The simple words left an impact on the class, even Izuku himself. Despite being blunt, they did hold some meaning. The other students of one nodded in agreement before walking out. Everyone else unconsciously stepped back to allow them room to exit. As every class was walking toward the entrance, they saw a lot of students crowding again. This time was different as girls were squealing happily and giggling. Kawaii, he's so cute and cuddly. Can I pet you please? So fluffy. As the group arrived, they saw a panda walking on two legs and wearing shorts. The poor creature was surrounded by girls from the school as they looked at him with awe and cuteness. This wasn't the first time a panda was surrounded by girls, as he knew they like fluffy and cute things. Panda-san, what are you doing here? The shaman called out to the panda. Oh, Midoriya, I was in the neighborhood so I thought I'd make a visit, after what I heard happened. Wait, you know this person? Ida asked. Yes, he's an acquaintance from another school, was Izuku reply. I didn't know you know. All you need to know is in the know, as my aunt would say. He wasn't going to say this, but Panda didn't have a quirk mutation like Gang Orca and Asui. Instead, he was a cursed corpse, a non-living object endowed with curse energy, thus allowing it to gain self-awareness and control. Some are more often used as dolls or puppets, including Masamichi Yaga. Panda, however, was different. He was an abrupt mutated cursed corpse. Unlike others, he knew Panda was raised and trained by Yaga with understanding and love. In addition, due to quirks, no one would be the wiser to Panda's true origins. What a convenient, and sometimes annoying, society they lived in. Your classmates, seem like mine, Panda said while looking at them. We just got a new transfer student, they're still new, and we're trying to teach them a bit. Even got a competition starting soon. Everyone politely watched as the bear person was conversing with their class president. I see. That's good to hear. Well now, Midoriya, we both have different tasks to perform. The sports festival is right around the corner, and everyone's going to be watching. How do you know that? Why wouldn't we? Of course. No, Deku. Uraraka spoke, a little fidgety along with the other girls. What they wanted was clear. The cursed doll groaned, saying, please don't pull my fur, okay. With the okay on the go, the gravity girl hugged the panda with glee, feeling his soft fur. It's so fluffy and warm. Others followed. It's so fluffy. I want to take him home. Oh, I can smell something. It's sorta like the sun. I wish I could have a plushie like him. Yes, and I'm going to call him Po. The sound of girls squealing happily surrounding the panda was a sight to behold. Unfortunately to Mainta, all he could do was cry. Why does a person like that have a quirk that can attract girls? Yeah, it's just not fair. Kaminari couldn't contain his envy either. All right, that's enough, all of you. You've smothered him enough. Everyone reluctantly let go of the panda. Mina turned to the green teen. Midoriya, can you let Panda-chan come here during training? His fur can reduce our stress levels. Is that allowed? Of course, so long as they have permission. She gave her president a cheeky, puppy dog look. All right, if it's okay with him. Seeing as he was the one in charge of their class, it was his say. Sure, why not? It gives me a chance to tour the famous hero school. So it's agreed, Ada. Yes, shouted every girl with joy. After that, Itsuka approached Izuku on their way back home. The incentive was to acquire information as to what happened to him at USJ. Due to what happened, she couldn't focus on the sports festival. So I heard that Tetsu declared war on 1A. Itsuka said when he heard that Tetsu wanted to declare war in front of 1A, he wasn't the only one. She knew that Monoma would be annoyed, shouting how unfair it is that 1A got more popularity. Yeah, that was bound to happen. Skipping orientation, getting a chance to show off your quirks, and now fighting villains. You've done a lot in just 1 month more than us. No wonder he's jealous of you guys getting action. There's a difference between what's on TV and real life, Izuku. Amidamaru arose. Children often wish to become adults sooner than they should, and it does more damage than you think. The battlefield is a reality check the heart can't handle sometimes. He couldn't count how many times he saw children die for trying too soon. We were lucky, Izuku. Most of the villains were street thugs that you can find anywhere, and they lacked training on how to use their quirks properly. Not only that, I was attacked by a shaman and was on my own. Wait, you were attacked? The evident shock echoed in her voice. Yes, that enemy was a shaman. I don't know what he wanted, but it wasn't the first time an Asakura was targeted. Amidamaru nodded in agreement. Yo alone was a testament to that. It's normal life for shaman, I think. Well, Kendo dono. It's become a thing that I've gotten used to. Wishing to change the subject, Izuku said, so, the sports festival is 2 weeks away. And I figure Eraserhead already told you about the outcome and importance. Yes, like how it's important to become a pro by standing out. Is that what Vlad King told you? She replied with a smile. I'm aiming to reach the top. What about you? He smiled with determination, remembering what he said between All Might and Anna respectively. I'm also planning to reach the top. I'm going to show the world my powers and tell them I am here. Then I guess we're going to be rivals, Izuku said with a tightened fist. I know. I won't hold back cause we're friends. Then I'll see you again, Izuku. At the festival, the martial artist left to prepare for her training. Well, she's gone, and getting ready to reach the top. Amidamaru could not help but admire Itsuka's goal. Indeed, but first we need to fix Haru-sama. Oh, right. The next day 3 people felt something wasn't right today, as if something was wrong in the air. Everyone in class found both Midoriya and Bakugo acting cautious and kept looking around. Deku, something is not right today. Bakugo spoke nicely. Yes, it's like a storm coming, like when it's going to be raining cat and dogs or a plague of locusts. No, it's more like a natural disaster in monster form, like Dracula or Frankenstein monster coming right now. Yes, I kind of had a feeling like that today, only I felt the gnaw of death bearing my head. Izuku stuttered with the feeling. It's not just them, even Amidamaru was inside the tablet and remained quiet, not speaking of anything. All in the class looked more puzzled with how their classmates were talking so casually with each other. It was exceptionally rare, as Bakugo was not only conversing with Izuku but didn't scream or cuss the entire time. Okay, this doesn't feel right, Kirishima whispered. You're telling me Loudmouth is talking normally, Gyro said, looking at how odd it was. Bakugo, are you okay? Toru asked him. I feel it now too, muttered Takoyami as the birdman shivered. Dark Shadow remained quiet as well. Aizawa looked rather agitated as well, as Mina could tell. But he did tend to check for threats. Sensei, are you all right? Momo asked as vice class representative. Sensei, Yaorazu asked if you're all right, sir. Ida asked louder. That spooked the pro hero. I heard you. Don't shout. I'm already stressed out for today. He's still wrapped up after all. Why, sir? Ochako asked innocently. I don't know. This just feels familiar and terrifying at the same time. Like a gut feeling. Gut feeling? Suyu was confused, knowing their teacher never showed any fear before. Kaminari started sweating. Why is everyone acting like the Demon King is coming to eat our souls? It was then that the trio felt it coming. They should have done something sooner, but now it's too late. The door slid open, and a very familiar voice spoke in a terrifying yet calm and innocent tone. Hello, sweetie. Oh, F me, was all Bakugo could say. Crack. Arg. Izuku used fusion. Bakugo ignited his explosions, and Aizawa took out his scarf. All 3 made moves to escape out the window from the evil queen. Cowardly predictable. She snapped her fingers, causing 2 people to appear wearing tuxedo suits like Yakuza out of nowhere. One had light green eyes with red pupils and 2 transparent red visors frame each of his eyes, as well as spiky red hair and white skin with a childlike body. The other had light orange eyes and wild jet black hair, with 2 transparent orange visors framing each of his eyes. He emanated an aura of intimidation like a delinquent. Ultimo, Vice, bring those 2 back, she commanded, and with an acknowledgement, they jumped out the window to chase their prey. The rest remained dumbfounded and confused, clueless as to what to do. Then Momo got up to approach the scary woman. She gave a polite bow, saying, It's good to see you again, Asakura-sama. How nice to see you again, Momo-chan. I hope that your predicament has been solved. Oh, it has. You were able to help with my problem completely. She touched her talisman bracelet. Uraraka then came and bowed towards the CEO. Thank you for your help, Asakura-sama. My parents are now able to work and really appreciate what you did for them. You're welcome, Uraraka. So long as your parents keep up the good work, that's enough for me. Everyone in the class looked at the two classmates conversing with the stranger that made 3 people freaked out. Speaking of whom, it didn't take long for the trio to be returned, tied up in a straw mat and thrown right in front of the queen. As if you could escape me. Especially you, Aizawa, as your quirk is useless on them. And as for the both of you, excuse me, ma'am. You can't just. Anna just gave him a glare of killer intent that silenced and made the others squirms. A few minutes later, Deku was massaging Anna from behind, the boy trying to maintain his dignity and patience. He could tell the extras was looking at him weirdly. That pisses him off even more, but it'd be a death sentence if he refused. Harder and more precise, brat. Yes, ma'am, he grumbled. I can't hear you. Yes, ma'am. While Bakugo was busy, Midoriya was the main focus of this queen's harsh attention. He was seated in Caesar down on hard rocks with his knees weighed on by 2 cement blocks. So tell me, nephew, why didn't you call me immediately when Haru-sama broke? I got distracted by some sudden information. Vice, add some weight. Another block was tossed onto him, causing the shaman kid to grunt in pain. All of his friends cringed seeing him suffer. Their powerful class president was reduced to a tortured slave by this one woman. Ouch, Shijiro said. She's so scary, Minda whimpered. Okay, I lied. I was afraid to tell you immediately because I knew you'd punish me for being weak. Izuku confessed, sweat coming down his face. There, was it so hard to be honest? Asked the woman coyly. You should have said something sooner. The sports festival is coming up and you can't do anything without Haru-sama. Now let's get it fixed. But we still have classes. Eraserhead. Anna turned to the teacher. Aizawa didn't want to get on her bad side, so he went along with it. So long as they learn something. And it gets you away from me. Aizawa was a strict teacher and very protective of his students, but knowing Anna, he trusts her that she would take care of his student well-being and safety. Pack your things, boys and girls. We're going on a trip. Inside the limo. At the front of the limo were Izuku, Momo, Amidamaru, and Anna. The latter of the quartet wanted a private discussion with Izuku and Momo. Aunt Anna, Izuku began, still reeling from the pain earlier. I know I didn't want to tell you about Haru-sama, but why didn't you tell me about me having a fiancé? What would be the point if you would find out anyway? She answered snidely. Do you have any objections? No, he said, a little red in the face, but we're still too young to. It won't happen until you're 18. That was my rule. Meanwhile, the others skipping class sat in the back. Man, I never thought we could skip a class Aizawa-sensei was teaching, said Kaminari, who looked excited. This my first time riding a limo. Kirishima checked around the vehicle. Yeah, me too. Mina was bouncing in her seat. It's better than in the movies. Toru looked excited. Hey, there are drinks in the fridge, Minda said as he checked inside. The seat is made of leather. Kirishima was feeling the fabric. Should we be talking about the fact that we can skip class for a road trip courtesy of that scary woman? Mina was eventually relaxing in the seat. That scary woman is the former pro-heroine Platinum Queen. Anna is Sakura Tako. Ida spoke, fear present in his voice from earlier. Platinum Queen Kiro. So you confused. Wait, Takoyami focused on the topic. I think I heard about her. She was a hero who retired 5 years ago. It was a scandal. I heard about it too. She could become of the top 10 heroes and she decided to quit and form her own company, Juru said, remembering an article she read. It's not just that. She is a pro-hero who took delinquents and villains to rehabilitate them to work in society. Her efforts saved and changed 75% of the delinquents and 50% of the villains she took in. Ida explained about the queen's profession. Man, that's some scary dedication, Kaminari said. So why did she retire with such a promising career? Mina asked, as it was very rare pro-heroes quit and retired that early. Ida recalled the glare she gave. I asked my brother once, and she said, don't ask her questions. Minda shrugged. I'm more interested in knowing how Midoriya and Yaoyoropai know her. That earned him a kick to the face by Toru. They're related. Tsuyu's words caused the others to face her. Midoriya called her aunt. And her name includes a Sakura. Achako pounded her hand with acknowledgement. Oh yeah, he did say that. Me, and you didn't tell us about it? Mina's excuse pointing to the trio. It's a family thing, and it is not our business. Agree. So where do you think we're going on this road trip? Shoji asked the classmate. I don't know, but as long we can skip class is all that matters. Kaminari relaxed without the care in the world. Of course you would say that. Jiro pointed out. Still, to sign that contract disclose agreement, it must be something important, a big secret that we can't tell anyone if we wanted to come to this road trip. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Speaking of curious, Toru began, looking around even though it wasn't obvious. Where are Bakugo and Todoroki? Another limo was shown driving 2 people. They were surrounded by tough men wearing suits. Why are you even here, icy hot? Was his response. Fine, be that way. Soon, the class arrived at the shrine. It was well overlooked and very clean. 2 Mikos were sweeping up leaves, stopping the minute they see Anna with the children exiting the vehicle. Both bowed before her, the left saying, Thank you for coming to the Kokaim-sama shrine, Asakura-sama. I'll be going to the Nura clan land along with these children. They looked very worried. Is that all right? Don't worry. I made them sign a contract. Then excuse us as we prepare. The Mikos took off. Listen up, boys and girls. The woman faced the children. What I'm about to show you is both wondrous and terrifying. If anyone knew what you were about to see, it'd cause havoc. Since you all signed a contract, I expect you all to not talk about what you are about to see, but if you do, I will find you and will make your lives miserable before you disappear. Are we clear? Everyone was terrified hearing the threat, especially 4 people that knew she wasn't bluffing. Are we clear? Yes, ma'am, everyone shouted in unison. Good. As the twins returned, they gave them wooden tags along with the explanation that they function like train tickets. Do not lose them. Everyone went through the portal before them, eyes widening in shock when they see what it is before them. What looked like something out of folklore and myth stood before them. It was like an Edo period piece, buildings straight out of dramas of that time, and even people strolling by. But everyone who wasn't human was clearly a yokai of legend, mingling and talking with one another like racism and fear wasn't a concept. A gnat walking happily with a TFU, a baked Nico selling food, an obake walking normally with some fish talking to a kappa, a peasant human spirit buying something, a tengu flying in the skies. These were the bizarre sights they were taking in. Anna stepped in front of them, ignoring their comments that add nothing to their situation. Since ancient times, yokai have existed living among us. Because of how humanity views anything that isn't like them, they had adapted by hiding themselves or their features. This is where this place comes in, a world where yokai live without prejudice or discrimination. Of course, even the spirits of humans are allowed. Spirits that cannot move on for so long would reside it here until they are ready to leave. It's why spirits can retain their physical form on in this realm. I see, so it's like a rehabilitation for spirits, said Amidamaru, who was now in physical form like the day he died. Amidamaru, you have a body, Izuku shouted as everyone in Wano looked at the samurai in his physical form. He flexed himself, showing off and testing his form, and they all admired him for it. Anna continued while ignoring him. Thanks to the emergence of quirks, some yokai came out of hiding to rejoin the populace. I'm sure you've met the Baked Nico police officer. Momo instantly realized who she meant. He was a yokai. Yes, he is. The children grew in awe at the hidden world revealed to them. Be careful though. Some of them still distrust humans. Noticing a few giving them the look, Shoto agreed. The former Platinum Queen glared at Izuku and Amidamaru. Now, where were we? Ah yes, meeting an old friend. XXX. Masuke. Amidamaru. Upon meeting, both friends hugged and shook after meeting for the first time since forever. It's been too long, old friend. Indeed it has, Amidamaru. The samurai then noticed something off about his friend. While his features were the same, he had 2 small horns and was bigger. Masuke, are you? Inoni? Yes, I know. Masuke flexed his fingers. I had a feeling you'd need my services again. But after all the times I repaired Haru-sama, it came to me. What's the point of making something good as new when I can do better? All blacksmiths strive to improve themselves, but no human body could surpass my greatest works. That's when he gave me an Oni body. Hey, both shaman and spirit repeated. Time to make Haru-sama even better than new. Thank you. Both shaman and samurai bowed in gratitude. No need for thanks. Even in 500 years, we'll be friends. Seeing such a manly display, Kirishima cried in his arm. What is this sit? Bakugo grumbled. He'd have left a long time ago, had it not been for him being tied up thanks to Anna to avoid trouble in yokai territory. Said Queen of Terror faced the rest, saying, you can all sightsee if you please. My bodyguards will watch over you, so avoid causing any trouble. And no quirks. Her eyes quickly matched her title for emphasis. If I find someone is using their quirk, you get expelled. And I can persuade the principal to do so. Yes, ma'am. The group dispersed, save Momo and the still wrapped-up blonde. Turning to his aunt, Izuku asked, is it all right for them to know this? With the increase of villains, that means the increase of curse manifestations. Knowing about the yokai is a necessity for the future. But aren't the shaman and jujutsu users enough? 3 cases in 1 month, all of which almost exposed the yokai. Her eyes turned fierce. Someone is doing this deliberately. The sooner they experience this, the better. Besides, except for that little one, they all are open-minded children. It was a half-truth that there was a vision that in the future war would start. The rumor was that a Hao loyalist who still believed in his principle and the Hyaku Monogatari clans is staging the trouble. 30. Mina, Tsuyu, and Toru were walking around admiring the Edo period building. The invisible girl said, I didn't expect such things happening under our nose. I always come to the shrine with my family every New Year Eves. Me too. My family as well. The girls go to the nearest dango shop, where a yokai was there as the saleswoman. This voluptuous beauty with wavy brown hair wrapped in a ponytail dressed in a white kimono dress that sported flower patterns said, welcome to my shop. Do you want 3 sets of dango? Yes, please. The woman named Kajoro eventually brought them their food, with green tea. Compliments flew as they enjoyed the food. I hope you enjoyed it. We used traditional ingredients and methods by. I'm back. It was then someone came to the shop. He had blonde hair which is black below, amber eyes, and wore a black scarf. He wore an olive traditional male's kimono with a blue-green jacket over it, along with traditional straw sandals and possibly bandages around his legs and feet. Hibanashi, it's been a while, said the yokai, welcoming her guest. Sorry for the intrude. Give me the usual, please. He then noted the girls. Humans, you're a floating head, Toru shouted. And you're a pair of clothes, he replied sarcastically. Doesn't feel good, does it? Sorry. After that, they went back to eating. 30. Shoji, Kirishima, Minta, and Kaminari were looking around the area. It really was like an Edo period piece. You know this exciting, right? Kirishima said with a pumped personality. You bet it. How about you, Shaoji? Was Kaminari to Shaoji. It's interesting, was his reply. It's like we have gone back in time. In all honesty, he felt he belonged here. As a child, Shoji was feared due to his mutated appearance forcing him to wear a mask, not including the incident with the scar. Thankfully, not a single yokai had seen him with fear or disgust. He liked it here. Out of nowhere, a giant tree trunk was hurling towards the group. Before they could do anything, a monk arrived out of nowhere to save them, slicing the trunk into perfectly diced wood. This yokai was fairly tall with long blue-black hair and blue eyes, dressed in black monk's robes while wearing a conic straw hat topped by a diamond shape. He wears a white scarf around his neck and an olive-colored kessa fastened by a ring over his robes. How many times have I told you, Ayatab, to bring it, not hurl it? He argued with the person, a tall and muscular humanoid yokai with brown skin and white hair. He dons an iron blue robe, worn underneath a black cloak with a cream-colored fluffy furry collar. It was connected with a white skull necklace. It's faster. The monk rolled his eyes before he faced the kids. You boys okay? Such a muscle head. Are you kids all right? The monk looking at them. We're fine, sir. That was so scary. That was so manly. It's nothing to brag about. It was a lot of practice is all. My name is Kirishima, sir. Hirotab. That's a cool name, sir. Thank you for the compliment. He then grabbed the other. And this muscle brain is Ayatabo. Oi. 30. Shoto was alone by himself, checking out the yokai residents walking, peddling, interacting, and the likes. He didn't want to make friends as he didn't go along with the group. It was bizarre and something he never thought to see in his lifetime. But then a thought entered his brain. If they exist, could they help him find his brother? But if they could, how could he ask without actually asking? Excuse me, are you a Yuki Anna? Shoto was startled seeing someone that close to him. She was a woman yokai with long hair colored a mixture of black, white, and blue with two wavy horizontal lines along one side of her head. Her eyes were large amber circles with multiple rings inside of them. Over her back was a long white scarf, and she held a furusode with a snowflake pattern along the hem and bottom of her sleeves. Oh, wait, sorry. I just noticed a cold sensation on one side of you. She touched his shoulder lightly, and the other is hot but very dormant. He turned away from her. I don't want to talk about it. It's all right, I understand. We all have our secrets. Tilting her head, she continued with, but is your name one? Shoto would have brushed her aside uncaring, but something inside of him, the cold part, was pushing him. It felt like meeting a long-lost relative that he wanted to connect with. Todoroki Shoto, nice to meet you. My name is Oikawa Tsurara. After her introduction, a low growling noise was heard. Do you have any soba stalls? Shoto asked. Oh, this way. She took his arm and guided him to a small stall. There, Sato and Siro were eating delicious ramen. Of course, the menu held other stuff including soba, as well as eyeball takoyaki, puffer whale fish sashimi, eyeball ajiya, ozone herb tea, gosto late drink, rainbow pudding. Sitting down, Shoto ordered soba while Tsurara placed her bottom next to him for the same. After getting their food, the fire ice user was amazed at how flawless the noodles were. It only increased his appetite. He went to town as Tsurara froze her tea with her breath and drank it. Shoto was amazed her ice powers as it was flawless and better control. Takoyami was wandering around. Unlike the others who some could tell were human, the residents mistook him for a Tengu. It was something he didn't mind as he was a huge fan of Hawks, the number 3 hero. Excuse me, brethren. Takoyami spotted a small crow yokai flying just above him. It had a large, round head with a small beak, tiny red pupils, and a dark red token on its forehead. It wore a traditional cream-colored robe with prayer beads around its neck, had tabi on its feet, and had large wings. Have you seen the young master? I'm sorry. The bird took a closer look. The surprise of what he discovered hit him. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were human. I'm Karasu Tengu. Being polite, the bird human said, I am Takoyami. Introduce me too. Dark shadow emerged from his stomach. Oh, this must be your thing you call a quirk, said the birdman staring at Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, stay quiet. The last thing we need is a disturbance. The shadow bird retreated into Takoyami, remembering the warning the scary platinum Itako said. Karasu cupped his bird-like chin, saying, "So, his name is Dark Shadow." "Yes, sounds kind of redundant." Blue lines formed on his head. "It also reminds me of Noroi." "Curses? Never mind that, young one. I better go." The Tengu then flew away to seek his master. Takoyami silently watched him go. His inner thoughts wanted to touch onto this connection he was feeling. Was this his bird instinct telling him of an alpha? 30. Aoyama was looking at the sculptures and arts of the Yaokai town with sparkles in his eyes. "C'est magnifique. I never thought I'd see something so shiny and sparkle." Jiru followed after, sitting down and listening to a shamisen player. While not punk rock, this was attracting her soul strongly. As she continued to listen, tears flooded from her eyes. The song was Tsugaru wo Harabushi from Mashiro no Odo. 30. Ajiro was watching someone training in martial arts, using their body to bend steel easily. Maybe this could be used in improvisation using his tail. 30. Uraraka and Ida were looking at glass souvenirs. It shined brightly due to its surroundings. "I can't believe that something like this existed under our noses," Uraraka, Ida said as he examined the item. He then carefully put it back before smiling. "I wish I could tell Tensei about it." "Yeah, it's too bad we signed that disclosure agreement," Uraraka said in support of his thoughts. "At least I can get him this. Maybe I can get my parents a gift too." 30. Koda was being surrounded by Bakeniko girls. His quirk apparently had a strong effect on animal yokai as well. Each one surrounded him, playing with the giant rock boy. Thankfully, he was saved by someone with khaki, scruffy hair that turned black at the neck, possessing deep red eyes with small pupils. His skin was pale, and he wore a purple kimono under a dark blue haori with red details along the sleeves and collar. "That's quite enough." "Oh, come on, we were just teasing him." Yeah, you smothered him enough." The group left. "Thank you, Mr. Zen. Let's get you out of here." He then guided Kodo away. 30. At the blacksmith's, Masuk was just finishing up the touches as he fixed Harusama. Through hard work, he upgraded the blade. It looked the same, but holding it, Amidamaru and Izuku could tell its weight was different. It even seemed slicker and longer. "So, this is the new and improved Harusama." Amidamaru was looking at the blade. "Yes, it is." Izuku took the sword and wielded it. He examined the katana's craftsmanship before the blade turned a deep shade of forest jade. It changed color. "That's new." Amidamaru examined the blade. "That's the scarlet crimson ore I used," spoke Masuk as he explained his process. "It's a very rare metal I kept just for you and your new master should the shaman fight begin. But it felt more appropriate to use it now." Amidamaru bowed to Masuk. "Thank you again, Masuk. I'm indebted to you once more." "Oh, forget about it, you moron. But I won't say no to a free drink." His laughter followed, and Amidamaru was good with it. "Just point me at the bar." "Oh, one more thing." The Oni took out another sheathed sword and tossed it over to Izuku. He caught it easily. "I also made that. Check it out." Izuku drew the katana, surprised to see that the blade was different. Checking the edge, it was reversed, meaning the blade would be facing him if he held us. "It's reversed. The young master is going to be a pro hero, so I made this so you won't have to worry about killing villains." That caught him off guard. "Wait, how do you know that?" "We saw you on television and have WIFI. Izuku and Amidamaru stared at him. "What? We're yokai, not savages." "Sorry." Izuku gave him a bow. "Thank you for fixing Harusama and giving me a sword. Speaking of which, what's its name?" "Oh right." Masuk smiled before saying, "I gave it no name actually. You decide." As Izuku took the time to think over a name, Momo stepped intervention. "Masuk-san, can you help with something if it's alright?" "Sure. What is it, young miss?" "You see, I need some guidance about my quirk." She then briefly explained how her quirk worked. Intrigued by her ability, Masuk asked, "Can you create a small knife?" She went to work pulling a knife out of her arm. One look and the Oni was disappointed. "I see. Young miss, your quirk can create anything, but only at the base level. It lacks the essentials of a true artisan." He then took the knife and snapped it like a twig. He then handed over a sword from his collection. "Try touching this and telling me what you feel." Momo touched the blade. "It's heavy, but I felt a feeling of rush like a soul." "And there it is." Masuk adjusted himself before he continued. "You lack the heart and soul a blacksmith puts into their creation. Every time I hammer the steel I work hard on it. I don't bother thinking about the atom because I think about what is far more necessary for the blade's creation." He patted her shoulder, almost hurting her. "What you should do is make your own sword from scratch, by hand. That will give you the feel of blacksmithing and help give your creations greater depth. But all my training has been for learning chemistry and gaining knowledge. Knowledge is one thing, but the experience is what crafts perfection. And Japan doesn't allow guns for minors, so focusing on forging steel weapons for fights. If you try to think of something complicated but didn't have the time, then this experience will help you unlock your true potential in craftsmanship. Do you think so?" Learning all of this, Momo was in awe as she wanted to learn more. Of course, if you want me to teach you, I could. But you might want to ask for her permission. Momo's eyes sparkled. Thank you. It was getting late and all of class 1 regrouped and got ready to go home. So how was your day? Mina asked the others. I decided to learn to make ramen, Sato said with a thumbs up. I met a cool monk. We met a big sister figure. As everyone chatted and returned to the shrine where they got it, Anna spoke. What do you think of the Yaokai world? They aren't that much different from us. They were frightening looking, but we're not scared at all. I made a friend. Good. This is one of the reasons why I showed you. You see, in this quirk-based society there will be those who look different because of mutations and made to be seen with fear and prejudice. Shoji, Tsuyu, Anjiro and Takoyami felt that. You can see how humans and Yaokai interact together with no trouble and fear. And it is something you must burn into your mind, as those who look like scum or villains don't mean they should be treated like villains. Yaokai are born from humans just as villains are born because of this society. I brought you all here not to show you the existence of Yaokai, but to burn that passion into you. When you become heroes, saving people and beating up bad guys isn't enough. You need to try and change the world one step at a time. Change the perspective of those who live among us, so heroes are no longer necessary. All gave her the look of awe, especially the mutant types. Shoji, who wanted to become a hero, wanted to change the perspective of others even more. Tsuyu at first wanted to become a hero because of a promise, but now she wanted to do more. Takoyami was also the same, along with Ajiro. There was more she wanted to say, but they weren't ready. Now, let's go home. Midnight. Izuku and Amidamaru were looking inside an old building where curses manifested. Hired to clean up. It's the perfect time to test Harusama 2.0. So, this is where you're going. Midnight was there as well, looming at the scary-looking building as she promised. Yes, buildings like these have a lot of negative energy as it feeds on curses. The victims will be unaware of their presence since they can't see them. Thankfully, this is a low class, but we must remain cautious, Midnight-sensei. We don't know what it can do, so I just keep close to you. The R18 woman just leaned behind the shaman. His body went hot, feeling her chest pressing against him. Midnight-sensei, this is too much. Oh, you want more? As she leaned even more, Amidamaru held a fist to his mouth to cover his own redness, watching the woman's theatrics. As the two of them walked into the building slowly, they gained an eerie feeling. Indecipherable whispers echoed in the darkness. Sweat stuck to their skin with a cold cling. Midnight, now in her pro-hero mode, scanned warily through this horror setting. She kept looking around, hearing whispers and laughter. Stay close and keep your eyes open. We don't know what we might encounter. Amidamaru became an oversoul, ready to go in case. Understood. Still, what type will we encounter, Midoriya? All Noroi are different. The most dangerous are the special grade class. Apparently, they can talk. Wait, they can be intelligent? She asked in shock. I don't get how, but it's rumors I heard. Izuku worried if this should be such. Jujutsu users would handle those kinds of monsters while the shaman faced the strays the former were too busy with. But despite them being small fries, the negativity could upgrade them in minutes. It's scary to think that such a place like Tartarus would be home to plenty of these monsters. Luckily, without a catalyst that won't be possible. The area became too quiet. Midnight-sensei. He turned around quickly, only to find his teacher was gone. Amidamaru cursed. Damn it, this is why we should have held her hand, Izuku Dono. I told you, I'm not ready for that. Izuku replied, his face turning red, remembering how she acted just a few minutes ago. What about Itsuka Dono? Sparring doesn't count. Whatever. We need to find Mimori Dono's whereabouts first. Who knows what misfortune in life she would endure. Yes, he shouted as both of them dashed. 30. Midnight didn't know what happened. All she did was follow her student, and the next thing she was here in this dark place. She could hear words that she had forgotten long ago. Get a look of that woman. Is she a hero or a slut? With an outfit like that, she was probably an escort as a child. Only a whore would wear something like that. Yeah, my boyfriend kept worshipping her. I hate her effing guts. If she's like that, it won't be long until someone offs her. Just pretend to like her in front of a crowd. When she wore her civilian outfit, she would often hear all of these comments from others. When she walked or mingled with the normal, sure, she got used to it and stopped caring, but it still hurts. Then she saw a vision of her as a child. Everywhere she went, she lacked the control she has now with her quirk, and that put people to sleep, causing accidents. She cried when her peers compared her to the evil queen from Snow White or Maleficent. It took until high school before she changed her image and became more confident. Then she heard something. It was a voice she hadn't heard for so long. Why? Oboro appeared before her, a corpse stalking forth straight out of Night of the Living Dead. More followed. Why didn't you save us? You're supposed to be a hero. Please help. It hurts. The victims the heroes couldn't save surrounded her, grabbing and pulling her as their voices taunted her more and more. In truth, deep down, Midnight could have saved Oboro and those she couldn't save. But she's only human. She's not even All Might. He couldn't save everyone, so how could she? Innocent people and heroes had died in the line of duty, some by accident, others by being outclassed. The survivors of those incidents held PTSD as a result and were forced to hide it, just like her. All of this became suffocating for her. She was drowning in an abyss of the undead. Everything grew darker. All she heard were those taunting voices. She gave up. Maybe it's better this way. Then a hand reached down and pulled her out. Good work, Izuku Dono. Izuku pulled the pro hero from the domain expansion liquid lake. As he managed to capture the spirit bonded with a talisman twitching, and its goblin body with the head of an ant, he was able to focus on her rescue. Those fear illusions must have gotten to her. She's not breathing. Then perform CPR, Amidamaru suggested. Again, he froze. Well, I mean, we don't have to. There's no time for you to be squeamish. CPR training is mandatory for all Hero Course students. Not willing to argue a second time, because then he'd be the bad guy. Izuku pushed against her chest 3 times before locking lips to blow air into her lungs. Clumsy but carefully, he repeated these steps until she regurgitated black sludge. The woman continued to cough, trying to regain air and composure. Once he's felt she's ready, he asked, "Nimuri-san, are you okay?" One look and she's hugging the boy tightly, unwilling to let go because he was aware she went through a traumatic experience. He let her hold on to him for a few minutes, and then the exhaustion and stress put her into slumber. 30. With the mission finished, Midoriya was piggyback carrying the pro-heroine. Luckily, he could spin the fact that she was drunk or something so no one would be suspicious. His jacket also covered her so no one would recognize Nimuri as Midnight. They reached his apartment where he gently put her in the guest room. Another day, another shaman works done. Sarcasm poisoned the words to the very core. I wish I knew where she lived. Well, it's better here than at some hero agency. Izuku yawned as he went to bed. Man, that was tiring. Luckily, tomorrow's Sunday. Yup, not bothering to bathe, he plopped on his bed. All the while, he felt his lips remembering the CPR he performed. Sure, it wasn't a real kiss, but it's not something he can write off. He felt Midnight's lips, and boy were they soft. Izuku quickly tried to get some sleep. Midnight woke up in the morning after her traumatizing event. This was her first experience. She underestimated the curse and should have prepared more. The nightmares were still in her mind, but her student gave her hope, saving her from despair. He even saved her life. She touched her lips and blushed as this was her first kiss. CPR, sure, but a kiss is a kiss. That boy is sure is something. Getting up, she examined that her surroundings were unfamiliar. But with all the shamanic items and All Might merchandise, it was clearly obvious where she was. And next to her on a table was a fresh pair of clean clothes. How thoughtful. 30. Izuku was making breakfast for his guest. Thankfully, his mom was called in by his aunt to help with something. It would have been a big headache explaining to his mother why a dominatrix was in the guest room. So what do we do today, Izuku Dono? With Haru-sama fixed, we'll continue training. We should start at Aunt Anna's private grounds. The sports festival is still on its way. I agree, as everyone is training harder than ever before. He was pretty sure Anna's speech motivated the gang even harder. Soon, the sound of someone coming down the stairs caught their ears. Oh, KMA. Both Shaman and Spirit froze seeing the pro-heroine dressed in only a white shirt that covered her down below. Why are you wearing that? I already prepared clothes for you, said the Shaman kid, trying not to look at the almost see-through shirt sticking to her body. As if I could miss this opportunity. It's straight out of a movie. She winked at her student as she came down. Rebuking would just add more fuel to the fire. Let's just enjoy breakfast, Kayama-san. Itadekamas. The two of them ate, her breakfast consisting of vegetable tofu soup, salmon, and rice.
She gushed at how it tasted. You'd make a great husband.
The boy's erubescence increased. Please, I'm just good at cooking. While chewing some rice, she gazed at her surroundings. The magnanimous building along with the shaman stuff and All Might figurines. So this is where you live. It's bigger than my own place. Yes, my aunt bought this place for me and mom to live in. Oh, how kind of her. This was her sarcasm. Her whole hero career she's despised Anna. And she knew she wasn't the only one. But who would suspect that she and Izuku were related?
So, about yesterday, thank you for saving me.
It's all right. This was your first time against curses. He gave her a more serious look. But next time, we'll handle it alone. You can just make sure no one gets involved, or tell us if you found it. She nodded. I understand. I'll be careful, but if anything goes wrong I will still help. That's all I need. Both of them continued eating, not a single one bringing up the CPR. Thank goodness. After that, Midnight threw on her civilians. Making sure no one saw her leaving, she quickly went straight home. Izuku sighed as she left, glad that no one saw her. Now to begin his day. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.